Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter left Hogwarts and learned real magic. Here is short summary. Abandoned by those meant to protect him, Harry walks away from the only world he's ever known. On the run and off the grid, he discovers ancient spells, forgotten truths, and a power far beyond anything Hogwarts ever taught. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry woke and realized that it was Monday. He didn't have to work today and Lou Sensei was out of town today, so he didn't have a class. He decided to do his meditation and Tai Chi on his own, instead of bunking off. The meditation was easy. All he did was sit cross-legged on his bed and spend the next hour clearing his mind. He filled it with a sheet of flames and concentrated on that. When he was done with his meditations, he took a quick shower and dressed in sweatpants, sweatshirt and trainers. When he entered the kitchen, Johnny was there. Morning. You're up bright and early. Johnny handed Harry a cup of tea and plopped a bit gracelessly into a chair. Yeah, I'm used to being up early and I can't quite break the habit, especially now that I'm well. I meditated already. Remember, Lou Sensei is out of town for the next 3 days. I'm bored already and it's too early to do too much bumping around. Frankie is still asleep, right? Yeah, and he'll be really bitchy if we wake him. You want to go jogging with me? Harry thought for a moment. Sure, I think that's a good idea. I need more endurance. Jogging sounds like a good way to get it. Besides, I think I'd like it. Johnny smiled at Harry. He was a good kid, always ready to help in any way or try any new experience. Fine. Let's go then. Johnny led Harry on a short jog through the neighborhood, a bit surprised to find that he kept up fairly well. I thought you said you needed more endurance. You seem to be able to keep up well enough. Harry swiped his sleeve over a sweaty forehead and replied between pants. Not really. I managed to keep up, but I feel like I'm about to pass out. That's not good. I'd like to be able to keep up with you without panting. I want to dance, I think, and I'm not going to be able to if I don't have more wind. You know. I do. As to dancing, I think you need to stick to tending bar for a while longer. I can tell that you're not really comfortable as a table. Harry grinned. His training wasn't completed yet. He still felt really self-conscious. Not really. I still feel funny. Not embarrassed so much as awkward. Take your time. If you really don't like it, you don't have to do it. Don't ever let us talk you into doing something you're really not comfortable with. We want you to be happy with us. We'd like it if you could see your way to working in the back. We both think you'd really make some good money and we want you to build up a nice savings. But if you don't feel like it's right for you, don't do it. Got me? Harry gave Johnny a long surprised look. Really? I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable doing more than being a table, but I'll try. Thanks. You're welcome. Come on, one more round around the block, then we'll go back to the apartment and have breakfast. Then maybe you could do some of your, what do you call it? Kata. Yeah, Kata. But there's not enough room in the apartment. I'll knock something over. It's okay. I'll go to the club a bit early and use the backstage. There's plenty of room there. Johnny nodded and started for the apartment at a slow cool-off jog. I'll give you a key to the back door and you can go after breakfast, if you like. The cleaning crew will be there, but that's all. You really need to work on that problem you have with people looking at you. That's the main problem with being a table. And, if you really want to dance, you'll have to get used to people staring at you. I know. It's just that, usually, people looking at me means I'm in trouble again. I'll just have to get used to it. Maybe having people look at me will make me less self-conscious. Couldn't make me worse, could it? Probably. No one in the club would call you up on the carpet. They don't have the authority, only Frankie and I do. And we won't, unless you really screw up. Which you won't. You're too good a kid. Now, I'm ready for breakfast. I'll wake Frankie while you start tea. Okay. Harry slipped in the door that Johnny held open for him and nodded on his way to the kitchen. I'll start the bangers, shall I? Johnny just grimaced. Harry's appetite was, frankly, astonishing. He ate anything and everything. It made it easy to feed him, but it was a bit worrisome. Johnny had to wonder how often Harry had gone hungry. He dismissed the thought and addressed himself to waking his lover. It didn't take long for Frankie to get completely awake and announce that he was hungry. He slipped on his robe and wandered into the kitchen, sniffing the aromas from Harry's efforts appreciatively. Smells really good. Frankie accepted a plate. Strawberry jam. Harry shook his head. No, sorry, we ate the last yesterday. I'll put it on the list in a sec. Toast, jelly, tea. There, it's all ready. Eat up. All three of them tucked into their plates and polished them in record time. Harry decided to just lay about the apartment for the rest of the morning and play his games. Frankie wandered off to do something in his office and Johnny announced that, because they were complete prats, he was going grocery shopping. Frankie just laughed. Harry stuck his nose in his game. An hour later he was growling in frustration. What's wrong? Frankie leaned against the door frame, twisting a curl around his finger. I keep losing. I've died, like, 8 times. And every time I have to go back to the last inn and start all over again. Let me see. Harry just handed over the game and let Frankie fiddle with it. Ha, I see. You're not practicing proper conservation of resources. You need to keep a better check on your life points and gold. Frankie went on to explain to Harry how to manage his combat resources in order to finish the level. Thanks. I think I've got it now. Interesting. Harry went back to his game and Frankie went back to trying to balance his books. Harry spent the rest of the morning enjoying his game. He even made it to level 12 just before lunch. Right after lunch, Johnny handed over the promised key and told Harry to feel free to use the stage area for his kata anytime he needed to. Harry thanked Johnny and returned to his room, intending to play his game some more. But his school books, piled on his desk in a haphazard way, made him feel guilty. He decided he'd better at least try to read something. He picked up arithmancy, theory and practice and shuddered. He'd never intended to take it, but Dobby had brought the book, so he decided he should at least look at it later. He shuffled through the books, trying to decide what to do. He found a book he didn't remember. Darker Than Black. Theories of Dark Magic, with appropriate warnings. Don't remember that one. Harry settled down to read the book with some interest. He looked up 3 hours later to realize that he had to leave now to do his kata or he'd be in the way of the dancers' rehearsals. He stuffed his books into the file drawer of the desk and left for the club. Harry let himself into the club with his new key. He looked around at the strange-looking place. The lights were up high so the crew could see what they were doing. Harry had never seen the club this bright. It made it look very strange. He nodded to a couple of people as he made his way to the stage. Once on the stage, he started on his first kata, working his way through the forms quickly. He smiled to himself as he remembered how hard they had seemed when he first started. Now this kata was easy. The next one was harder, but he still managed it with a fair amount of skill. His third kata was his most recent one and it was hard. Some of the forms were combinations and Harry wasn't used to them yet, so he took the time to work on each combination separately. He finished on a high note by completing the kata without a mistake. He was wiping the sweat off his neck and shoulders when he heard a voice. Hi, who are you? Does Frankie or Johnny know you're here? My name's Paul, by the way. Harry turned around to see one of the dancers approaching him from the backstage area. He grinned at Paul. Yeah, they both do. I'm Harry, I live with them. I was just practicing my kata as my teacher is away and the dojo is closed. Am I in your way? Nah, not quite ready to rehearse yet. So, kata, what's that? Harry explained what a kata was and demonstrated a bit of one. Paul was suitably impressed and asked Harry to teach him one of the moves. Harry did his best and Paul finally mastered the move. They settled on the edge of the stage to celebrate with bottles of water. You did a good job. That was brilliant. Harry was well aware that compliments led to better efforts than scorn, so he was always generous with praise. Thanks. That move is going to go great in the dance number my friend Joe and I are putting together. Maybe Frankie will let us do it someday. Harry nodded then sighed. Paul had a tattoo on his thigh. Neither Frankie nor Johnny would approve a dancer with a tattoo like that. The skull looked so much like the dark mark that Harry shuddered. Yeah, ugly, isn't it? I don't know what I was thinking. And I'll never get to dance anywhere if I can't figure out how to cover it up. Someone kick my ass, please. Harry considered the tattoo with some curiosity. I've never seen a tattoo close up before. Can I touch it? Paul shrugged. Harry was a nice guy and wouldn't make fun, so he wasn't going to either. Sure. It doesn't hurt or anything. It's just really ugly. I had a F.K. the world thing for a while. Should have kept my comments to t-shirts, know what I mean? Harry nodded, running a finger over the marked flesh. Just ink under the skin. Weird. Yeah, it kind of is, really. I've heard about ways to get rid of them, including lasers and such. But it's really expensive. I wish I could get rid of the damn thing, but there you are. I'm broke, so I'm stuck. Harry eyed the thing for a few moments, then made a decision. I think I have something that'll get rid of it. Let me see. Okay. Sure. That'd be wizard. Thanks. Harry had to snicker softly. He rummaged in his duffel to find a small flat container of cream. It was just a heavyweight hand cream the Lou Sensei made, in an unmarked container. Harry was going to pull a trick on Paul. Not a bad one, just one that would protect him and get Paul's tattoo off. Here, let me put it on for you. Then you put it on every night until the tattoo fades. Okay. Sure. Thanks. I really hope it works. Granny cures sometimes don't, you know. But I appreciate the effort. Harry spread the cream on the tattoo while he murmured the spell that would break up the ink, making it fade over about a week's time. He hoped the spell, which he'd made up on the spot, would work. He figured that he'd find out soon enough. Well, thanks. I'll put it on just like you told me. And in return, I'll teach you something. You don't have to do that, but thanks. What is it? Harry grinned at Paul. Too many times his kindness was either ignored, or at least went unrewarded by even a thank you. It's a say. Why crawl? Guaranteed to get you tips out the wazoo. Most dancers use it. Interested? Harry said that he was, so Paul got him on his knees and knelt beside him. Here's what you do. Paul coached Harry in the slinky crawl until he could do it easily, which didn't take very long. Man, you learn quick. Great work. You look good enough to eat doing that. He glanced at his watch. Well, I better get into the back. It's about time for me to get ready. You doing table tonight? I was wondering, 'cause, you know, I'd like a chance at tending bar. Paul grinned in easy camaraderie. No pressure, mind you. Harry replied. No pressure. Ass. But he grinned at Paul. He was going to have to make up his mind about this sooner or later, and sooner was always better, in his mind. He went to find Johnny to talk to him about moving up to a piece of furniture. Harry tapped on Johnny's office door and poked his head in. Hey, you know Paul. He wants to try tending bar. That'll leave you short a table, right? Johnny nodded. Yeah, his knees are giving him fits. He can stand, dance, walk around and all that, okay, but he's having real trouble kneeling for very long. We're starting to have to change him out in an hour. It's damn inconvenient. You want to change places with him? Yeah, I've been thinking about what you said. I think I better just beep it up and see if I'm suited to the job. I also want to try dancing. But I don't have a clue how to start on that. Frankie will work up a routine for you and teach it to you next week. I'll make sure. As to being a table, I repeat, if you don't like it, you don't have to do it. But the tips are really good and the pay level is half again bartender's wages. Frankie and I would like to see you with a nice nest egg. We'll discuss a budget with you in a few days. Okay. Harry knew he had no real notion of money management, so he nodded. Great. That's a good idea. I'd really like an explanation of how to budget a real paycheck. I don't want to get myself into trouble by bad management. Is there an actual theory? Yes, there actually is. We'll be glad to explain it all to you. We'll sit down when we know what your income is going to be and explain everything to you. Now, you need to get into the back and get into your harness. I'll get Paul to the bar early so he can get an idea of what he's supposed to do. Harry grimaced. Waldo had known that Harry was training to be furniture, he just hadn't expected Harry to move up quiet so quickly. Saturday had been Harry's first training session. It usually took several, so neither Waldo nor Harry had been expecting things to move so quickly. Harry had expected to have at least another week of bartending before he was ready, but Paul's bad knees had hurried things along. He grumbled a bit, he'd miss working with Waldo. Harry submitted to being harnessed by Rudolph himself. He even allowed himself to be gagged, although no one had mentioned this and he didn't like it much. Rudolph explained, "Now, we don't use a big gag, but it's part of the illusion. Here's a little bell. Hook the ring over one finger. If you need to be removed for any reason or someone touches you, drop the bell. We'll hear it and be right there." "Okay, I guess. No one told me about the gag. And you didn't have me wear one in training. I'm not sure I like this much." "Don't sweat it. I'll keep a special eye on you if I can. But don't worry. You have your own handler who'll keep an eye on you. And handlers circulate around the room all the time. Don't be afraid, we'll take good care of you. Now let's get you set up. The first rush is about to hit." Rudolph let Harry take the gag himself, rather than poking it at him. He helped Harry get comfortable, then put the tabletop on his outstretched hands and wished him good tips before he walked away. Harry settled himself to be still. He turned his meditative skills to the task. He also used his martial arts training to keep his limbs from cramping, flexing each major muscle group for a few seconds every so often. As he knelt, Harry practiced clearing his mind and creating a curtain of flames, blocking access to his thoughts. Lu Sensei had explained the technique to him. He was startled to feel a hand on his shoulder. Before Harry could do more than startle a bit, one of the handlers was right there. "I'm sorry, sir, please don't touch the boys." The man nodded. "I'm sorry too. I know it's forbidden, but he doesn't look good. His skin is way too cold and he's a bit blue around the mouth." "How long has he been here?" The handler shook his head. "Peterson. He's only been here 10 minutes. This isn't right. Excuse me, I need to check around." "Thank you for your concern." "That's okay. Just see to the boy." The customer walked away. The handler signaled another man to make sure the customer got a free drink, then went to get Rudolph. "There's something wrong. Peterson is way too cold. Better come see. Dr. Henderson has some concerns." Rudolph blinked when he saw Harry. "That's not Peterson, that's Potter. Whoever was responsible for the change out took the wrong person. Get him up and into the back now." A huge man came from the back and just picked Harry up. His tray was handed off to the new table and he was carried to the back without ceremony or fuss. "Here, Harry, damn it. I'm really sorry. You should have dropped your bell hours ago. You went on at opening and it's nearly closing. That's 6 hours." While he talked, Rudolph stripped Harry out of his harness while he was still in the other handler's arms. "Gary, you take him right through and get him some tea. Put him in a robe and get him a hot water bottle. I'm going to find out what the hell happened. And," Rudolph turned to Harry, "I'm going to have a little talk with you too. You don't just take it like that, you let us know you're in trouble. You're cold as a fish." Harry didn't argue. Now that he was aware of himself, he was cold. He wanted the promised tea rather badly. "I'll be okay. But that tea really sounds good. What the hell were you thinking, kid? You should have dropped that bell after 2 hours." Harry flushed a bit but replied with some spirit, "I practice mixed martial arts. I was using some meditation techniques to help me stay still. They worked better than I expected. I didn't really feel cold or get a cramp, until that man said I was cold. Now I'm freezing. I want my tea." Gary laughed a bit. "Feisty little thing, ain't ya?" He shouldered through the door to the lounge. "Here. Robe. Tea. Hot water bottle." He's been on the floor too long. People scurried to bring the things. One man scooped up a robe and helped Harry into it as Gary put him on his feet. He didn't stay on them long. He was bustled onto a couch before he could get balanced. Another of the men brought a light blanket and draped it over his legs. A mug of tea was thrust into his hands and Frankie summoned. It didn't take long for Frankie to sort out what had happened and have a few sharp words with the handler who'd glanced at the chart and crossed lines. It wouldn't happen again. Then he went to see Harry. "Harry, Pet, I'm so sorry. Your first day and something gets screwed up. Do you need to see the medic? I'll send for him right now. Harry just smiled gently at Frankie. No, I'm fine. A little cold, a cramp in one thigh. Nothing I can't deal with. Before Frankie could say a word, one of the off-duty dancers spoke up. Nothing you can't deal with. But why should you have to? I'd like to know. We take care of each other here. You should have dropped your bell. Harry just shrugged. I really did lose track of time. Besides, I don't want to be any trouble. You'll be more trouble if you cripple yourself. Silly boy. Now, do you need anything? If you do, just ask. I'll be back in a few. Frankie just nodded to the chief handler. See that he has what he needs. He smiled around at the dancers and backroom boys. You guys see if you can't talk some sense to him. He doesn't know how to ask for stuff. He patted Harry on the foot and left. Harry had to bow his head under the storm of fussing and lecturing that descended on him from all sides. Everyone seemed to think that he needed to take more care of himself. He relaxed and thought about that for a while. Draco came down to supper with a scowl on his face. He was glad to be away from Hogwarts for the weekend, but he wasn't sure how his father had managed it. So he was cross. He hated being out of the loop. Lucius smiled smugly at his only son and waited patiently for the minor explosion which came with the first course. Father, not that I'm complaining, but how did you manage? I can't stand it. The suspense is killing me. Pansy actually thanked me. Bitch. I managed to get the Board of Governors to revoke the new Hogwarts Rules of Deportment, written in 1686, and revert to an older set of rules. They allow any young person to return home for a Hogsmeade weekend, instead of going to Hogsmeade. You may congratulate me. Draco grinned. This was proof that Lucius was recovering his influence. That's great. I do so like being able to come home. And it shows that we haven't lost our influence completely. Exactly. A word dropped here and there, in complete confidence, of course, works wonders. Especially if it's accompanied by a suitable gift, don't you know? Draco smirked into his chicken. Oh, I do. My compliments again. They ate, talking quietly of Draco's school work, Lucius' efforts to regain his influence, and Narcissus' rather annoying retreat to the Isle des Phrases. Finally, near the end of the last course, Draco asked how the search for Harry was going. Not well, I'm afraid. Not well at all. I don't believe the boy. He hasn't used a single traceable spell since he apparated. Draco frowned slightly. What difference does that make? I've never understood why Dumbledore has Severus tramping all over London, searching for Harry. A really good find me ought to turn up something, shouldn't it? Only if Harry has been using magic. A find me targets magical signatures, the vibrations, if you will, that are created when someone uses a spell. Everyone has a different signature. But it seems that our Harry is either very smart or very much afraid that he'll be found by those vibrations. He hasn't used anything stronger than some cleaning charms or something similar, and that's only speculation on my part. No traces to zero in on, so Severus has to literally stumble onto the boy. He must be tearing his hair out. You know how much he hates being cold. Draco nodded. His godfather truly hated the cold. I wonder why. It's very strange. The dungeons are chilly, you know. Lucius sighed. Cruciatus. It damages the nerves and makes some people more susceptible to cold, or heat. Severus and I both reacted by becoming cold sensitive. And only his office is chilly, to protect the books and potions ingredients. His quarters are quite warm. Oh, I see. And Draco did see, a lot more than his father knew. Harry was surprised to find that everyone who'd fussed at him also did their best to see that he was warm and comfortable. He reassured them all and leaned back against the lounge, sleepy and content. It was closing time when Frankie came to find him. Harry, time to go home. Come on, I'll help you get dressed. Harry rubbed his eyes carefully, his contacts made vigorous rubbing painful. I'm awake. I was just resting my eyes. They dried out. Do you see my drops anywhere? Frankie looked around but didn't see the small dropper bottle. A handler passed him a single-use pack, saying, "Here, this one's oct for all the guys." Harry took the twist top container and opened it. The drops eased the dryness and he blinked a few times. Better. He tried to swing his legs off the lounge but realized that he was tangled in the blanket. Shit. A little help. I'm all tangled up. Frankie quickly disentangled Harry and helped him up. Can you stand? Where does it hurt? I can stand fine, thank you. It doesn't hurt anywhere. I was just all tangled up and couldn't get loose by myself. Thanks. Harry sat back down, this time on a small stool, and started pulling off the thick socks he'd been given. He stood up again in nothing but his white fronts and accepted the jeans Frankie handed him. He dressed quickly, thanked the men who'd taken care of him and told Frankie he was ready to go. Frankie led him out the front door, picking Johnny up in front of the coat check. Harry wondered at their silence but let them alone. They'd talk when they were ready. He'd always hated Dumbledore's insistence that he talk whether he was ready or not. They walked a block in silence, then Johnny spoke. Harry. Harry just gave an enquiring grunt. I'm very sorry about what happened. I checked and that stupid Pratt, Henderson, just put up initials. No one realized until it was too late that you're Harry Potter and the other guy is Hank Peterson. Your handler came down with the flu about an hour into the shift, so he turned you over to another guy. It was a complete balls up from start to finish. I'm going to have some serious words with all the handlers. Every one of them thought someone else was taking you. No excuses, just an explanation. If you never want to do furniture again, I'll understand. And Harry, if you don't like it, say so. We never want you to do something you don't like, just because you think we want you to. We don't understand. Harry smiled into the darkness. He really did understand. These men really cared about him and wanted only the best for him. Unlike some people he could name, who wanted him as a tool, rather than as a person. He had been thinking hard about some things and coming to conclusions he didn't much like. He took his time about replying. Yeah, I understand. I'd like to think about being furniture a bit more. I know Paul needs to get off his knees, and that really didn't come out right. Harry had to wait a bit until Frankie and Johnny managed to quit laughing. Prats. Couldn't you find something else for him to do? He's young enough that he should be able to dance. What's wrong with his knees? Johnny sighed. We're not sure. I'm afraid it's arthritis, the symptoms are all there. He used to play football, so they're a bit messed up. He can walk and dance, but kneeling on them for any length of time hurts him. We're going to have to find something for him to do. He's the sole support of his mum. It's worrying. I was hoping you and he could exchange places. But if you can't, you can't. I respect that. Harry nodded. And I'm more grateful than you can ever know. Let me think about things. I'm sure I can figure out something. We could sit down tomorrow and brainstorm it. If that's okay with you too. It's your shop, after all's said and done. Frankie poked Johnny in the side to shut him up before he told Harry that they could deal with it. He realized that Harry needed to help them find a solution. Well, okay. But I'm not getting up at the crack of dawn like you do. If you get up early, take your jog and do your exercises, feel free to use the stage at the club. Just don't wake us up. Okay. Harry just laughed. Okay. I know what you two are going to do. Have fun. Frankie and Johnny both laughed softly. Harry was so accepting of their lifestyle it was easy to forget how young he really was. Potions Professor Severus Snape was in a temper. He'd thought Neville Longbottom was the worst brewer he'd ever seen, but a third year had managed to make spot-removing cream blow up. The repairs had taken most of an evening and now Dumbledore was insisting that he go out to search for Potter. Headmaster, I don't think it's ever going to do any good. I don't know where to search. He's not using powerful enough spells to call to me. And I'm tired. Really, do you think I'm overlooking that repellent brat on purpose? I assure you, I'm not. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes fretfully. I'm sorry, my boy, I know you're trying. I just feel so helpless. We have to find Harry. He's the only hope of the wizarding world, and if we lose control of him, we'll be in a great deal of trouble. Snape frowned. He didn't like the sound of that at all. Dumbledore's illusion of a grandfatherly old headmaster was exactly that. He was as calculating as they came, as Severus was well aware. He wasn't unnecessarily cruel, but he considered everything in light of the welfare of the greatest number and wasn't above using every tool available. Obviously, he thought of both Severus and Harry as tools, very valuable ones but still tools. I'll see what I can do at another time. I'm afraid I've got the shakes too badly to do much tonight. I'm going back to my quarters and take a nerve repairing potion and get some sleep. Good night. The last was said with some finality, and the firm click of the door impressed Dumbledore. Again, with Snape's self-control, any other man would have slammed it off its hinges. Good night. Dumbledore settled himself in his chair to worry and plan. Not that it was going to do him much good unless they found Harry. Harry woke, did his meditation, jogged to the club and did his kata on the stage. He jogged back to the apartment in time to eat breakfast with Frankie and Johnny. They spent some time discussing what to do about Paul. Harry was of the opinion that Paul should be allowed to try dancing, tattoo notwithstanding. Johnny agreed with Harry, as long as Paul could find a way to hide the tattoo. Frankie didn't really care one way or the other. They decided to leave it up to the customers. Paul would be allowed to dance that night. The amount of applause and tips would determine whether he would dance again or not. Harry was delighted, even though it meant he was a table again. He decided to give the living furniture thing a proper trial, and he didn't think one messed up night was it. Johnny was pleased that Harry was willing to give it another night. Frankie was a bit worried that Harry was only doing it because he was afraid they'd send him away if he didn't. He decided to have a little talk with him, so he followed him into his bedroom. Harry laid his book aside and smiled. He knew exactly what Frankie wanted. That was why he hadn't bothered to start reading. Yeah, Frankie, what is it? As if I can't guess. Are you sure you want to continue? I don't want you to do it because you're afraid to be sent away. I'm not. You taught me that friends don't do stuff like that. It's blackmail, right? And that's not something people who care do. Right. So, no, I'm not afraid you'll send me away. I'll do it because I want to give the job a fair chance. But I don't think I want to work in the back rooms. The idea of being that helpless gives me a creepy feeling. Sorry, but it does. Frankie gave Harry a proud look. That's good. That you feel safe enough to be upfront with us. I'll admit that I'm a bit disappointed. I think you'd be glorious. But I do realize that you might have a great deal of trouble with the bondage. So if you can't, you can't. I won't pressure you. If you change your mind, let us know. The money is really good. Tips are fantastic. And that's all I'm going to say on the subject. Next week, we'll have your income stabilized enough that we need to have a talk about you starting to pull your weight in the household. You're doing your fair share of the chores and a bit more. We'll see where we stand with the finances, okay? Harry nodded. Sure. I don't mind doing extra chores to make up for my lack of money, but I'd feel better if I could pay at least my share of the utilities. Let me know what's what and I'll pony up. Harry submitted to Frankie's hug and hugged him back unself-consciously. Now, Scoot, I've got to revise most of this book to get back on schedule, not that anyone will know except me. Frankie smiled and left, closing the door quietly behind him. He really regretted that Harry didn't feel that he could work in the highest paying part of the club, but he wasn't about to push Harry to do something he didn't feel right about. That wasn't what friends did. Harry returned to his book but didn't get more than 2 pages read before Johnny knocked on the door to tell him that Dobby was there. Harry got up to greet him. Dobby, how are you? Harry motioned for the elf to take the desk chair while he sat on the bed. Very well. I is glad to see Harry Potter, sir. What have you been doing? I expected to see you at the dojo. Harry sighed as he relaxed. As you okay? Dobby knows dojo is closed. Why would Dobby be going there? Harry shrugged. He had no idea how Dobby knew most of what he knew, but he didn't intend to worry much about it. House elves were a law unto themselves. Asking questions usually led to frustration. Don't know how you know the things you do. I never thought about it one way or the other. I figured you'd go there then look for me. Never mind. Dobby just sat calmly through all this, then announced that he'd found out how the ministry tracked wands. The spell focuses on the vibrations that wands get when magic is cast. That is how they traces you. The major spells gets keyed to the alarm at the ministry. If you doesn't cast spells, you can't get tracked. Dobby is thinking that Master Harry Potter sir is very wise not to work very much wizarding magic. Anyone who knows him can track him if he puts out enough vibrations. Like a smell on the air, Dobby thinks. Elf magic can't be traced like that. You must only use elf magic from now on. Yes. Harry thought carefully. What Dobby said made sense. Yeah, you're right. I'll have to rely on elf magic for everything I do from now on. I don't want to take a chance on being tracked down and sent back to the Dursleys. They'll kill me for sure. And I really want to learn that blasting hex you used on Malfoy that time. Right after I freed you. Dobby looked blank. Dobby remembers the day he was freed by wonderful Master Harry Potter. But he does not remember any blasting hex. Elfses does not know hexes or curses. All elfses are forbidden to use any such thing. The punishment would be so severe that even an elf might not survive it. Harry sighed and rubbed his face. The abuses elves suffered put the abuses the Dursleys thought up to shame. Well, I don't know what it was, but you used it to throw Malfoy into a wall. Remember? Dobby grinned. Oh, that. It was just a charm to move furniture. Harry's mouth fell open and he just sat, stunned. Oh, only a furniture-moving charm. Yes. Dobby used it the other day to move the bookcase for Harry Potter, sir. Harry just started to laugh. He laughed until tears trickled down his face. Dobby blinked at him, puzzled for a moment. Harry stammered, Malfoy moving charm. Oh, my goodness. Finally got to him. His squeaking giggles made Harry laugh even harder. Ron finally managed to meet up with Hermione. Owling had finally worn poor Pig completely out and the Weasley family owl Errol was just too old to take messages. Ron had coaxed Hermione into sneaking into the kitchens. She'd accepted, so they were now seated at a small table in one corner. Ron, do you have any idea where Harry could have gone? Any at all? Ron nibbled on a chicken leg, a sure sign that he was very worried. He usually tore into his food like he was starving. He chewed for a bit then sighed. I don't have a clue. One time he was telling me about runaways. Muggles don't take very good care of their children, if you ask me. Anyway, runaways all seem to live on the streets and have to have say with strangers to survive. Harry would never do that, would he? Hermione sighed. I don't know. I think Harry will do whatever he has to survive. But having say with just anyone is so dangerous. It really scares me. I've tried to find a find me spell that'll find him, but you have to know the person's magical signature. I didn't even know that people had one. I don't know what Harry's is like. Or even how to find it out. Ron bit at his lip. I don't like it. Malfoy gave me a wizard's oath that he meant Harry no harm. He won't violate that, even if he could. He's much too proud. Wanker. And I don't know Harry's signature either. We're too young to know the spells. Bet Snape, Dumbledore and, maybe, Malfoy know it though. Hermione nodded. She was the smartest witch of her generation, but she was still only 16. Her resources were limited by her age. I bet. But, why couldn't Harry go to Gringotts and just get some money? He's got pots and pots of gold there. Ron made a rude noise. Yeah, like the goblins are going to just hand money over to an underage runaway. They'd turn him over to Dumbledore or just send him right back to those muggles. He's not emancipated, see? And, as far as I know, he doesn't have a guardian. Ron got a funny look on his face. I wonder. Malfoy, I just got a really creepy idea. Never mind. Potato salad. Hermione took the offered salad and wondered briefly what Ron had been going on about. She dismissed the thought and turned her attention to her food and Ron. Harry managed to endure one more night as a table, but he knew it wasn't for him. His meditation helped him through the 2-hour shift, but he felt like he was suffocating nevertheless. He let the handler pick him up and unfasten the chains so he could walk. When he got to the back, he was handed a robe, socks and tea. He'd change out of the last of the outfit as soon as he was warm again. Between the tea and the robe, it didn't take him long to warm up. When he stood to change his clothing, one of the handlers helped him off with the tight shorts. He gave Harry a different pair of shorts and a barrel jacket. Johnny said to just wander around the club. Smile at the customers, smooge a bit. If you're not going to work the back, you'll need to find a few men to pay for your time. Harry gave the man a startled look. Pay for my time? Like like lap dances, or just sitting and gazing at them with a worshipful look on your face as they tell you their troubles. And, if you become a dancer, which I think you will, you'll have some men who'll stick money in your shorts just so they can touch that little bit of you. Harry gave the man a shocked look. Touch me. Not, I don't think I like that. No touching anything but the side of your shorts. They stick money in them. Or your G-string. But no touching much more. He realized that Harry wasn't too sure about that, so he suggested that Harry go see. You watched the last set a couple of days ago. Frankie and Johnny don't let anyone touch them. But some dancers don't mind. Others, the customers, throw the tips on stage. It's up to you. If you don't want to be touched, that's up to you. Why don't you go down and watch for a while? See what happens and what you're comfortable with. Harry shrugged. It didn't matter much to him. He was done for the night, so he decided to do what the man suggested. It couldn't hurt. He slid into the back of the stage this time, keeping quiet so that he wouldn't be heard in the audience. Not that it made much difference, the audience was yelling and cheering the dancer on stage. The music was fairly loud too. Harry watched the dancer and realized that it was Paul. He was very good and the audience showed their appreciation by showering the stage with notes. Paul finished his dance and slipped between the halves of the curtain. Harry, how's it hanging? Look at all the notes. And I'm supposed to pick them all up myself. But I'm not used to this and I'm sweating and panting a bit. The makeup is coming off that damn tattoo and I can't go back on stage looking like this. What am I going to do? Harry glanced at Paul's thigh. The makeup had indeed smeared off enough that anyone who knew what to look for would see it plainly. Well, why don't I go out and collect it? I can't dance, but who's going to complain if I just walk out and pick up stuff? I don't know. All I know is that no one but dancers are supposed to be on stage. Paul frowned for a moment, glancing uneasily at the curtain, which was about to go back up. He brightened and grinned. I know. Why don't you just say? Why crawl out there and pick it up? That'll cover everything, including the fact that you're a lock boy. I'll give you 5 inches. Harry didn't need the money, but he knew that Paul needed to get his tips off the stage so that the next dancer could go on. He agreed to do it if it was okay with the MC. It was. So Harry found himself crawling onto the stage, gathering money in both hands as he crawled across the stage, thinking, cat thoughts and hoping he wasn't making a fool of himself. Evidently he wasn't, as some men tried to touch him to tuck money into his shorts. He let them touch, as long as they didn't get too personal. No one did, and he managed to make his way around the footlights without embarrassing himself. He got off the stage and handed Paul the money he'd picked up from the floor. He also tried to give Paul the money that had been tucked into his shorts. Paul refused that with a grin. No way. That's yours. You earned it fair and square. Go show it to Frankie. He'll be beside himself. No one has ever gotten tips for picking up money before. Scoot. Shoo. Paul flapped one hand at Harry to send him on his way. Frankie. Look. Harry handed Frankie the money he'd gotten. I got that from crawling for Paul's tips. Is it good? I mean, a lot. Frankie took the money and counted while Harry explained what had happened. That was okay, wasn't it? I don't want to get Paul into trouble or anything, but his tattoo was showing. He'd sweated the makeup off. Harry ran a hand through his hair. It was still growing out and had nearly reached his shoulders. Quit fiddling with that. You need a trim again. Your fringe is in your eyes. And this is very respectable for just a pickup crawl. Most guys get 5 pounds at most. There's 15 pound here. Great job. How did your shift go? Harry sighed. I don't like it. I can do it if you need a fill-in, but I don't want to do it full time. I'd rather tend bar. I know you had high hopes for me, but yuck. Please don't ask me to do it full time. Frankie didn't bother to hide his disappointment. That wasn't how it worked in his world. Well, I'm sorry you don't like it. Too bad. The money is so good. But if you don't, you don't. Bartending doesn't pay as well by half. But, earning this much money just for a crawl. You'll make a killer dancer. I can work you up a routine over the week. You can practice it along with your kata. You want to try? Harry nodded. Sure. And, if Paul is willing, I can teach him to juggle bottles so he can tend bar too. That way we're covered better in case of sickness or someone quitting. What do you think? Great idea. And we'll know if Paul is going to work out as a dancer in about an hour. The MC will count his tips and his opinion of the level of applause as the deciding factor. Now, Scoot. Go play in traffic or something. Harry laughed at that and left to go bother Waldo for a while. He'd find out whether Paul made it when they walked home. Well, how did Paul do? I really hope he gets to dance, he wants to so badly. Johnny just looked at Frankie. Harry's big heart and generous spirit never failed to please them both. You do, huh? Even if it puts you tending bar and watching the door. Sure. He needs it much more than I do. He's got his mum to look after, doesn't he? Harry skipped backwards, facing his two friends. That's so. And he did make it, but we lost another of the dancers. He fell at home and wrenched his knee something awful. He's out for at least 6 months. So looks like you both made it. But Waldo says that you're only to get the second performance because he needs you at the bar too much. So you'll be doing your bottle juggling for the first part of the evening and dancing the second set. How's that? Harry did a little jig, making Frankie wince. That's great. That way I don't put Waldo out any. He really does need me to do the prep for him, and the early rush is always a bunch of people wanting what Waldo calls frou-frou drinks. I put on a show and they spend time watching me. It gives Waldo, and me, time to get the drinks out. They're too busy watching me to get impatient. And you have to count my tips soon. The jar is getting really full. Johnny just laughed. Didn't anyone tell you that you're supposed to bring one of us the jar on Sunday? Harry shook his head. No, Waldo just said that they had to be counted for taxes. No one told me when. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Okay. I'm interested to see how much is there. Frankie sighed. They were going to take forever to get to sleep. Harry was excited. Johnny was too. Frankie had to admit that he was just as excited as they were. Cocoa is definitely in order. I'm so excited about Harry's success that I'll never get to sleep. Harry made the cocoa, but helped himself to a drop of dreamless sleep before slipping between his sheets. He was much too excited to sleep without it. Harry glanced at his watch and smiled. He still had plenty of time. He had decided to just spend today painting. He was still trying to decide which plants he was going to put in his herbology project. For today, he was just going to enjoy working on techniques. He really liked mixed media, a combination of watercolors, pencil and acrylics. As he painted, Harry idly wondered when Frankie was going to have his dance routine ready. He wondered if he'd be any good. He was washing a brush when a voice from the door startled him. What is it that Harry Potter sir is doing? Harry stopped the flood of water in mid-air, before it hit the floor. Damn, Dobby, give me a heart attack, why don't you? Dobby flicked one finger and banished the water that Harry was holding. I is sorry. Dobby thought Harry Potter sir hear the knock on the door. Frankie sir let me in. Dobby hopped onto the bed and settled comfortably. Dobby is thinking that Masters Frankie and Johnny is suspecting something. They is really nice to Dobby, but they is giving him some very odd looks. Dobby is worried. Yes, he is. I know. They suspect something, but I don't think they will do anything. As long as we don't bring trouble to their door, that is. Just be polite, okay? Okay. Dobby is always being polite. What is Harry Potter sir doing? I'm painting. I've decided to make a portfolio of medicinal and potion ingredient herbs for my herbology project. And speaking of potions, can you get me some more headache potion? I'm all out. Dobby's ears rose, fluttered like leaves in a breeze, then fell. Dobby is sorry, he cannot. Potions Professor Severus Snape is brewing and counting. He takes inventory twice a term and brews more potions. He is counting everything and putting it in his book. That's okay. I'll manage with paracetamol. Be really careful around him. He's as suspicious as they come. Don't get yourself in trouble on my account. Dobby pulled his ears, making a soft whimpering sound. Harry reached over and took Dobby's hands in his. Dobby's hands were slender and delicate, strange for so tough a creature. Dobby, stop that. I know you want to please me, but I just really need you to be my friend. I need friends more than I need servants. Understand? Dobby sighed and nodded. Yes, Dobby understands. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is friend. Friends help friends. Dobby is sad he cannot help Harry Potter, sir. Harry patted Dobby's hands then released them. Dobby. Can I ask you for something? Dobby blinked his huge eyes then nodded. Harry Potter, sir, can ask for anything within Dobby's power to grant. Harry flushed but blurted, "Can I touch your ears?" Dobby looked a bit startled and taken aback. Unless it's really rude or something that is. No, nothing like that. It is just why is Harry Potter, sir, wanting to touch Dobby's ears? I just always wondered what they feel like. It's silly. Dobby just bent his head so that Harry could reach. All right, Harry Potter, sir, can touch. But no pulling. Harry reached out and gently stroked one of Dobby's ears. It was soft and warm, the skin smooth as silk. Dobby's ear twitched and shivered a bit. Harry dropped it at once. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? I didn't mean to. Dobby shook his head vigorously, ears flapping. No, Harry Potter, sir, did not hurt Dobby. It was nice. Can Dobby touch Harry Potter, sir's ear? Harry replied, sure, and tipped his head within Dobby's reach. Dobby's cool fingers stroked Harry's ear gently. It is very small. Dobby giggled a bit. And, you cannot move them at all. Such a shame, ears is so expressive. Harry settled back in his chair. Well, looks like I'm stuck. They both laughed companionably. Harry told Dobby about what he'd been doing and Dobby returned the favor. They gossiped for quite a while, until Frankie stuck his head in the door. Hi, guys, hungry? Dobby started to shake his head, realized that he hadn't pulled up his hood and gave a dismayed squeak. Frankie just shook one finger at him. If you'd have told us that you are a thalidomide baby, we wouldn't have been worried, or rude enough to stare. If you're hungry, come to the kitchen and we'll fix something. Harry blinked at Dobby, who just shrugged and hopped off the bed. Dobby is hungry. We can eat something. Yes. Yes. I'm starved. Let's go. Dobby followed Harry into the kitchen and suppressed the urge to take over the work. It was very rude to try to take over another elf's kitchen. He was sure it was the same with Muggles. Instead, he watched Johnny cook. It was just grilled cheese sandwiches and soup, but Johnny's motions were efficient, and he cleaned up after himself as he cooked. Dobby thought he was nearly as good as a house elf. Johnny set the food on the table with a cheerful, "There you go, eat up." They all dug in happily. Dobby remembered something he'd seen in a piece of newspaper he'd picked up. Harry is learning to dance. Harry nodded, swallowed his soup and replied, Frankie is working up a routine for me now. Why? There is a very famous belly dancer coming tonight to the Pasha's palace. He is very much recommended. Perhaps you should go see him. Harry glanced at Frankie. Johnny just shrugged. He wasn't sure he really wanted Harry going to the palace by himself, but he wasn't about to insult Harry by treating him like a child. I've heard that Khalil is going to be in town. Is that the name? Do you remember? Dobby nodded, nibbling at the crust of his sandwich. Yes, that is the name. Johnny sipped his tea. I think it would be a good idea for Harry to see him. Frankie. Frankie nodded, flicking a curl out of one eye. I think so too. I don't have time and neither do you, but the Pasha's palace is a decent place. He turned to Harry. If you want to go, I'll get you a ticket. Harry nodded, eyes bright. He'd never been to any sort of performance before and this sounded like fun. Okay, first show is probably already booked, you'll have to go to the second one. I'll go see if I can get you in. Frankie came back with a ticket to the front stage area held triumphantly in one hand. Express print is so great. I printed this out from our printer. It's for the second show which starts at 9 p.m. on the dot. We'll be at work, so you'll take a cab. The neighborhood isn't bad but we don't want anyone mistaking you for a gutter boy. Harry winced slightly at that. No one noticed except Dobby. Oh, Harry went to the club with his friends and just hung around for a while. It was his day off but he always found someone to talk to there, or something interesting to do. In this case he wound up sitting in the lounge getting an impromptu lesson on beeps. How to pick them, how to use them, how to sneak one on a customer and some other things that made his eyes pop. The next thing on the list was blow jobs. I don't know. I've never had one, or given one. All I ever did was be look out for this guy who did give them. There was a bit of laughter and some hooting, all good-natured. Harry took it in the spirit it was meant. Gary shrugged. Well, we'll have to remedy at least part of that. Harry flushed heavily. I don't think. I mean, I've never. Everybody laughed again. Gary shook his head, exclaiming, no contact. No contact. I like my balls where they are, thank you. Frankie would rip them off for me if I let anyone touch you, or asked you to blow someone. He took something from Waldo. Meet my friend, Cuke. He loves blow jobs. He handed Harry a Chinese cucumber. Harry snickered and took it. Okay, John Cuke needs a beep. Now what? So Gary showed Harry how to tuck the beep into his cheek and sneak it onto the customer. I know and you know that he knows you did it, but the illusion holds. Most won't object. If they do, just get up and leave. Harry nodded. Okay. Good advice. And, Harry, never let anyone try to make you do something you know isn't good for you. Not even Frankie or Johnny. They'll listen if you explain your reasoning. If whoever won't listen, get out of there. Got me? Harry nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Yeah, I do. Gives me some stuff to think about. Thanks for the advice. Good. Now, sort of hollow out your cheeks and beep. Harry obeyed, and 15 minutes later half the room was either Ning or laughing, the other half were just speechless. Harry had beeped the skin off part of the cucumber. Oh, wow, what I wouldn't give to be that good. Harry just gave them all an evil grin and bit the top off the cucumber, crunched it and swallowed. Oh my god, you did not just do that. Several men crossed their legs or cupped their groin protectively. Harry smirked and tossed the remaining part of the cucumber to Waldo. That's what happens to someone who tries something I don't like. Harry glanced at the clock on the wall. I gotta go. I want to get there a little early so I can get seated. Everyone said their goodbyes and scattered to their places for the second half of the evening. Harry went into the front of the club and had the new doorman call him a cab. Johnny was waiting there to see him off. Oh, Lucius Malfoy was not pleased. He glared at the Muggle private eye and waited for him to explain himself. Well, sir, here's the problem. The kid has never had a school picture taken. There's no really good picture of him at all. And I have no idea which of about 20 red light districts in London he might have been attracted to. I've put out the word to every pimp, whore and cop I know. They're all looking for him, but it's slow going. Those kids cover for each other like crazy. The health agencies won't give out information without proper authorization, either. I'm stuck. I'll keep my ear to the ground, but I'm not promising anything. I'm really sorry. I see. I'm extremely worried about my ward. He was in the custody of his aunt and uncle, who abused him in a fashion I can't comprehend. I managed to get myself appointed his guardian by court order. Now I need to find him and let him know that he won't be abused in my house. The detective sighed and rubbed his face. That's going to be a real bitch. See, I know these kids. I work with them all the time. They don't trust anyone, with good reason. You're going to have the devil of a time convincing him to trust you. And, on that note, good day, sir. I'll send you a weekly report. The detective got up and walked out the door. Draco saw him to the outer door and returned to the library. Well, this is just wonderful. No magic to trace, and even that Muggle can't find Harry. Where the hell is he? Weasley and Granger are going mental. Dumbledore is driving Snape round the bend and nothing is happening. I've even sent Crabbe and Goyle out. I've gone myself. Someone's going to catch us sneaking out sooner or later, and I don't fancy the punishment if we get caught. Lucius just tapped one finger on his desk, thinking sourly of all the time they'd lost searching for Harry in what he now knew to be the wrong places. You'll bear the punishment like a Malfoy, I trust. As best I can, Father. You know my physical limitations as well as I. Draco's sour face made Lucius wince slightly. That's as much as I can ask. You'd better return to Hogwarts now. It's getting late enough that Dumbledore will call you on the carpet for not returning in good time. It wouldn't do to abuse your privileges yet. Draco bowed his head slightly. I'll return at once. Father. Lucius nodded to Draco to ask his question. No question, just thank you for making it possible for me to come home so often. Every other weekend is better than the old once a term. Lucius just smiled. I'll go now. Goodbye. Draco left for the house apparition point. Lucius turned his attention to his other Potter-related problem. Oh. Harry settled in his seat and asked the waiter for a Shirley Temple screwdriver with an extra cherry. The waiter asked to see his ID before the Shirley Temple really clicked. He gave Harry an apologetic smile and walked off. Harry mumbled to himself, as if I'd take a chance on getting kicked out for an ounce of vodka. Blah. He'd sneaked a sip of everything in the bar while he was working. He didn't like most of it. He looked at the stage and realized with some glee that the curtains weren't closed properly. That meant that he was going to get a decent look at the preparations for the performance. He watched as a few simple props were retrieved from the stage floor and placed in a neat pile on a small table. The arrival of his drink distracted him and he took the opportunity to ask if the second set was going to start on time. Yeah, in fact, I think he's going to start a bit early. The house is full and the doors are shut. There's no real reason to delay. Khalil is pretty good about things. You'll know when the performance is about to start. The music changes to some whiny thing. Not bad stuff, but it takes some getting used to. Just then the music did change. The curtains opened and a man stepped out. Harry hadn't been sure what to expect, some sort of drag queen, perhaps. This man was all male. No, fainting fairy, here. He watched as the man danced. He didn't know the names of most of the moves, but he really wanted to learn them. He watched as Khalil performed belly rolls, hip kicks and other moves he didn't know the names of. He blinked when the man stood and just fluttered one pectoral then the other. That he could do. He and Ron had teased the Gryffindor girls by doing it when they knew they were being watched. He could also do the belly rolls. He knew he had to speak to Frankie about the routine. He now had ideas of his own. He just hoped Frankie wasn't too far along in the choreography. He stared with such intensity that Khalil noticed him. He was sitting up front and center stage. Frankie had pulled in a favor to get him that close to the stage. When the performance was over, Khalil told one of his people to go ask the beautiful, green-eyed Ifrit if he would come backstage. Harry most certainly would. He slipped between the curtains and entered the backstage area. One of the dancers' entourage led him farther back into one of the dressing rooms. Hello, my young admirer, do you dance? Harry smiled a bit hesitantly. What did this man want? Not yet. I'm going to try out for a place at the Silken Cage. I hope to win a spot on stage. I was really interested in your performance. It was brilliant. Really great. Khalil smiled at Harry. First, don't worry that my intentions are other than honorable. My wife would kill me. You're about the age of my oldest son. Harry flushed a bit. Oh, don't blush like that. It's good that you are cautious. 2. Do you have any dancing skills? Harry thought about that for a moment then admitted, I can dance a little but not enough. Not nearly good enough for something like that. Khalil just shrugged. He'd see about that. This boy fascinated him for some reason and, when that happened, he usually just went with his feelings. In this case, his feelings were telling him to teach the boy, so he would. Ha, we'll see about that. Are you good at sports? Harry, remembering his first Quidditch match, nodded. Yeah, I'm taking mixed martial arts classes right now. Yes, very good. So you understand muscle control. That's all belly dancing is. Here, I'll show you a quick routine. See. Khalil turned on a small CD player and danced for a bit. He demonstrated the 3 or 4 easiest moves, simple hip movements that Harry named. Kicks, a shimmy, hip circles, and the abdominal roll that looked so hard and was really fairly easy. He turned off the player and pointed to Harry. Now, you. Harry posed in the middle of the room. Okay, here goes nothing. Khalil walked up to Harry and gave him a soft slap on the cheek. No, never belittle yourself. You are wonderful, powerful, a man among men. And you have to mean it. Understand? Harry shook his head, big-eyed and startled. Khalil seemed so angry. When you belittle yourself, you demean yourself. You give your power away. Do not do that. Harry thought for a moment then nodded. Yeah, I see. Well, here goes something. How's that? Khalil nodded and turned on the CD player again. Harry danced the best he could and ended in a classic belly dance pose. Good, good. You learn very quickly. I'll have you back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Bring your choreographer with you. You do have one, don't you? Yes. My roommate, Franklin James, is working on something for me. I'm not sure exactly what it is yet. Khalil looked extremely pleased. Oh, you lucky boy. Frankie is a wonderful choreographer. I'll see both of you then. I'll call him myself. Now, it's late and you should go. I need my sleep and so do you. Harry thanked Khalil and left, feeling a bit dazed at his good luck. He just hoped Frankie wouldn't take Khalil's interference amiss. He didn't. By the time Harry got back home, Frankie was in a tizzy of glee. Harry, he did ask you to come back tomorrow. His assistant implied that he would. Oh, man, if Khalil has agreed to teach you for even one lesson, you're so lucky. He said to be back at 10 a.m. And he said to get a good night's sleep. Is it that good? It's better than good. Your career is made. Frankie hugged Harry, who hugged back. Now, I'd love to gossip all night, but you better get to bed, it's nearly 1. Harry wished Frankie good night and headed for bed. Johnny stopped him at his door with a quick hug and a congratulations. Harry settled in bed with a soft groan. He'd forgotten that he had a class with Lou Sefu tomorrow as well. He sighed, checked that his clock was set for 8 a.m. and settled back to sleep. Oh, Draco rubbed his face. It was worse than he'd thought it would be. When word got out that he'd refused the mark, half Slytherin had started shunning him. Most of the rest were either passively or actively trying to injure him in some way. Right now he was trying to get back to his rooms in Slytherin House. Lucius had managed to get him moved to a very small suite at the very bottom of the 4-floor house. It provided him with a safe haven, but only if he could reach it. Right now he was hiding in the door to the locked potions classroom. The group that was chasing him were the students that Hermione called the Minidas. Draco had no idea who was in the group and didn't really care, he just wanted them to leave him alone. They'd played every dirty prank there was on him, not that any of them had actually worked. He was, after all, a Malfoy. And Severus nearly always seemed to be somewhere nearby. Draco, what are you doing there? Hermione's voice made Draco jump. Damn it, Granger, shout, why don't you? Draco pushed a lock of hair out of his face. I am hiding from the Minidas if you must know. They've been making a real nuisance of themselves and I don't fancy getting a detention for using magic in the hallways. All I want is to get to my quarters and do my homework. If you'll excuse me. Ron Weasley's voice made both of them jump. Won't. We'll walk you to your rooms. Don't like you, but I don't like them more. Come on. Draco decided to accept the offered escort in the spirit of fence mending. Thank you. You'll come in for a moment, of course. Ron just nodded. There were standards and Molly had taught him proper pure blood manners, even if he didn't use them much. Hermione gave him a look, but he just jerked his head. She knew he'd explain later so she just followed along. Draco led them into the Slytherin entryway, opened his door and invited Ron and Hermione in. Please, make yourself at home. I'll send for tea, shall I? Ron settled on the couch and pushed the low coffee table closer to Hermione's chair. Yes, thank you. Draco handed around the teacups and placed the plate of cookies on the table. Biscuit. Ron shook his head. No, thanks. Game of chess. Draco nodded his head, made sure that the plate was within Hermione's reach and tapped the table with his wand, producing a chess set. An hour later he surrendered. Bugger. Check and mate. Evil. That's what you are. Ron smiled a little smugly. I know. No one in Gryffindor will play me anymore. Not even Hermione. Hermione laughed. I don't care for being beaten in 6 moves. She started to say something else, but Ron gave her his, later, please, look so she just thanked Draco for the tea and cookies, telling him they had to leave before they got caught out after curfew. Ron agreed with her, thanked Draco for the tea and dropped the other shoe. Yes, thanks, and what's up with your dad and Harry? Do you know where he is? Draco spluttered, caught completely off guard. I don't know. I can't tell you anything. I swear, if I knew where he was, I'd tell you. There's stuff I can't discuss it just yet. Why aren't you a mini? I'd think you'd eat it up. Draco thought for a second then decided that a clean B. East of the matter was his best course of action. I won't take the mark. I attended a meeting during halls and frankly, Voldemort has lost his mind. He's not about pure blood rights anymore, he's raving bonkers. He hurt my father. I won't stand for that. Father was one of his right-hand men and Draco trailed off, remembering. Ron just nodded to himself. Okay, got it in one. You've changed sides. Did you swear any oaths? Draco shook his head. No, but if you like, I will. Draco offered Ron his wand, holding it by the tip. Ron pulled out his wand and returned the favor, grasping Draco's wand by the handle. Draco grasped Ron's and said, I swear a wizard's oath that I have changed allegiances and now uphold the light. I will do all in my power to support and defend Harry Potter. He released Ron's wand. Good enough. Ron tucked his wand away. Yeah, you have any more trouble with the minis, let us know. Draco nodded, bowed slightly to Hermione, and said, thank you, I will. You better go, you're cutting it really close. Ron showed Hermione out and spent the quick trip to Gryffindor explaining wizard's oaths to Hermione. Oh, Lucius took the parchments from the goblin, nodded his head and started reading. The goblin snorted and stomped to the door. Turning he grimaced, showing all his teeth. I'll be right outside if you need anything else. Thank you, Muckrake. I'll want you again when I'm done reading these. Lucius didn't bother to look up. Muckrake blinked once then left. It was very unusual for a wizard or witch to remember a goblin's name. It took Lucius almost 4 hours to read through all the parchments, 4 hours that were a sore trial to his nerves. He was brought tea and food which he consumed absently. When he was finally done reading he summoned Muckrake and asked if there was any more information. Muckrake informed him that there was a complete set of books on hand for his perusal, if he was wanting that much information. I don't believe that's necessary. I want all disbursements from the Potter and Black Vaults halted, except for those necessary to the maintenance of his properties. I want details on all disbursements from the date of Lily and James' death to date. Are there actually any estate managers? The goblin shook his head. Hire some. There are 4 farms, they need a manager each. And Potter House must be put in order. Grimmauld Place as well. I'll be leaving the details up to you, but I want reports on everything weekly. This is just disgraceful. Disgraceful. Where is all this money going to? I want to know. Yes, sir, we'll have a complete report for you in 2 days. Excuse me for asking, but would you be wanting to initiate recovery attempts? Lucius thought about that for a moment. Possibly. I'll make my final decision after I find out where it's going. But no more withdrawals are to be allowed without my personal approval. May I speak? Lucius crushed the urge to sneer ruthlessly. Please. We, the goblins of Gringotts, are pleased to see that someone is taking care of young Potter's interests. May your gold increase. And yours. Lucius felt a strange, warm feeling. No goblin had ever wished him well before. Oh. Severus counted vials of potions and tins of salve, some were missing. Not many and nothing dangerous or addicting, but it was worrisome all the same. He needed to know where the potions were going so he could make sure that nothing on the interdicted list went missing. He decided to set a trap. After spelling his cupboards to sound an alarm if anyone but him opened them, he decided to check on Draco. He knew that Draco was having a hard time just now. Everyone in Slytherin either avoided him like a plague or pranked him mercilessly. Draco was good at defense, both he and Lucius had seen to that, but it was wearing to be constantly on guard. No one knew this better than he did. He paused in front of Draco's door, hearing voices within. He quite frankly put his ear to the door to eavesdrop. He listened for a moment then smiled slightly to himself. He wasn't sure how Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley had wound up in Draco's quarters, but it was sure to be a good thing. He slipped away, promising himself to congratulate Draco on his success later. Oh, Harry sighed and woke up, not that he wanted to. He knew he needed to get up soon so that he wouldn't be late to his lessons, but the bed was so warm and comfortable that he really just wanted 10 more minutes. His clock shrilled again and he considered hexing it. Harry Potter, sir. You is not to be hexing that clocking. Get up. Dobby is here with headache potion and some healing creams. Up. You is going to be late. Harry snarled softly, but got up. I'm up. I'm up. But my bed was so nice. Beds is nice when there is time for laying about. Not for when Harry Potter sir has 20 minutes to get ready for class. Harry sighed and grabbed the clothing Dobby was holding out for him. Thanks. I'm off. Breakfast. You must eat. Not before a class, I'll just sick up. I'll get something right after. Dobby nodded. Good. Hurry now. Harry trotted off, calling out that he was leaving. Frankie answered, reminding him that he had to be back by 9:30 or he'd have to meet up with them at the Pasha's palace. Harry made it to the dojo in plenty of time by jogging all the way. He asked Dobby why he couldn't use his time trick to help him get to class, and Dobby replied that he could still be seen on the street. That wasn't very wise for someone who wanted to keep a low profile. Lu Sefu greeted him when he stepped in the door of the dojo. Harry, not expecting him to be right there, nearly hit him. Lu Sefu ducked easily. Harry apologized in a flustered manner that made Lu laugh. After chuckling for a moment, Lu Sefu got serious. Harry, your reaction just now has convinced me of one thing. You've been under physical attack before and you know how to fight. This has me confused. I know you were beaten very badly. How did this happen? Harry knew better than to try to hide anything from his teacher, so he just explained that he couldn't seem to beat his uncle, even though he was slower and fatter. He just seemed to freeze the second the man yelled. Ah, I see. What has happened then, is that you have a PD. A psychological domination. Your uncle started beating you when you were very young. Harry just nodded. I thought so. So, we break it. And I'm going to teach you weapons. I wasn't planning to, but I think you need to learn a few. Harry bit his lip. I'm only afraid of Uncle Vernon, not fat men in general. But weapons sound interesting. What kind of weapons? Throwing pins, rope dart and bow staff. The pins are easy to hide, the dart also. A bow can be any staff or even a mop handle. You ever watch Jackie Chan movies? Harry had to admit that he hadn't. Lu Sefu told him to see every one he could find, then proceeded to have Harry meditate on his uncle. It was distasteful in the extreme, but Harry let Lu Sefu guide him through a meditation. He was led through all his feelings for his uncle and wound up weeping like a baby. He sniffled himself calm and sighed. I would have loved them, if they'd let me. I would have done anything for them. Now all I really want is never to see any of them again. Is that bad? No, Harry, it's not bad. It's entirely natural. You don't want anything to do with someone who was cruel to you. Why would you? That's not bad at all. Now, 10 laps around the dojo. While you're running, I'll get the weapons ready. Go. Harry ran. 10 laps wasn't that much now that he'd started jogging, but it was enough to keep him busy until Lu Sefu had the weapons laid out. Harry, come here now. Harry walked over, twisting his back to keep it loose. Good. Pace in place a bit to cool off while I explain these weapons to you. Harry paced back and forth in front of the small table while Lu Sefu showed him the throwing pins and rope dart. Harry was looking at the dart itself. He picked it up and fingered it for a second. He put it down and picked up one of the throwing pins. Okay, I understand the pins, but the dart has me stumped. You throw the pins like little daggers, but what do you do with a plumb bob on a string? Lu Sefu laughed softly. That's the first time I've heard it called that. I'll demonstrate. He walked out to the middle of the room and bowed to Harry. Harry bowed back and set himself to watch. Lu Sefu stood in the middle of the room, holding the rope in one hand and the dart in the other. Suddenly he threw the dart, let it flash to the end of the rope and tweaked the rope to bring it back. Instead of catching it, he let the rope wrap around his neck once, then flicked it away with a jerk of his shoulder. Harry grinned as Lu Sefu continued to move gracefully around the room, the dart making a flickering halo around him. Harry idly wondered what the red scarf was for. Lu Sefu gathered the dart and rope into a compact bundle. I don't know what weapons will help you the most, so I'm going to teach you what I think are the ones most easily hidden, are found close at hand. Harry nodded, then pointed. Why does it have a scarf on it? Helps to misdirect the opponent. Most people will go for the scarf instead of the dart. The dart is ahead of it, so all they get is the rope. That doesn't do them much good. Understand? Harry nodded. Come help set up the targets. Harry helped Lu Sefu set up a couple of boards with profiles painted on them. He stepped out of the way and watched as Lu Sefu strapped leather bands around his arms. Each band had several of the throwing pins in it. Lu Sifu turned his back on the targets. When he turned back around, all Harry saw at first was his extended arm. The thunks of the pins hitting the target almost took him by surprise. He blinked once and missed the entire next series of moves. All he saw was the results. Every target had at least 2 pins sticking out of it, every one in a kill zone. Damn. I missed all the last. I blinked. A gentle laugh was his first answer. That's okay. The first thing I'm going to do is see which of the 2, dart or pin, you're most suited to. Lu Sifu handed Harry the rope dart and had him take the middle of the floor. Harry followed the teacher's instructions and managed to work his way slowly through a short kata without hitting himself more than 3 or 4 times. Ow. I think I need to practice that in a more open area. Harry put the rope dart back on the table. Lu Sifu handed him several pins. Okay. I watched how you held them, but I'm not sure exactly how to throw one. Lu Sifu just helped Harry with his grip, then stepped back and watched Harry experiment until he could throw with creditable accuracy, especially for his first try. Harry glanced at the clock and smiled. Dobby was up to his usual trick of holding back time. He turned to Lu Sifu and said, "Sir, I have an appointment at 10 a.m. with Khalil. He's a very well-respected dance teacher, who's offered to teach me. I need to leave a bit early today, so I better get on with my chores, if you don't mind me cutting class just a bit short." Lu Sifu looked at Harry's shining eyes and had to smile. He looked about 12. That's fine. Why don't you take a shower and skip your chores just this once? You can do an extra good job next time. And do your exercises this evening. Now. Go. Shoo. Harry grinned, bowed gracefully and hurried out. He showered quickly and dressed in his leather pants and green silk shirt. He stuffed his GI into his duffel along with the practice pins and the rope dart. He'd had to laugh at the practice dart. It was a red rubber ball. He hurried through the outer dojo and into the street. He was early enough that he could go home and catch up with Frankie there, instead of having to take a cab to the Pasha's palace himself. Oh. Frankie met him at the door with scrambled eggs, toast and tea. Eat quick. The cab is on the way. You need a shower. Harry shook his head, mouth full of toast. He swallowed his eggy toast and mumbled, "Took one at the dojo before I left. How am I supposed to shower when the cab's on the way? Trick I was going to show you, if you needed it. Remind me to tell you about it someday." A horn honking outside put all other thoughts out of their heads. Harry crammed the last of the toast and eggs into his mouth, creating a look much like a chipmunk. Frankie laughed and pushed him out the door. The cabbie just barely glanced at them, announced that there'd be no funny business in his cab and pulled away from the curb. The ride didn't take more than 10 minutes, during which Frankie gave Harry a quick rundown on what was expected from him. He didn't think he'd have much trouble with it. After all, he managed to keep Lu Sifu happy. Oh. They got to the palace and knocked on the side door. It was opened by a middle-aged man who directed them to the backstage area. Khalil was already there, waiting for them to show up. He turned and smiled at Harry and offered Frankie his hand. "Hello. I'm pleased to meet you at last. I've heard very good things about you. Half owner of the Silken Cage and choreographer." Frankie shook hands and nodded. "That's me. Harry here is living with me and Johnny for a bit. We want him to be one of our premier dancers." "I see. You don't want him for the back rooms." Frankie blinked once. He hadn't been aware that Khalil knew the nature of their club. Not that he was ashamed of it, but by the very nature of the club, they were secretive. "Johnny and I would like him to work in the back. He'd be a beautiful sub. But Harry doesn't feel comfortable with it, so it's no go. He'll be a dancer instead. We really want him to start saving up a bit of back money. He'll need it when he moves on." Frankie looked right into Harry's eyes. "Which we hope won't be for a long time." Harry ducked his head and flushed with pleasure. "I'll stay as long as you want me to, or as long as I can. I'm not making any plans to move on anytime soon. I like it here." Khalil, satisfied with what he saw, called them to order with a soft, "So, now. I am happy. We dance." And dance they did. Khalil demonstrated moves and Harry and Frankie copied them. Harry was principal student and Frankie only incidental, but Khalil understood that Frankie, as choreographer, had to have a good understanding of the moves so he could choreograph them. They worked hard. Harry was, frankly, sweating, until nearly noon. Khalil called a halt then, had both Harry and Frankie drink a bottle of water, and called for lunch. His aide, camp follower, or whatever the man was, came in with a huge tray of food. He put the tray down on a base Khalil set out for him. The two men also tossed large cushions on the floor and motioned for Harry and Frankie to seat themselves. The tray was about 2 feet across and piled high with food. The middle of the tray had couscous piled high. There were different foods piled around that in little mounds, vegetables and roasted chickens, lamb and something Harry had never seen before. He thought it was some sort of bean paste. Khalil nodded to the man and said softly, "Thank you, my nephew, for all your work. Come, join us." Which answered Harry's question. The man was Khalil's nephew. He reached out for a piece of chicken, using his left hand. The nephew stopped him quickly. "Ah, no, not the left, always the right. You do not eat with the off hand." Harry blinked at Khalil, who just laughed. In the desert, water is in short supply. One does not eat with the same hand one wipes oneself with. That is the reason they cut off one hand as a punishment. Eat, eat. We will converse. You may ask any question you like. So Harry spent his entire meal asking questions about whatever came into his head. He loved it. These people were so open and willing to answer his questions. Frankie listened as well, enjoying Harry's rather ruthless inquisition. Khalil was amused and his nephew, Hamd, was as well. When the meal was done, Hamd rose and brought a large bowl of warm, rose-scented water and several towels back to the others. They all washed their hands and dried them on the towels. Then Khalil got them back to work. Harry wriggled and jiggled, shimmied and walked. He wondered if Sefu would still insist he should do his kata. "You are thinking much too much, young Raka. You are not paying proper attention to your belly rolls. What is distracting you?" Frankie started to say something, but Khalil hushed him with a look. Harry decided that the truth was the best answer. "I was wondering if my martial arts teacher would think I should still do my kata. I'm going to be beat by the time we're through." Khalil brightened. "This is interesting. Martial arts. No wonder you're so coordinated and pick up things so quickly." Harry shrugged. "I've always been really good at sports. My martial arts training is making me even better. And the jogging is improving my endurance. That's good for my dancing too, right?" Khalil smiled. "Yes, and I like the coal." At Harry's puzzled expression, he explained, "I believe you call it eyeliner." Harry smiled back at Khalil. "Yeah, I called it black stuff the first time I saw it. I like it. It's a bit different from that goth stuff. Just enough to show off my eyes. I've still got to learn stage makeup. I think it's more than a bit different, and I just had a thought. What about costumes? Where do I get a costume and how much do they cost, and what about my back? I've got to keep it covered." Damn. Frankie broke in before Harry could have one of his tizzies. He and Johnny had been treated to a few of those. Neither one of them liked it when Harry got himself worked up over things. He invariably made himself sick. "Harry, stop it. Don't worry about a costume, we'll help you get one. They don't cost that much. Johnny and I will pay for it and you can pay us back. You know that's our arrangement, we're keeping track of every cent. Now pay attention to Khalil." Harry took a deep breath and calmed himself. It wouldn't do him any good to upset himself. Frankie was right, they'd work it all out when he made his budget. That would be, as soon as he knew how much he was going to be making. He'd already had one made, when he started bartending, now he would need another. Okay. Sorry I freaked. You know I don't want you paying for everything. I need to stand on my own 2 feet, not lean on you guys forever. So, costume, makeup, what else?" Frankie shrugged. "A CD of music. That's about it." Khalil interrupted. "His back. What about his back? The back is one of the best attributes of a male dancer." Harry sighed. For their practice he'd just rolled his shirt up and tied it in a knot just at his east bone. Now he pulled it over his head. He turned his back to Khalil and the man snarled softly, a curse on his house and his loins. Harry shrugged. "He's my uncle. Now you see why I have to keep it covered. It's not really that bad. or so the guys at the cage tell me, but I still don't think customers want to see a scarred dancer. So do you have any suggestions? Yes, a short vest should do the trick. And a little body makeup will hide what you can't cover. Many dancers use body makeup, so no one much will even notice. And lighting might be of help too. Keep that in mind. Frankie nodded. He was fairly well informed when it came to lighting and such. He'd have to talk to the lighting man about that. After Frankie and Khalil discussed costumes and lighting a little more, with significant input from Harry, they went back to Harry's instruction, which lasted until nearly 3 p.m. Are we about done? I'm going to fall over soon. Harry knew he sounded like a whiner, but he couldn't help it. He was tired, hungry again, and thirsty. He just wanted to flop down somewhere and rest. Khalil shook his head but laughed. Fine, I'm more than twice your age, and I'm still standing. Harry made a face at Khalil and retorted without heat, yeah, but you do 2 shows a day every day but Sunday. Khalil put on a haughty expression. I do a matinee on Saturday. Harry just put a pillow over his head and groaned like he was dying. Very well, then. Khalil laughed sympathetically. I know you're tired, and we are done, so you may rest. Thank you. Oh, magnanimous one. May your makeup never run. Harry sat up to accept the bottle of water Hamd gave him. Harry thanked him, and gulped down half the water at one go. Khalil said his goodbyes, saying he needed to rest before his performance, which started at 7 p.m. Harry stood, thanked Khalil and laughed as he sauntered to the door, announcing, last lesson, say. Why walk number 2? Frankie laughed and said goodbye to Khalil. Well, let's get you home. I'll tell Sefu that you had enough of a workout today without doing your kata. We're both going to go home and rest. I feel like I've run miles. Harry could only sigh in gratitude. Usually Frankie would tell him to do whatever Sefu said. When they got home, he was taking a nap. Oh, Harry slept most of the evening, and woke up a bit on the grumpy side. He wandered out to the kitchen to find a note from Johnny. He wasn't working tonight as Frankie insisted that he only work 25 hours a week. The note simply said that there was a cold plate in the fridge for him and he wasn't to stay up all night or he wouldn't be able to wake up properly the next morning. The plate took exactly 2 minutes to be picked clean. Harry sighed and wished for more. He grinned. He didn't really want to cook, but he knew someone who did. Dobby, I want you, please. Dobby popped in, grinning happily. Hello, Harry Potter, sir. You was calling Dobby. Yes, I'm hungry and I thought we could visit a bit. And you could fix me something. Dobby hopped in place, clapping his hands. Oh, yes, Dobby is cooking anything Harry Potter sir is wanting. Harry grinned. Pasties. The kind we get at Hogwarts. With carrots in and peas. Coming right up. Dobby will be going back to Hogwarts to get the unbaked pies. They is made up for tomorrow. Dobby popped out and right back in. Here we is. Dobby will be putting them in the oven. Half an hour. Shall Dobby be making tea? Please. And, Dobby. Dobby just nodded. When you sit down, bring 2 cups. And teach me something fun. Dobby popped the pies into the oven and poked it with his finger. There. And tea is making. Dobby. Don't you have to preheat the oven? Dobby snickered a bit. Elves's is not preheating an oven, it is hot now. Dobby will show Harry Potter sir that spell and how to apparate without noise, and what would sir like to learn? Harry thought about it for a moment. I'd really like to learn transfiguration. I'm so bad at it that it's embarrassing. I know it's because I didn't have time to work on it properly. Okay. Dobby nodded. Yes, Dobby is teaching. Transfiguration is hard, even for Elves's. You have to have an exact picture in your head or you is winding up with not what you is wanting. Harry laughed. He'd managed in class fairly well, but when he needed something, his transfiguration usually didn't work at all well. I don't know, sometimes it's really interesting. Getting a cat instead of a cushion, fun. Not. Dobby laughed too. You was getting distracted too easily. Also, it is easier to change the shape of something than to create it. Like turning a spoon into a fork, or making 2 things from one larger thing of the same. You see. Harry nodded. Yeah, like taking a chunk of say silver and making spoons out of it. Yes, exactly. Elves's is doing that all the time. Dobby thinks it could be important. Harry took his cup of tea from Dobby and watched Dobby get his own. They settled in for a good gossip. Dobby told Harry about Draco's problem and how Hermione and Ron had helped him. Harry wondered if Draco could really be trusted but decided that, as he wasn't there, it wasn't his problem. Dobby, if I give you a message, can you get it to either Ron or Hermione? Yes, Dobby can do this. And Dobby is making sure that Dumbledore is not seeing it. Right. Right. Thank you. Just then there was a soft chime. Harry jumped a bit and glanced around. Dobby just hopped off his seat and opened the oven. The chime stopped. Is nothing but a timer chime. Harry Potter, sir, must relax. Here is food. Eat. Dobby put the hot tray on a mat on the table, and used magic to put plates and tableware down for both of them. They ate together, although Harry had 3 pies to Dobby's 1. Dobby smiled at Harry's appetite, and poured more tea. Harry finished the last of his food and pushed away the plate. Dobby started to reach for it, but Harry shook his head. Let me. I need the practice. You can make sure I don't shatter the stupid thing. Dobby shook his head, remembering Harry's first attempt to do dishes with elf magic. He'd shattered every one of them. Dobby had taught Harry the elven form of reparo and he'd spent 10 minutes fixing his mess. Harry managed to clean the dishes and get them back to their places without a chip. He felt inordinately proud of himself. He was beginning to feel much more comfortable with elf magic. Dobby settled back in his chair and nodded his approval, then turned his attention to teaching Harry how to transfigure a steel spoon into a fork. They worked on it for a while, until Harry glanced at the clock and realized that Frankie and Johnny would be back in 30 minutes. Damn, Dobby, I have to get to bed. Frankie will have my hide if he gets home and I'm still up. I have to work tomorrow, and he'll have a cow if I fall asleep at work. And Sefu will have me doing extra kata until I drop if I fall asleep at the dojo. Dobby had bristled at Harry's first sentence, but he nodded at the end of Harry's remarks. Yes, you is needing your sleep. Come, Dobby will help Harry Potter, sir. Harry just hurried to his room, tossing clothing off as he went. Dobby picked it all up and levitated it into the laundry hamper. He tucked Harry in and popped back to Hogwarts. Harry was sound asleep before Frankie and Johnny came in about 20 minutes later. Harry called to Frankie, as he bolted out the door. I'll be back a bit late today. Is my routine going to be ready? Yeah, I'm gonna finish it right now. Don't be late. Lou Sefu hates that. Harry groaned a bit as he jogged along. He'd been so excited last night that he'd had trouble getting to sleep, then he'd overslept this morning. He made it to the dojo with about 3 minutes to spare. He decided to just put his sweats on over his GI to save time, besides it was warmer. This winter was shaping up to be one of the coldest in recent memory. February was fading into March with no sign of warmer weather. In fact, it was raining or snowing almost daily. As Harry stripped off his sweats, he felt someone behind him. He didn't bother to check to see who it was. The shadow on the wall let him know that they had something in their hand and they were raising it over their head. He dropped into a crouch and kicked backwards. He caught Lou Sefu right in the solar plexus. He followed up his kick by darting away from his teacher. He wasn't sure what was up, so he was getting away until he knew more. Lou Sefu stood up, holding his stomach and panting slightly. Very good, you put me down. But why didn't you follow up? Harry backed up another step. I'm still not sure whether I'm going to follow up or not. What the hell was that about? Another test. You passed. Come here. Harry eyed his teacher for a moment, then walked over to him. Good. Now, no nonsense. Who's trying to kill you? And I don't want any dancing around. Harry thought for a moment, then told Lou Sefu a version of the same story he'd told Frankie and Johnny. His teacher nodded, gazing at him a bit suspiciously. There's more to this than you're telling me, but you've told me all I need to know. I'll teach you how to defend yourself as best I can. This has gone from lessons in mixed martial arts for art's sake to self-defense. He rubbed his stomach again. I can tell that you know when to hold back and when not to. Come along. Harry followed as soon as he got his things stowed away in his locker. Lou Sefu set Harry to do his meditation first, cautioning him to do a calming one after his surprise attack. Harry calmed himself easily enough and spent the rest of his meditation getting ready for his workout. Obviously the Sefu wanted his nerves steady. When he was done he went to stand by the table Lu Sifu had already set out. Harry examined the throwing pins and the dart. He decided that the dart wasn't for him, it was too hard to control. He didn't have time to learn how to use it, he needed some offensive weapons now. Sefu, I don't think I have time to learn the dart. I'm sorry. That's fine, Deshi, I'd like you to try to learn the bow, however. I think it will turn out to be useful. Harry thought about that for a moment. Okay. If you really think I should, I'll try. I'm ready if you are. Very good. Take a handful of the pins and throw them at the target. Never mind aiming right now. All I want you to do is work on form. After you have thrown all the pins, do your first kata. When you're done with that, come back to the table and throw the pins again. You will do that with each kata you know. Then I'll teach you another kata. Ready, go. Harry picked up the pins and threw them, one by one, at the target. He obeyed Lu Sefu and didn't really try to aim other than to make sure he hit the target somewhere. He didn't even bother to check exactly where they hit, he just started his kata. Lu Sifu pulled the pins from the target, amazed that Harry had managed as well as he had. He'd gotten all the pins within the 8 ring, an amazing accomplishment for someone who'd never thrown a pin before. Lu Sifu was beginning to realize that there was much more to his young Deshi than an abused boy. Something which worried him a great deal. Harry picked up the pins again, thought for a moment, then applied his seeker reflexes to the exercise. It made a real difference, the reflexes that helped him catch the snitch also helped him aim his pins. This time he got half the pins within the 9 ring. Lu Sefu was impressed. While Harry did his next kata, Lu Sifu watched him. Harry was learning at an incredible rate, almost as if he was having double sessions every other day instead of single ones. Or else he was just a really quick study. He never thought it might be both. Harry finished his second kata and had to stop for a second to breath. He found Lu Sifu right in his face. Did I tell you to stop? Harry shook his head. Then don't. Keep going. Move it. Harry picked up the pins and threw them for the 3rd time. He did just as well as he had the 2nd time and hurried to do his 3rd kata. By the time he finished his 3rd and hardest kata he was panting slightly and did rather poorly in throwing. He got 2 pins in the 7 ring and waited for Lu Sefu to dress him down. Instead, he announced that he was very satisfied with Harry's workout, handed him a bottle of water and told him to sit until he got his breath back. Well, that is surprising. I didn't expect you to do nearly as well. You only got 2 pins outside the 8 ring. Most impressive. Finish your water, rest a bit more and we'll start on your new kata. You're doing very well on the last one. I'm impressed with your progress, you're very physically coordinated and you don't try to stint on your exercises. You're as good as Frankie was at your age, in fact, I do believe you're a bit better. Come, I'll show you the next kata. Harry groaned to himself. Every time he learned a new kata, he went home exhausted, and today he was going to begin learning his dance routine. He sighed and set himself to watch as his teacher started the kata. Lu Sefu demonstrated the kata and watched as Harry worked his way through it. It took him 3 tries to get it correct. He was disgusted with himself and tossed his towel onto the floor with some force. What is it, my Deshi? Harry rubbed his face. I'm sorry, I'm so stupid. I should have this right by now. Lu Sefu stopped Harry from pacing by gripping his shoulders. He pulled Harry around to face with him and patted his cheek gently. What makes you say such a thing? I should have done better. I shouldn't take this long to get it. Lu Sefu shook his head and bent to pick up Harry's towel. You pick up the kata more quickly than anyone I've ever taught. Don't be so hard on yourself. Whoever gave you the idea that you're stupid should be kicked? Multiple times. Now, I want you to finish that water, go home, take a real rest. That means, no reading, no revising, nothing. Eat your lunch. I know you're going to start learning a dance routine today, relax. Frankie is more patient than I am, try to have some fun with it. Okay. Harry sighed. Okay. I'll get my chores done, shower and go home to rest. Thanks. My uncle always told me I couldn't learn anything, I'm too stupid to live. Lu Sefu just frowned and shook his head. Well, he's not only wrong, he's a fool. You're one of the brightest people I've ever taught. Now, scoot. Harry scooted. He did his chores quickly and grinned. Lucifu knew that something was going on. Harry got done with his chores too quickly, but as they were done properly, he didn't say anything. Harry was doing all his chores with elf magic, it made them really easy. He was going to have Dobby teach him more elf magic as soon as he was done learning his routine. He finished folding the last of the clean towels and left, calling to Lucifu to let him know he was leaving. Harry jogged back home, relieved that he'd done well on his new kata. Lucifu was always supportive, but now Harry knew that his praise was earned, not just given. He felt a feeling of calm accomplishment that he'd never had before. He fought hard for every crumb of praise he ever got. Now, here, he was praised and complimented every day, and he knew it wasn't just a show, they told him he earned it. He felt he did and grinned all the way home. When he got through the front door, he kicked his shoes off and called out that he was there. Frankie answered him from the office. Harry, will you make lunch? I'm in the middle of something. I know it's my turn, but I'd really appreciate the time to finish this before we go practice your new routine. Harry just called back that he'd get right on it. He went into the kitchen and washed his hands, then rummaged the fridge to see what there was to fix. He didn't find much and gave up in disgust. He didn't know whose turn it was to shop, but they hadn't done it. He never shopped because he wasn't on the household accounts, and groceries came out of that. No food. And what's up with that expression? Harry snorted in disgust. No food. Whose turn was it to shop? It didn't get done, whoever it was. So, there's nothing to cook. Let's get fish and chips, or shepherd's pie at the local, okay? Okay. And I've got your budget. We could go over it while we eat. Great. I really don't want to be a freeloader. You need some money to feed me with. I'll get lunch, shall I? Frankie nodded, ducking his head into his collar to avoid having a draft blow down his neck. Great. With buckets of tea. It's damn cold, season's clinging on, too. They made it to the pub and stumbled into the restaurant, half frozen. When they settled at their table and got menus, Harry tossed his onto the table with barely a glance. I'm having fish and chips, side salad, and wish I could have a Guinness, but I'll have to settle for tea. And for pudding I'll have He picked the menu back up and studied it for a moment. Wish there was a fruit pie on offer, but there's not, so I guess I'll settle for rice pudding. Frankie just sighed and ordered chicken Chiefs salad and tea. Bottomless pit, that's what you are. I'm glad to see you enjoy your tucker. Here's the budget. Let's go over it while we wait. Harry leaned over a bit so he could see the paper Frankie produced from his pocket. Frankie explained each entry in the budget and answered all Harry's questions. When he was done, he asked Harry to give him a summary, to see if Harry understood the underlying principles. Okay, let me see. I need to budget at least 10% for savings, half the budget goes for room and board, utilities and all that. Then food and clothing at 15% of the remainder each. Okay, I've forgotten something. Not really. I allow for one movie and dinner out a month, but that's up to you. You need to be careful of your spending. Try to save extra until you have at least 6 months' expenses in reserve. Questions? Harry shook his head. Not really. I may come up with some later. We better get to the club or we'll be in the way of the dancers' rehearsals later. I don't want to piss anyone off by getting special favors. I like getting along with everyone. So Harry paid the bill and they headed off to the club. Draco sat in potions class and wished he was somewhere else, for the first time ever. He loved brewing. He found it soothing, but as the tensions in his house had gotten worse, the other Slytherins had started playing tricks on him in his classes. Most classes this didn't bother him too much, but in potions, it was dangerous in the extreme, as he was well aware. Especially now, in 6th year. So Professor Snape had changed his lab partners. He was now paired with Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley. Granger was tolerable as she was diligent and intelligent, but Weasley was annoying. He fiddled and grumbled his way through brewing as if it was the greatest trial on earth. He supposed it was to someone whose whole purpose in potions was to get through it and never brew again. Hermione tossed her hair over her shoulder and snarled, "This just beeps. Something's wrong with the potion. It's the wrong color and I don't think the consistency is right either." Draco looked over her shoulder. It's not. But what could have gone wrong? A sneering voice from behind them made all three of them jump. Oh, I don't know. Perhaps the addition of a human hair. Snape pointed at Hermione. Pray tie that mess back. I've politely ignored it for the last 5 years, but now it is beyond my comprehension how you can work with that mess in your face and your potions. Do not come into class without your hair tied back again. Draco picked up a stirring rod and fished in the potion for a moment. He extracted a very long wavy hair. Definitely yours, Granger. I really would tie it back if I were you. Professor Snape is not in a good mood lately. I wouldn't push my luck. He'll give you a detention with Filch if you're not careful. Ron glanced at Snape then shook his head. Yeah, he will. And I've been hearing some things I don't like about his detentions. He got really rough with that Hufflepuff last week. Someone said he actually caned him. Draco snorted. Did you hear what he did? Both his partners shook their heads. He pushed a firstie into a flat of juvenile strangle vine. Professor Sprout almost didn't get him out before they choked him to death. Ron just grunted. Hermione looked horrified and spent the rest of the class period alternately trying to rescue their potion and questioning Longbottom about the plant. Draco decided that it was going to be a long 2 months till the end of term. He actually sulked through the rest of the class. Harry watched Frankie as he worked his way through the dance routine he'd choreographed for Harry. It was say, why and demanding. Harry wondered what kind of music he was going to have. The whole process was fascinating to him. He was also a bit concerned about his costume. He didn't think the patrons of the club would understand the normal belly dancing costumes, and as a Raka he wasn't really entitled to wear the costume he liked. He bit at his lip for a bit while he tried to decide what he really wanted to do about a costume. Frankie finished his demonstration and walked over to Harry. What do you think? Harry grinned. I really like it. What kind of music were you thinking of? And what about a costume? I don't think most of the patrons here want to see me in the same sort of stuff Khalil wears. I'm trying to come up with something, but we really need a theme. I feel more comfortable with one. So any ideas? Frankie shook his head. Not really. Why don't you think about it for a while? There's no real rush. It'll take us at least 2 weeks to get this thing worked up. Harry sighed but nodded. Okay. I'll be tending bar tonight. Yeah, early shift only. So, what do I do for second shift? Frankie gave Harry a sympathetic look and said, a bit flatly, door. Harry sighed, made a face and resigned himself to it. Dobby popped into Harry's bedroom, wringing his hands. Oh, Master Harry Potter, sir, Dobby is sorry. He cannot get Harry the potions he asked for. Snape has put alarms on the potions cabinets. He is noticing that potions are missing. Harry blinked at Dobby for a moment then knelt down to grasp him by the shoulders. Dobby, hush, be quiet. Frankie and Johnny are both home. You know you're supposed to come to the door. Dobby gulped, nodded and popped out again. He knocked on the door, opened it and slipped in. Dobby is here. Frankie just looked up from his newspaper then nodded his head in the direction of Harry's room. Dobby hurried to the door and slipped in. Now, calm down and tell me what's going on. And don't scare me like that again. Dobby yanked at his ears then started to slap himself. Harry grabbed his hands and snapped, stop it. Right now. I don't have the patience to deal with this shit. I'm not mad at you, I just want to know what has you so upset. Dobby blinked at Harry for a moment then opened his mouth to wail. Harry clamped a hand over his mouth. Quietly. Frankie and Johnny don't need to hear you. Yes, sir. Dobby is sorry. Dobby is very upset that he can't get Master Harry Potter sir his potions. If he tries, he is getting in very much trouble with Professor Snape. Dobby is stealing. Dobby bogged his eyes and lowered his voice. It would have been funny if Dobby hadn't been so upset. Harry nodded his head. Okay, I see. Dobby, if you did your very best, that's all I can ask of you. Don't hurt yourself, I don't like it. Now, calm down. Go make us some tea, okay? Dobby dried his eyes on a tissue Harry handed him, then blew his nose with a great honk. He started to hand the tissue back to Harry but Harry just held out the waste basket from under his desk. Dobby's ears started to droop again but Harry reached out and tweaked one gently. Dobby perked up, smiled a bit and went to the kitchen. When he came back with the tray, he opened his mouth to apologize again. Harry held up his hand. No, Dobby, no more apologizing. I'm sorry I snapped at you, but you scared me half to death. I thought something really horrible happened. Play mother, will you? Dobby blinked once, then put the tray down on a small table he conjured. He poured the tea, added appropriate measures of sugar and milk, then handed Harry the plate of cookies. Biscuit. Harry just said, please. They sipped tea and nibbled on cookies for a bit. Finally, Dobby glanced at Harry out of the corner of his eye. Can Dobby ask something? Sure. If when Dobby failed his old master, he was punished most vigorously. Harry cut him off with a sigh. Dobby, you're a free person. I don't have the right to punish you. Neither did Malfoy, really. If you did the best you could, that's all I can ask. And Malfoy is an ass. Dobby nodded, ears flopping. He is not nice. But he is as he was raised to be. He does not know better. He loves his family but no others. Dobby thinks he is not very happy. Harry grimaced. Never mind him. Teach me something. Teach me to make food. Dobby looked puzzled. Master Harry Potter already knows how to cook. Does he mean teach him a recipe? No, teach me how to conjure food. Or transfigure it. Dobby started to tug on one ear. Harry reached out and grabbed his hand. Dobby, I wasn't kidding about this. If you insist on abusing yourself, you'll have to leave. I won't sit here and watch you. Talk to me. Dobby is again letting the kind, wonderful, powerful Harry Potter stare down. Harry rolled his eyes. The more upset Dobby got, the more he reverted to his old ways. How? All I asked is for you to teach me some elf magic. Is not possible to do what Harry Potter asks. Food is not conjured. It is conjured. Food looks, smells and tastes like real food, but it is not. There is no good in it. Harry thought about that for a moment, then asked, no good in it? I don't understand. What good? The things Dobby doesn't know what to call them. Nourishment there is none in conjured food, nor transfigured food unless one food is conjured into another. Like porridge into eggs. This can be done, but the food will have the nutrition of porridge, not eggs. See? Harry nodded. Makes sense. Well, teach me something else. So Dobby taught Harry a few spells to check for hexes, charms and spells on objects. Harry finally bid him good night at about 10 p.m. He went to bed, secure in the knowledge that Dobby finally understood what Harry expected of his friend. Dobby's gentle, good night, Harry friend, sleep well, had assured him of that. Harry worked at the bar, on the door and on his routine for the next week. He also worked out with Lou Sefu, who seemed determined to see that Harry was ready to defend himself from any physical attack he could imagine. Harry was exhausted, and exhilarated. He had friends who cared for him, non-magical and ignorant of the war raging around him. He pulled himself out of his reverie just in time to avoid a reprimand from Frankie for not paying attention. Yeah, I'm still trying to come up with a theme for the dance. I feel like something's missing, but I can't figure out what. Frankie flopped, gracefully, which made Harry snarl a bit, onto the floor. I know. I think something's missing too. It's really bugging me. The routine is good, but not great, and that's what I want for you. Greatness. Harry sighed. Thanks. I'd really like to make you proud of me. I like the routine, but it seems off balance somehow. And that sounds silly. Do you know what I mean? Frankie fiddled with a lock of hair for a moment. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. If I don't figure it out soon, I'll go crazy. Harry ducked Frankie's half-hearted swat. He grinned at Frankie, then got a faraway look in his eyes. I think I just got an idea. I need to go talk to what's the costume guy's name. I've seen him around, but you said that we'd wait until later to deal with the costume, when we had a hook. I think I've got the hook, if I can get the type of costume I want. Frankie clapped his hands. Oh, tell, I'm dying of suspense. Harry grinned. Nope, not telling. I want it to be a surprise. Okay, evil boy. Frankie pouted a bit, then smiled. Harry seemed so excited by his idea that Frankie didn't have the heart to even tease him. Instead, he wandered off to beep Johnny. Harry realized, after he walked off, that Frankie hadn't told him the man's name. He shrugged. He'd ask one of the other guys. He wandered into the dressing room, in search of the costumer or information on where he was. He found a hen party, instead. He interrupted without compunction. No one would mind. Hi, guys. I need some help here. What's the name of the costume guy and where can I find him? Harry plopped down in one of the barber shop style chairs near the mirrors and sighed. He was still sweating slightly from his last practice session. Here, have some water. His name is Colin, he's me. What do you need? A tall, slender man handed Harry a bottle of water and grinned at him. Harry grimaced. Why is everyone always handing me water? What about a nice cuppa or a soda, or even an ale? Everyone laughed, hooted or snickered. They all carried water around as a matter of course. Their activity levels made them all sweat, so dehydration was a real concern. Harry was so bad at taking care of himself that they always assumed that he hadn't drunk enough. Shut it. Or don't. What do you need? A costume. I have an idea for the theme of my routine, but it won't work if I can't find the right costume. Even then, I'm not sure the routine is right yet. Something I'm not sure what. Colin just shrugged. Let's find you the perfect costume first, maybe that'll give you more ideas. So come on. Harry followed Colin into the costume room and frankly gawked. The room was full of all sorts of things. Costumes from not much more than a butt plug and a bit of leather to full body suits of latex. Harry shuddered at some of the things and had to hide a snicker for others. He was sure that Colin and he could find something. He just wished he had a real idea what he wanted. See anything? Harry sighed. I think I need a drink. Colin snickered and suggested that they get a fountain soda from the bar. Okay, sounds good. As they walked through the main bar, Harry was started to hear Johnny talking to someone. He walked closer to check to see if he was all right. He sounded upset. Look, man, I'm really sorry. We don't need a second dancer, and you're just too big. I'd really like to help you out. That's okay. I just thought I'd give it a look in. I'd really like to work here. A little lighting trick and I don't look quite so big. The deep voice made Harry shiver. He got close enough to look. He nearly fell over. The man was huge. How could this giant, or extra large human, be a dancer? Then his vague ideas gelled with a nearly audible click. Johnny, please, let him dance. I think I've been looking for something and, if he can really dance, he might be part of it. Johnny looked relieved. He really hated turning people in need away. Okay. He turned to the huge man and said, well, Mac, looks like you lucked out. Go, dance. So Mac stepped up on the stage and danced. Harry was delighted to see that he was very good. He pulled on Johnny's sleeve. Johnny, if you think he's good enough, hire him. Please. So Johnny called Mac down from the stage and told him he had a job if he worked out with Harry. Harry looked up, and up. The man was nearly as tall as Hagrid. Harry got a really good look at him. He was very black, very tall, muscular, and exactly what Harry had in mind. You'll do great. I have to get my costume. You'll need one too. So we better get going. Colin will be waiting on us. Mac looked down at Harry, a small smile on his face. I know Colin. He's good. What did you have in mind? Harry shrugged. Not really sure. I think I'll know it when I see it. Well, then, let's go see what there is. Harry led the way back to the costume room. Lucius Malfoy read the reports from the Gringotts goblins and snarled softly. It was costing a rather large fortune to put Potter Hall back into good heart. As Harry's guardian, it was his duty to see that all his properties were properly taken care of. He was just glad he'd managed to stop tens of thousands of galleons from just disappearing. The goblins were still trying to figure out where some of them had gone. He signed several parchments, added totals, and nodded in satisfaction. It was pleasing to see that, while the repairs were costly, the renewed income was more than taking care of it. And Harry's interest was increasing nicely as well. All in all, Lucius felt that he was more than upholding his duties as guardian. Now, if he could just find the annoying little git. Draco had come home the last Hogwarts weekend with horror stories from some of the Muggle-raised students. Stories that had made even him shudder in disgust. Children as young as 12 and 13 living in boxes in alleyways, eating out of garbage. What were Muggles thinking? He completely discounted the rest of the report. Dumbledore nearly glared at his potions professor. Severus was being unusually uncooperative. He refused to search for Harry Potter anymore, not unless Dumbledore came up with some sort of clue as to where to search. He was tired of tramping around London, if Potter was even still in that city. In fact, Dumbledore was finding Snape uncooperative in several ways. It never occurred to him that his erstwhile spy was just worn out, between serving Voldemort and Dumbledore. Teaching and being head of house as well as responsible for brewing every potion for the infirmary, Snape had had his hands more than full for over 5 years now. And before that, he'd kept an eye on Death Eaters, at Dumbledore's insistence, which meant that he'd been involved in things he found repugnant or at least boring in the extreme. It was no wonder he was feeling uncooperative, annoyed and exhausted. And it did absolutely nothing to ameliorate his acerbic temper. Dumbledore dragged his attention back to Professor Snape's remarks. "I don't feel that I need to continue the search. I have given up. That boy has managed to hide himself from every single thing I've tried. If you can come up with anything, I'll be glad to try again. But not until you have concrete proof that you have located the area he's in. Now, I want to speak to you about Professor Binns. Every single one of my house is complaining about him. He never teaches anything useful. He never gets past the Goblin Wars and he gets all his facts wrong. He's continuing, eh?" Dumbledore interrupted. Yes, I've looked into it. Next year, I'll see about getting someone a little more in tune with the times. Shall I replace Sybil Trelawney as well?" Snape snorted. "You know you won't, nor would I want you to. I know as well as you do that she's nowhere else to go. Binns on the other hand will continue to haunt the classroom. To no one's detriment. Excuse me. I'll be leaving, as I can see that you're in a snit." Snape swept out the door, snarling at the gargoyle as he went. The damn thing had made him waste 10 minutes guessing sweets before it let him in. He swore that it changed the password itself, just to annoy. He returned to his chambers, took another nerve-repairing potion and settled in his comfortable chair. He ached all over. Frankie worked with Harry and Mac all the next week, teaching them the moves he's choreographed. When he'd seen Mac and heard Harry's idea, he'd jumped on the idea with cries of glee. It hadn't taken him long to incorporate Harry's idea into the routine. So, now all they had to do was pick some music. Harry and Mac had been practicing to Frankie's count, but they needed music now that they had all the steps learned perfectly. Frankie played music until he was ready to scream, but Harry and Mac agreed that they hadn't found the perfect song yet. However, Harry had listened to and loved Heather Alexander, Tom Smith and Tempest. He was settled in, listening to techno just for a break. He'd know it when he heard it. He'd always relied on his gut instincts and they hadn't let him down yet. He straightened up suddenly. This was the song. He glanced at the CD player to get the track number, then he called Frankie. "Power Soul by Genetic Systems. It's the one. You come listen to it." Frankie laughed. Trust Harry to pick something like that to dance to. The challenge was huge, but he could already see it. He just hoped Harry's costume lived up to the rest. Harry wouldn't let anyone see it. "Well, that's really different. I like it. It works well with the dance." Frankie turned to Harry just in time to see him run his fingers through his bangs. They were in his eyes again. "You need another haircut. You want to keep the length. I think you should. It looks really good on you. But it's your hair." Harry grinned at Frankie. His way of making suggestions was so backhanded. "I think I'd like to keep the back long. But this fringe is just too much. It's in my eyes and sticks to my forehead when I sweat. Maybe I could get it feathered." "Sounds good. I'll see if Mikey won't do it." Frankie headed toward the dressing room, pulling Harry by one hand. "That'd be brilliant. He's good. Why doesn't he work in a barber or beauty shop?" "Don't know. I've never bothered to ask him. He works out so well in the back rooms, he's just great." Frankie stuck his head into the room. "Mikey, where are you, you slut?" Frankie's tone of voice belied the insult. "Here, what's the panic?" Mikey peeked over the top of a mirror. "Oh, hell no. Harry, you are not leaving this room looking like that. Not if you're dancing this weekend." That hair has to be trimmed, at least. And feathered fringe would look great. Long in back. Harry got the giggles and Frankie roared. Mikey gave them an exasperated look and demanded, "What? What's so funny? Frankie and I just said exactly the same thing just a second ago. Can you cut it? And I want to talk to you about some stage makeup." "Frankie, go away. You've got something you're supposed to be doing." "Shoo." Harry flapped a hand at Frankie, who snickered a bit and went. He did have things he was supposed to be doing. Mikey dragged Harry to his barber chair and pushed him into it. "Okay, fringe, trim the ends. And makeup." "Yes." Harry laughed at Mikey's dramatics, then settled back to let him cut. Mikey cut Harry's bangs into a fluffy, feathered look that partially tamed the messy look and trimmed the back even. It was now long enough to fit into a clip. Harry picked one from a box Mikey handed him and Mikey showed him how to get all the hair into it and fasten it properly. "Thanks. Looks good. You think it'll stay while I'm dancing?" "Sure, pet, I'll show you a trick with a bit of gel and a pin. You couldn't lose it if you tried. Now, show me your costume." "Can't, it's a secret. All I'll say is it's black and sliver, but I don't want shiny on my face." "Okay." Mikey grinned. He'd been hearing about Harry's secrecy for the last week. He was as intrigued as everyone else, but he was going to get a peek. Colin was his best friend, so he was sure of that. All he wanted was enough of a clue so that he didn't do Harry's makeup wrong. So he just patted Harry's shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll just go get my big case. Won't be but a sec. Relax a bit." Mikey slipped out of the room, snickering as he saw Harry pull a paperback out of his pocket and begin to read. That would keep him occupied until Mikey had his little talk with Colin and saw the costume. He knocked on the door to Colin's domain and got his peek, and that's all he got. Colin just shook his head and opened the box enough that Mikey knew it was black leather and a lot of chain. Harry looked up from his book when Mikey came back into the room. "Did you get an idea what to do?" "Yeah, Colin is evil. He wouldn't do more than let me have a peek. Black leather and silver chain, but you don't want shine on your face." "I can deal." Harry just kept looking at Mikey, letting him think about what he wanted to do. Mikey finally reached out and wiped Harry's eyeliner off. Harry had worn it every day since he'd first tried it. "Love, if you weren't such a nice guy, I'd hate you. You have the most beautiful eyes in the world. So green. Forest green liner. A bit of leaf green shadow and you'll need lip gloss, dark apricot, I think. And, you'll hate this, but you have to wear some blusher. If you don't, your face will look dead. The lights wash you out like nothing else. So all fuss, you approve or don't. If you really don't like it, we'll try until you do. But we'll move over to this mirror. The lights around it will give us a good idea what you'll look like on stage. Then, when we think we've got it, we'll go on stage and check it out." Harry sat and let Mikey fuss until he thought he'd petrify. It seemed to take forever. Mikey wiped the whole thing off twice, muttering sourly. Finally, he turned Harry around and let him look. Harry almost didn't recognize himself. He looked almost fey. His eyeliner emphasized the slant of his eyes until they looked almost oriental and the blusher made his cheekbones stand out. The eyeshadow made the green of his eyes blaze. Harry was more than satisfied. "Mikey, you're brilliant. This is great. I look wow. You're a prince among makeup artists. Or a princess." Mikey just grinned. "I'll get you new containers of everything. And a little bag. You'll have to learn how to do it yourself, you know. Come on now, we'll go check it out on stage." They went on stage and had one of the crewmen turn a spot on Harry. The cat calls and whistles from the cleaning crew and lounging dancers and back room boys let them know that the makeup was more than successful. Harry had to grin a bit. Who'd ever have thought that someone would be whistling their approval of him? Frankie and Johnny, standing at the back of the room, smiled at each other. Harry was going to be the highest paid dancer ever. They hated to wait until Friday, but Harry, and Mac, had insisted. A huge black man walked onto the stage, glanced into a dark corner and nodded. Another man came out with a glittering silver chain and handed it to him. He pulled on it and a cloaked figure stepped into a small spotlight. The figure stood for a moment, then the music started. One hand emerged from the cloak, a chain attached to the steel bracelet around the wrist disappeared back into it. The other hand emerged and formed a cup. A quick shake made the chain jingle. The hands turned from left palm up, right palm down to the other way around, making the chain jingle even more. This maneuver was repeated once more. A few steps took the cloaked figure to the big man. Again, chains jingled. As the whole room stared, Harry Potter and Mac Guilford danced. Harry held out his hands in a pleading gesture and Mac folded his arms over his chest and shook his head. "We have such sights to show you." The voice was deep and a bit creepy, but it made an impression no one would forget. Mac eased behind Harry and reached around his neck to unfasten the cloak. He pulled it off and tossed it away. Harry raised his arms over his head, rattling the chains. Mac touched the cuffs, releasing the chain to fall onto the floor and be kicked away with a flick of Harry's foot. The chain between his ankles followed as he stamped his feet in time to the music. The dance quickly became much more sensual as Harry moved across the stage in a series of hip kicks and quick steps. His arms move in a sinuous wave-like motion as he appealed to his master. Mac kept the leash loose but high, shining in a spot. Harry orbited around Mac once, then stood in front of him, shimming to make his costume glitter. Belly rolls made everything flash. The audience gasped in delight. Mac made a motion and Harry began a series of spins that proved his trousers weren't made of brocade, they were made of lengths of chains, attached to his belt and knee bands in such a way they looked like harem pants. His short vest was made of the same chain, attached to his collar and a band around his chest, cut to length to make the shape. They glittered in the spotlight and cast sparkles all over the stage. Mac reeled Harry in and caught him by one arm. Harry pulled away and kicked backwards. His Rothric kick didn't connect with anything, it wasn't intended to, but Mac caught that ankle and Harry used the leverage to spin in place in his grip. He flipped out of the hold and into a forward flip that sent him to the end of the chain. Mac pulled on the chain and Harry sent a wave from heels to head and on up his arms, ending with a hip kick. Mac moved to Harry, stamping in time to the music. He reached out and stroked Harry's cheek, his huge black hand a vivid contrast against the whiteness of Harry's skin. The audience mo.ned. The beat of the music sent the crowd into a tumult, which Harry and Mac whipped into frenzy. Harry pressed his palms together in a pleading gesture, all the while continuing to stamp his feet in time to the music. Mac gathered Harry's hands in his and tugged gently, pulling Harry against his chest. Harry squirmed, wriggling from Mac's hold. He danced away then back again as Mac dropped the leash and held out one hand in a pleading gesture of his own. Harry tossed his head but glanced over his shoulder, eyes flashing. Mac jerked his head, his gesture unmistakable. Harry refused his command in gestures unmistakable and powerful. There was nothing weak or womanish in his movements. Mac's moves asked Harry to be calm, Harry's replies were unhappy refusals. Mac and Harry battled for compromise, all to the heavy techno beat. Mac pulled Harry to him one last time. He stroked his hands down Harry's arms, softly begging him to relax. Harry undulated against him in a reverse camel roll that had everyone gasping softly. Finally the climax came with Harry leaning against Mac, softly content in his grasp. The contrast of Harry's slender body leaning against Mac's bulk was dramatic, and the sudden drop of the curtains emphasized the last notes of the music. The applause was deafening. Harry and Mac stepped out from behind the curtain and took their bows. They picked up the money that was thrown onto the stage, bowed again and disappeared behind the curtain again. Man, I don't believe it. I thought they were going to climb right up on the stage with us. Mac laughed, his deep voice rumbling gently. Me too. And remind me to stay on the right side of you. I've never seen a Rothric so well done. You'd have kicked me in the head, if you'd wanted to. Harry laughed, wiped his face with a towel and shrugged it off. It's easy. I'm just really flexible. How much money did we get? Frankie was counting their tips on a nearby table and looked up to say, £50 so far. Nothing smaller than a fiver. Of course, no one in their right mind throws a pound coin. Not if they want to get noticed. Oh, here's a 20 and 2 tens. And Frankie grumbled off happily as he continued to count. We split even Steven, right? Harry poked Mac in the side. Mac laughed again. Don't see why. All I do is stamp my feet. posture a bit and let you lean on me. Yeah, and without that, the act wouldn't work at all. Help me get this collar off, will you? The buckle is really stiff. Mac obligingly unbuckled the strap and pulled the collar from around Harry's throat. This thing is custom made, you should have had them make it softer. Harry shook his head. Colin explained that, because of all the spinning I do, he had it made double thickness, to protect my neck. One layer revolves inside the other. No friction. Mac examined the rig, nodded, then handed it to Colin. Colin also helped Harry out of the rest of his costume, handed him a kimono, took Mac's things and left. Mac picked up the robe laid out for him and shook his head. They really treat you right here. I like it. Frankie let out an exclamation. Well, smack my A.S. and call me Myrtle. Harry swatted him as near his A.S. as he could reach while Mac called out, Myrtle. Frankie gave them the required disgusted look, then waved a handful of bills. Over 100 pounds. You two are going to be the new top act within a week. Harry grinned. That's great. Mac just smiled at Frankie. Harry's self-effacing ways had made him a favorite of the big man. I'm bushed. Frankie. You think it would be okay if I snuck into the lounge and took a nap? I know I'm supposed to be in the bar, but I really am tired. No one could figure out how Harry had gotten the idea that he was still going to tend bar, even Waldo himself had told him he wouldn't. But Harry insisted that he take second shift at the bar. Johnny had told Frankie that he'd nipped that silliness in the bud but hadn't succeeded. Harry flopped down on a couch in the lounge and tried to relax. He knew he should get to the bar and help Waldo, but all he really wanted to do was relax for a few minutes. The last few days had been hectic. Dobby had taught him several spells that he had practiced until he got them down pat. He'd also had classes with Lou Sefu that seemed to go on forever, leaving him wrung out like a rag. Then cleaning the dojo, coming home to clean some more, onto the club for more practicing, this time his dance routine. Now, all he wanted to do was rest a bit before he got up to rush around even more. He fell asleep instead. Harry woke up about an hour later. Johnny grinned at him and announced, I hate to wake you, but Philip called in sick. Can you take another set? That's the good news. The bad news is, Mac went home, his daughter is sick. So it'll have to be a solo. Harry rubbed the sleep out of his eyes and shrugged. That's one of the things Khalil told me to be ready for. Emergencies. I can do a solo. I just need music and not my techno. Something traditional. I can be ready in about 15 minutes. That do? Johnny nodded. Great. You'll need a different costume too. Colin had an idea you might want a traditional costume, so he has two. Go get into one. We'll be ready when you are. I'll give you a few bars of the music as soon as we get it. Just so you'll know what you have. Harry didn't know it, but this was the beginning of the end to his stay with Frankie and Johnny. Colin had a nice traditional costume for Harry, two actually, one in purple with silver spangles and one in deep green with gold. Harry opted for the purple as it had a short vest. He pulled on the tight under trousers of solid purple, then the flowing, gauze over skirt, with tiny gold tassels scattered over it. Then he tied the coin-trimmed gold scarf around his hips. My, don't you look great? You ought to get a piercing. Maybe your belly button. Harry frowned at Colin. Don't know as I'd like that. If I did though, I think I'll do a nipple. Get something very tasteful with a little teardrop jewel. Harry took the vest and let Colin help him slip it on. He never noticed Colin's wince. Thanks. How do I look? I told you you look great. Silly boy. I know a guy who does piercing and tattoos. I don't think you want a tat, do you? Harry, thinking of the dark mark, shook his head. Never. Just not my style. And, speaking of tats. How did name won't come? You know. I gave him some stuff. Yeah, that kid that wanted to dance. The one working second show only. On the door first. He's gotten rid of it completely. He gave the rest of that cream to his friend, but it didn't work on him. Wonder why. Harry knew why but said, couldn't tell you. Stuff like that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Too bad for his friend. Harry headed for the door. I better get out there and see what noise they picked for me to dance to. He grinned, waved and headed for the backstage to listen to his music and try to come up with something. Harry listened to the music that Frankie had picked. It was a traditional Egyptian tune and one that Khalil had used to demonstrate. He knew exactly what to do. Each phrase of the tune had been used to practice a different move. He'd just adjust the changes a bit to smooth the transition from one movement to another. When they'd been practicing, Khalil had just stopped the music and gone on. Harry nodded his head a bit to the music as he thought out his performance. Frankie eyed him proudly, smiling at Johnny to let him know that everything would work out. Harry waited in the backstage area for his turn to dance. Other dancers ebbed and flowed around him, like waves on a beach. He felt just a bit disconnected for a moment, then pulled his attention back to the moment. And back for his second, and solo, performance of the evening, Aziz. Let's give the man a welcome hand. Harry blinked. Aziz. What the hell was that? He just shrugged and got down to business. He danced like Khalil had shown him, using the power of his body to entertain his audience. His spins, shimmies and hip kicks showed his sensuous masculinity. He smiled at the spectators, including them in his secret enjoyment of just moving his body. He ended with a power spin that kept his skirts horizontal to the floor for 8 bars. The audience went wild. Money flew up onto the stage. Harry bowed. The curtain dropped. When the curtain went back up, Harry bowed again, then collected his tips. No one tried to touch him after the first man got a laughing shake of Harry's head and a pointing finger, followed by a soft but carrying, nah, 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 in a sing-song ages old. No one really noticed the man in the back, armed with a small video camera. Draco settled in his favorite chair in the library. It was in the back of the library, on the opposite side from his father's desk, close enough that they felt together but far enough apart that they didn't bother each other. He could ask his father for help and Lucius could do his work. He could also overhear things. What he was hearing now was a bit on the creepy side. His father was speaking with a Muggle detective about finding Harry. I've looked everywhere. Again. He's just not showing up on the radar. I've got flyers out and pictures. You really did a good job on that drawing. Draco did it. He's a decent sketch artist, when he applies himself. Draco smirked to himself. It wasn't that often that Lucius praised him so directly. Keep your ear to the ground. I'll pay whatever it takes. Okay, man, it's your dosh. Sooner or later I'll get a smell of him, then he's mine. The detective got up and nodded to Lucius. You might want to make sure that young Draco isn't in the room when you discuss some things, you know. Lucius stood to walk the man to the door. I do. I'm always very aware of exactly where he is. Draco. Draco stood, putting his book on the side table. Yes, sir. Has Weasley had any contact with Harry? Granger? No, sir. And they would tell me. We're not exactly friends, but I've managed to assuage their suspicions. We actually get along rather well. And Longbottom, he's a lot smarter than he looks, by the way. He hasn't heard from Harry either. I'm sorry. Lucius just nodded. That is all right, you just keep befriending them. That's all I can ask. And, good night to you, Mr. McGowan. The detective knew a dismissal when he heard it. He left to go see his friend who was raving about the new dancer at his favorite club. Harry sighed and stretched. He needed to get up, but his bed was so warm and soft, he hated to. He forced himself to get up, grumbling just a bit. He needed to run, but it was raining. Harry, are you getting up? Johnny stuck his head in the door, grinning. Yeah, I'm up. It's cold. We going to run? Johnny shook his head. Not me, it's raining too hard. And it looks like it's going to turn into sleet again. Blah. Johnny shuddered dramatically. I don't want pneumonia and you don't need it either. You should take a taxi for once. Maybe Lou Sefu will let you run in the dojo. Harry stripped off his pajamas and rummaged for clean clothing. He'd just done laundry, so there was plenty to choose from. He dragged on a pair of jeans and his favorite silly wizard t-shirt. I'll ask, but it won't hurt me to skip once in a while. I'll get plenty of exercise at the dojo. Lou Sifu is teaching me advanced techniques as fast as he can shove the knowledge into my head. Is there any tea made? Johnny got out of the door so Harry could get to the kitchen. Yeah, Frankie got up to make it. He's so proud of you. You danced so well. And if I don't shut up right now, I'll start blubbering. My little Harry, all grown up. I'm so proud of you. Harry grinned. Johnny's mix of teasing and serious made him feel so good. Glad you liked it. I guess Waldo is out of a bar helper, isn't he? Frankie chimed in, handing Harry a cup of tea. You bet. I counted all the tips while you were getting ready to come home. You got almost £100. That's more than respectable for a first-time dancer. I want you to get a better costume for your second set though. Here's some porridge. I know you don't want a big breakfast, but you should eat something. Trying to meditate with your stomach growling isn't a good idea. Lu Sifu will think I starve you. And speaking of him, will you tell him that I'm ready to resume my private lessons? He always makes me take at least a month off after getting a rank. He says it pays to come in with a fresh mind. Harry nodded around a mouthful of porridge and milk. He swallowed and said, I'll tell him. I wondered why you weren't around the dojo, but I never thought to ask when I got an opportunity. I was usually occupied with other things. And I don't like my second costume either. It's a hodgepodge, but Colin was a bit under the gun, you know. I wasn't expecting to do 2 shows. As to the money, you should keep that. In fact, keep all my tips until my costumes are paid for. And budget. We were going to do another, but we somehow managed to never get to it. Frankie nodded. We got to it. That first one. Harry shook his head. No, remember, we were going to do another because I got a raise when I went on the bar. And now I've got another, plus tips. So we need to do another budget. I'd like to pay 1/3 of the expenses of the place. I'm living here after all. And I want to save as much as I can. So, Frankie, would you just make me one out, then explain it when I get back tonight? I'm going to be running all day. I have my session with Lu Sifu, then I want to paint, I need to finish that book. Then I need to rehearse, the light guy wants to do something, he was telling me so before I went on. And I need to talk to Mac. Then I have 2 performances to do and I'm not going to get any revising done today. Where the hell did my day go? Harry glanced at the clock and yelped. Damn, I'm going to be late. I have to call a taxi, and by the time it gets here, a honk outside made him grin. That's for me. Thanks a bunch. Bye. And Harry was out the door. Frankie sighed a bit then turned to Johnny. He's going to be okay. I was worried about him for a while, he was so hesitant, so afraid. Now he's a solid young man. He's got a huge heart, ready to love anyone who shows him some affection. I just hope that doesn't betray him. But we'll see. Johnny nodded. Yeah, but his head is screwed on straight. I don't think he'll be deceived for long enough for it to do him much damage. He's so loving, I don't see how anyone could abuse him. If you give him just a least bit of caring and respect, his loyalty kicks in and he's like a bulldog then. Case in point, that Dobby. He's the strangest thing I've ever seen, but Harry treats him like there's nothing wrong with him. Well, there isn't. Oh, please, he's nutty as they come. Harmless but very strange. Harry treats him like he's normal. Almost any other kid his age would poke him with a stick and you know it. Frankie's disgusted expression told it all. You're right. But not our Harry. Bless him, he just lets the little guy have his way. Makes me proud of him. Frankie glanced at the clock too. We better get going ourselves, we've got a liquor order to put in. Bottle counting. What fun. Harry handed the cabbie his fare over the back of the seat and scrambled out. It had started sleeting on the drive over. The dojo was warm and Harry was glad to be inside. Good day, Deshi. Hurry and get changed. I want to get in as much time as possible today. I'll have you meditate first. Then throwing pins, kata, and tai chi. I want you to learn all that you can about herbs too. So you'll be spending some time in the shop, helping me to mix some tisanes for a few of my customers. Get started. Harry bowed and hurried to change into his GI. He returned to the dojo proper and settled on a zafu to start his meditation. He wondered for a moment what he should meditate on, then smiled. He'd meditate on occlumency. He'd never managed to get it, but, with the new techniques he'd learned, he thought he might manage. So he meditated on how to shield himself from legilmency. When Lu Sifu softly called his name, he was surprised. Oh, sorry. I was really into it. I'm ready. Take a moment to orient yourself. We'll work on throwing pins. I've decided that, In order to allow you to protect yourself most efficiently, you need to concentrate on one weapon at a time. Come along, I've set up a better target in the basement. Harry trotted along behind his teacher, going into a part of the dojo he'd never seen before. As they went, Mr. Liu told Harry that he'd heard about his dancing. He complimented Harry on his performance and how quickly he'd learned his routine. Harry thanked him, wondering a bit at how he knew so much, but he dismissed it with a shrug. His teacher always seemed to know all sorts of things. Lu Sifu had set up a table, a target and a backboard. Harry examined the pins on the table and realized that they were about half the size of the ones Harry had used the day before. He raised an eyebrow at his teacher. Lu Sifu smiled and handed Harry a pin. This is a good size. It's easy to hide, throws well, and you can carry several of them. Here, give it a try. Harry took his stance and threw the pin. He actually found the smaller pin easier to throw. He hit the target right in the 10 ring. He wondered if Lu Sifu was going to make him do kata, then throw, like the last few lessons. He asked, but Lu Sifu shook his head. You proved to me that you have enough stamina to be able to throw under stress and you don't lose your head. You need more practice in hitting your target than you do in anything else. Also, I want you to concentrate on your new kata. It's the most advanced, and then we'll go into actual combat. I don't like it that you didn't tell me you were in real danger sooner. You need a lot of work to learn to apply what you've learned in the kata to actual combat. Harry sighed. I've been in battle before. I think I can figure some of it out on my own. I'd like to develop a personal style. It's better if your moves are intuitive. He returned to throwing, never noticing the stunned expression Lu Sifu swiftly hid. He was astonished at Harry's admission and impressed with his wisdom. He was also very worried, who would allow a 16-year-old into combat in this day and age? Harry completed the round of pins and went to pull them out of the target. On the way back to the table, he examined one of the pins again. It was a simple thing, an elongated oval of mild steel, sharp at both ends. Several ridges in the middle allowed a slip-proof grip and aided in lightening its weight. Harry fingered one for a moment, then smiled. It would be fairly easy to transform from almost any piece of soft steel. What is it, Harry? Lu Sifu asked. Are you okay? Harry, pulled out of his contemplation, smiled at his teacher. Yes, I'm fine. I was just looking at these. They're not that hard to make, are they? Not at all. You can get a really good set almost anywhere. I'll get you some the next time I go by the shop. No, thank you for the offer, but I know a place I can get a bunch for next to nothing. And perfectly balanced for me at that. Good, good. Some place Frankie knows. Harry just shrugged noncommittally and went back to his exercise. The Sifu just kept his thoughts to himself. After all, such things were a bit frowned upon by law enforcement. Harry completed his workout with a run-through of all his kata and then spent the rest of their magically extended time together learning his new kata. By the time Lu Sifu called a halt to their workout, he was sweating and weary. You did well. I'm very pleased. You know where your extremities are. Many students really have no idea where their hands and feet are at any given time. Your dancing has even helped you improve in several areas. Go take a shower, clean the shower rooms, then polish the floor. If you need another shower after you're finished cleaning, take one. Then, I want you in the shop. I'll call Frankie and tell him you won't be home until 1 or later. It'll take that long to compound the herbals for my patients. Harry just nodded and hurried away. He wanted to ask Dobby something as quickly as he could. All he had to do was call Dobby's name to have him pop in. Dobby is here, sir. You is wanting something? Yes. Talk to me while I take a shower. I need to ask you some questions. Dobby just followed Harry into the showers, bringing his clean clothing, towels and kit with him. Harry turned on the water in one stall. When it was right, he stepped into it without self-consciousness. Working in a BDSM club would break even the shyest person of that quickly. Dobby, you've seen the throwing pins. I need to know if I can learn to transfigure them out of something. I have an idea, but I'm not sure how to make it work. If you is transfiguring them out of steel, it is easy to do. If you is wanting to transfigure them out of something not metal, it could be much harder. Harry paused in shampooing his hair and thought for a second. What if I just wanted to make them out of mild steel? I could First, can you teach me? Yes, it is easy to change the shape of stuff. We did that already. Harry Potter, sir, did very well. Thanks. What I was thinking was I could wear bracelets of steel, you know, those cut steel things that are all the rage right now. That would give me the raw materials to make pins out of and no one would suspect that I was armed. Because I wouldn't be, unless I needed pins. What do you think? Dobby thought, tugging on one ear. Dobby can teach. This is easy. Like spoons into forks. Harry Potter, sir, should have one example to compare his work to. To make sure you was doing it right. Harry rinsed his hair out and took a towel from Dobby, thanking him softly. Okay, I can just get one of the pins I was working with just now. I like the balance and the size. Harry jumped a bit at the pop of Dobby going to get him one of the pins. He returned within a second. Here. Dobby also got some steel. Harry accepted the pin and the old piece of chain. Dobby showed him how to transfigure the piece of chain into two broad steel bracelets, cut in intricate patterns. They were actually quite pretty. Then Dobby examined the pin, showed Harry how to make one and told him firmly, "You was practicing transfiguring bracelets to pins and back. Dobby is cleaning the locker rooms." Harry started to say something but Dobby interrupted him firmly. "You is not arguing. You is practicing. Hush now." Harry sighed and started practicing. He was going to spend the rest of the day practicing one thing or another. It didn't take him long to get the knack of creating a pin from one of his bracelets. It took him a bit longer to figure out how to create the pin and throw it. He grumbled as he realized that the bracelets he'd created from the chain would only make about 4 pins each. He was going to have to make much heavier bracelets if he wanted real armament. "Dobby, I need more steel. These bracelets aren't big enough to provide me with a reasonable number of pins." Dobby just nodded, snapped his fingers and popped out. He returned in only a few minutes with another bit of chain. This time it was quite a bit longer. Harry took it with thanks and transfigured it into a thicker set of bracelets, adding that metal to what he already had. He eyed the results and nodded. "What do you think? They look okay." Dobby nodded. "They is very nice. Sparkly. If you is wanting, Dobby could teach you a few designs that house elves use. They is not so noticeable." Harry grinned at Dobby. "I'm glad to learn anything you want to teach me. What do I do first?" So Dobby taught Harry several spells that elves use to hide things in plain sight and a spell to make the finish on the bracelets dull, to encourage the eye to slide away from them. Harry glanced up from his practicing and scowled. Time was getting away from him. "Dobby, is the cleaning done? I hate to dump it off on you, but I need the extra time. I wish you would teach me the time spell." Hermione had a time turner 3rd year but it caused more trouble than it was worth. She was really tired all the time. Dobby nodded. "And that is why we do not let wizards know about our time spell. They use it too much and get sick. You is pushing the limits now. Dobby will not let Harry Potter make himself sick. Go to Master Lucifer, sir. He is waiting for you. The tasks is all done." Dobby was just waiting for Harry Potter to finish his practice. Harry thanked Dobby and left for the shop. "Oh." Lucifer looked up from his work behind the counter and smiled. "Glad you got done so quickly. You didn't skimp, I know that, but I hope you didn't wear yourself out either." Harry shook his head, took the cover up his teacher handed him and said, "No, I just gave a few hidden places a lick and a promise. I'll do them really well next time. I hope you don't mind." It wasn't exactly a lie, nor was it entirely the truth. Harry still felt bad about it though. "That's all right. Here, this is white willow bark. I need you to grind it very finely." Harry took the dry, gray, fibrous stuff and set it at the workstation Lucifer pointed to. He took down the heavy brass mortar and found the pestle right beside it. He pulled some of the bark into shreds and started to grind it, careful not to allow the dust to drift out of the mortar. It didn't take Harry long to finish his job. "Here you are. Is it fine enough?" Lou eyed the fine powder with a pleased expression. "Yes, very good. Do you know what it's good for?" Harry shook his head. "No, not really. It's good for headaches." "That's right. It's also good for muscle aches and pains. It's the forerunner of modern aspirin. Harry nodded. I see. What next? Next, I need you to mix these, grind them into a fine tea, and package them in a spill. I'll show you how to make one as soon as you're done with the first part of the task. Harry took the 3 file cards and put them to the side of his station. Each formula had 1 or 2 of the same ingredients, but Harry knew better than to try to grind the ingredient then divide it up, for some reason that never worked well. As he carefully measured out the different herbs and roots, he examined each one, smelling it and tasting it. Lou watched him, noting that he made a face over one. Something wrong. Harry looked at the bit of plant matter in his hand again. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem quite right. Lou glanced at it. That seems a bit stale. Let me see it. He took the plant from Harry's hand and smelled it. It is. Just a bit, but put it aside and take another piece. That was very good work. Harry smiled happily. What is licorice root good for? And ginger. Ginger for digestive troubles, fever, and to make you sweat out poisons. Licorice is for GERD, a flavoring to hide the taste of less pleasant medicines, and also digestive troubles like colic. Cinnamon is also good for stomach. And any mint. Harry held up the next card. And what's this one good for? Lou glanced at the card and smiled. Say. Ool dysfunction. Tiger beep. Musk deer gall. And, he stopped talking and laughed heartily at Harry's disgusted expression. And I don't think it works very well, but it's in great demand from the older crowd. Harry just shuddered and picked up the last card. This one. I hope it's not something else disgusting. No, that one is for chest complaints like asthma or colds, pneumonia. I don't think it works very well for asthma, but it really works for colds, flu, and pneumonia. Harry rechecked the card, memorizing the ingredients. He also memorized the ingredients for the stomach tea. As he worked on his teas, Harry let his mind wander just a bit. Grinding the tea ingredients into a small, coffee-like compound wasn't that challenging. He started when he realized that he was done with that part of his assignment. I'm done. Now what? Do you want to check my work? No, Harry, I checked you while you were working. You did well, even if you were a bit distracted. What were you thinking about, if you don't mind me asking? I'm working on an illustrated botanical for a class. I was wondering what I should put in it, besides the obvious like belladonna. That's good for heart problems, but it's poison if you don't need it or take too much. And lemo grass is good for stomach problems. It's good in Asian cooking and it's easy to draw. Not that that's really a good reason to include it, I just really like the look of it. Can you think of anything? Maybe ginger. It's a bit different. Angelica is good. And why don't I make you a list? That way you can check to see which ones you'd like to do. Lots of medicinals are ugly, to say the least. While he'd been speaking, Lou had been searching under the counter for something. Here, I'll teach you how to fold a spill. Harry had to admit that he didn't even know what a spill was. So he watched as Lou folded a piece of paper into a small cone, then measured out some medicine, using a balance scale, dumped the dose into the cone and folded the top into the side and sealed it in place with a sticker. Be sure to use the right stickers for each medicine, I've written the name on them in kanji. Harry nodded and put each set of stickers right on the finished medicine. There, now I won't get them mixed up. He started efficiently folding and filling the small paper containers, measuring carefully to make sure each dose was correct. He sealed each one with the appropriated sticker. When he was done, he told his teacher. After checking, Lou Sefu told Harry that the job was well done, making him glow with accomplishment, then sent him on his way home to work on his project. When Harry got home, all he found on the table was a note that said, "Sorry, pet, we won't be here for lunch. Bottle count didn't come out. We just dropped by to get a few things. Have the last of the shepherd's pie. Don't be late to practice. Mac has to get back home to stay with his daughter. He'll be back for first performance. XXOO Frankie." He scrounged in the fridge for his lunch, popped it in the microwave to warm, and pulled Lou Sifu's list out of his pocket. He read it over while he waited for the microwave to ding. He immediately eliminated almost half of the list as being more complicated than his talents were up to. He decided on a wood violet, orris, and angelica. He just hoped he could get all 3 done today, that would leave several more to get the 26 he needed to make his book. He got the herbal book that Johnny had in the bookcase and carried it to his room. After looking up the colored plates of the plants he wanted to paint, he started setting out his colors, mostly greens and blue, with a little crimson and some orange and yellow. He sighed softly, wondering why he was even bothering. No one would look at his book. But he'd determined to do this, so he would. Settling at his work table, he began to paint. He worked for about an hour, finishing the orris right away, as it was a member of the iris family and fairly easy to do. The wood violet was going to take 2 or even 3 sessions as the leaves were complicated to paint. The angelica was also going to take more than 1 session if it wasn't to turn out soppy and messy. After making sure that he couldn't do any more work on his paintings, he cleaned up his table, covered his paints and washed out his brushes. Harry glanced at his watch and realized that he had about half an hour before he had to leave for the club. He decided to just play his game for a while, as starting anything wasn't a good idea. He'd just have to interrupt himself to go to the club. He spent the next 45 minutes conquering the next level in his game. When he looked up at the clock, he jumped. He had to leave right now or he'd be late. He saved his level, tucked his game into its bag and, for some reason he didn't understand, made sure that his escape bag was still packed. Then he headed for the club. The first thing Harry did when he got to the club was ask Frankie if he had the new budget done. He did, and Harry took a few moments to check it over. Frankie was taking exactly 1/3 of his pay for room and board. When Harry started to object that it wasn't enough, Frankie just told him to stuff it. He explained that he and Johnny wanted Harry to have a good savings quickly. When he had a decent nest egg, they'd take more. Harry decided to just shut up. He could take care of Frankie and Johnny when he came into his money. For now, he was just grateful that someone cared enough to help him save. Okay, if that's what you want, take all but £50. With what I already have, that's more than enough pocket money for me. If I need anything expensive, I'll just ask you for extra. Frankie just nodded. Okay, but you don't have to ask for your own money. I'll give you all your check, then you give back what you want over and above your rent. Harry started to say something else, but they were interrupted by the lighting gaffer, called originally enough, Gaffer. He wanted to discuss the lights before Harry got involved in his rehearsal. So Harry went with him to see what he wanted. The problem was Harry's costume. Gaffer explained that Harry looked too pale. Sort of frog belly white, as Gaffer put it. Harry listened as the man explained the different things he could do to make him look better. The easiest thing to do is set up an amber spot. That'll make the chains look gold and you'll look tanned. Not real dark. I know you need to look pale, but sort of golden. And I can follow you around with it, instead of having to change all the cells before you come on. Since he doesn't move around the stage a lot, I can put a hot spot on Mac. That'll make him look really black, emphasizing the contrast between you and him. I'll talk to him too, okay? Harry nodded. Fine, that's a good idea. I really wanted silver chains, but if you think I look better in gold, gold it is. But what about the second show? I don't know what kind of costume I'm going to wear tonight. Last night was just sort of slapped together spur of the moment. Colin wasn't really pleased with it. I'll check with him and see what he's come up with, shall I? Okay, thanks. You better scoot quick. Mac will be here soon. Harry grinned, nodded and hurried off to see what Colin had come up with. Colin hadn't come up with much. He'd just reworked the green costume a bit and made a vest that covered Harry's scars without looking contrived. Harry nodded and smiled. I like it. I do look better in green than I do in purple. And I won't have to change my makeup, as long as I don't sweat it off. Harry ran a hand through his bangs. He noticed that there was no overskirt to the new costume. No skirt thing. No. I made the chalwar a lot fuller. Looks more masculine to this lot. You'll look great in this. Want to try it on? Harry nodded. I better. You're great, but better safe than sorry. So Harry tried on his new costume and twirled around the room. Colin just smiled. Harry was such a nice boy and so good a dancer. Looks great, pet. Take it off and I'll get it on a hanger for you. Better get back in there. Mac will be waiting. Harry stripped off the costume and, after handing it over to Colin, went in search of Mac. He found him standing on the stage with the gaffer pointing spots at him. The hot spot worked just like Gaffer said it would. The amber spot made Harry look yellow, jaundiced. They fiddled a bit but finally settled on a slightly blue one that Gaffer said was the best he could do. Harry looked at a digital picture of himself, borrowed the camera and headed to the back to talk to Mikey. Look at this. Mikey, I look like I'm dead. This is awful. Mikey looked at the picture and just nodded. All you need is a bit more blush and put it on your forehead. You're covering your scar anyway. I'll show you how. Don't panic. Deal with the situation and then panic. Harry had to nod. Good advice, in more ways than one. Thanks. Harry settled into Mikey's chair and watched as Mikey fixed his face. He paid careful attention to what was done so he could do it himself. When Mikey was done, Harry went out for another lighting check. This time he looked very good, according to Johnny. As Johnny was leaving to check on the liquor delivery, Mac walked up. He was in costume and ready to practice. Harry decided not to wear his as the whole thing was hard to clean and had to be cleaned after he sweated all over it. Mac helped him put on the double collar he had to wear even for practice. Practice went well. Both Harry and Mac remembered all the steps and the lighting problems were all resolved. They went through the routine twice to make sure. Then Colin came out and told Harry that Gaffer wanted to have him on stage for a bit in his other costume so he could set the lights for it. He'd had to do something on the fly last night and didn't intend to repeat it. Harry wandered out onto the stage in his green costume. Gaffer tried several lights, finally settling on a combination that worked. Harry was surprised to realize that the amber spot that hadn't worked for the first performance worked very well for the second. After the final lighting check, Harry wandered into the back of the club. He'd never actually been in the back rooms, so he decided to check them out. He wandered through the rooms, well light for now, and decided he was glad he'd refused to work them. The St. Andrew's cross made him shiver, and not in a good way. The spanking bench made him flinch. He left as soon as he got a good look at some of the other things. He was just getting ready to leave when Mikey found him. Hi, you coming into the back? Harry shook his head. No, not a chance. The idea of being tied up by a stranger and hit with something, no, just no. I had enough trouble being a table. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Mikey nodded. I see. Well, it's too bad you can't like it, but you don't like it, that's it. You never let someone talk you into doing something you know isn't for you. Got to have backbone. But you ought to let me explain some things to you. Doesn't do to be ignorant. So Harry listened with actual interest as Mikey explained preparation, endorphins, and easing down. As well as some things that made Harry laugh. At the end of half an hour or so, Mikey let him slip away, better informed than he'd ever thought to be. He liked it that everyone wanted to explain things to him. It was a new experience and one he intended to carry over to other facets of his life. The performance was well attended, in fact the room was jammed. Harry danced in a way that would have made Khalil proud. Frankie hugged Johnny as he and Mac were called for a second curtain call. Mac grabbed Harry and picked him up in a bear hug that made him gasp. You were brilliant, you dance like you've been doing it for years. We're going to clean up. I'll go out and pick up the tips in a second. Harry made dramatic wheezing noises then laughed with Mac. No, I'll go get them. Mac shook his head. Not a chance. I'm not letting you go out there. They'll swarm you. No one touches you. We'll build a mystique. Make you mysterious and all that. Harry started to say something but Mac glowered so fiercely that he gave up. Throwing his hands in the air, he announced. Okay. Have it your way. He went on into the back to get some tea and listen, in dazed amazement, to the compliments of the other men. He was petted, handed tea, given a robe and settled on a couch. Other dancers and even some of the back room boys all came to tell him how well he'd done. Mac was treated the same when he came in a few minutes later. He grinned at Harry and told him how much their tips came to. Harry blinked once. That's a lot. My share comes to. That is your share. Mac settled back with a satisfied smirk. He was upright an instant later as Harry began to cry. Harry, what's wrong? Did you hurt yourself? Talk to me. Harry managed to get himself under control after several hiccuping sobs. It's just so different. Everyone tells me how good I am, how well I'm doing. Perfect strangers give me money. No one's ever done that before. It's always been how stupid I was, and a smack just for good measure. Even at school, it's always been, do more. Never any acknowledgement of how hard I tried or how well I did. Mac just picked Harry up and plopped him in his lap. He cuddled Harry and soothed him. The other men in the room rushed around, fetching a glass of water, a small pill, which Harry refused, tea, and anything else they could think of. Including Frankie and Johnny. Mac, what's going on? Why's Harry so upset? Frankie bustled around organizing everyone. He rejected the Valium with a soft, "Not for our Harry. Thanks." Soothed a few hurt feelings and settled Johnny on the other side of the couch, all in a few seconds. Johnny got the lowdown from Mac and spent his time patting and soothing Harry. He explained to the room that Harry wasn't used to so much approval and was just a bit overwhelmed. He got one of the men to make Harry a cup of soothing herbal tea, one they used when a back room boy got shaken up. It worked in a few moments, calming Harry and helping him to slip into a light doze. As soon as Mac was sure Harry was relaxed, he eased him down onto the couch and covered him with a light Afghan. Well, if I ever meet anyone from that school of his, I'll have something to say to them. And, I'd really like to get my hands on his aunt and uncle. Especially his uncle. The murmur of general agreement made Harry stir restlessly, so everyone eased out of the room to let him rest. You think he'll be able to do the second set? Or should we make other arrangements? Mac, overhearing Johnny, spoke up. I can stay tonight. My daughter is better and my wife isn't working tonight. If Harry can't dance, I can. Okay. That's good. I'd really like to see you dance together. Too bad you haven't practiced something. We'll work up something as soon as we can. Max spent the time between sets listening to the music and getting a costume from Colin. His costume was much like Harry's except that it was white with silver trim and didn't include the vest. The billowing chalwar made him look even bigger than he really was. Harry slept until Johnny woke him for the second performance. Oh, I'm up. Harry sat up and rubbed his face. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I really feel like a right prat. Hysterical as a girl. Johnny just shook his head, an affectionate smile on his face. Harry, it's all right. We've been expecting something like this for a while now. Just take a deep breath and calm down. You're on in 15 minutes, if you feel you can do it. And I mean if you feel up to it. Not, can you drag yourself together enough? Got me. Harry nodded, settled back and closed his eyes. It only took him moments to make up his mind. I can do it. I feel lots better. I think it was just that everyone is so nice to me. I'm not used to that. Even my friends can be a bit, well, non-supportive at times. It's always, Harry, you didn't study for some class or other. Or a jealous fit and no one's talking to me for weeks. Not like here. Everyone just fell all over themselves to tell me I did a good job. It just sort of put me off stride a bit. I'm fine now. Really. Johnny gave Harry a good look over then nodded. Okay, you better go to Colin and get your costume, and fix your face, your eyeliner ran. Harry hurried to fix his face and get his costume. He was stopped several times to be hugged and told he was brilliant. He basked in the compliments this time and thanked every person with a hug and a smile. He found Mac in the dressing room with Colin, chatting companionably. Mac grinned at Harry and announced that he had the perfect music, if Harry was wanting to do another traditional piece for their second piece. Mac continued to grin as he said, we could do a challenge piece. One of us does some steps and the other copies them. What do you think? Harry nodded. That's brilliant. That way we can both show off a bit. Is there a break about halfway through? If there is, we could trade off leaders. Mac sighed. Harry was just too good to be true. Any other lead dancer wouldn't even think about asking such a question. Yeah, there's a short break just after halfway through. Harry reached out for the headphones. I'll give it a listen. We'll figure out something either way. The music was a bit long for a regular performance. Most dancers didn't go more than about 3 minuets, more was too long. Harry decided that they could manage as the piece was only about 4 minutes and 20 or 30 seconds. Each one of them would only be dancing for half that time, so they would be able to manage. Colin fiddled with Harry's costume as he stood listening to the music. He was determined to make sure that Harry looked his best. This was going to be good for the club and everyone in it. Having a dancer as young, handsome and good as Harry was going to be a real cachet. Everyone and his brother was going to want to see him. Mac grinned at Colin as Harry forgot he was supposed to stand still and wriggled his hips in a double hip roll that made Colin smack his beep and say, "Be still, wiggle worm." Harry just snickered, pulled the headphones off and nodded. "I like it, it's perfect. We'll be fine. Mac, you go first." "Why should I go first?" Harry did a complicated step. "Can you do that?" Mac gave up without a struggle. Holding up one hand he laughed. Okay. "No, I can't do that. Brat." Harry stuck his tongue out at Mac, making both Colin and Mac laugh. Colin paused in his fiddling to ask, "Harry, you said you might get a piercing. Do you want to do it tonight after the performance? My friend said he'd do it free, or sort of. He wants free admission for 2 performances." Harry shrugged. "Yeah, good idea. Check with Johnny first though." "Okay." Colin said he'd do that during the performance, so Harry and Mac headed for the backstage area to wait for their turn on stage. The guys in the backstage all congratulated Mac and Harry on their earlier performance and told them, "Break a leg," for their next. When the music started, Harry and Mac were already on stage, standing in individual spotlights. The music started with a rattle of drums and tambourine. Mac did a simple hip roll and flip. Harry copied him, grinning. Mac did another series of steps which Harry copied again. The dance continued like this, Mac doing ever more complicated series of steps, Harry copying him easily. Then the long drum solo, during which Harry and Mac strolled around the stage, arms outstretched in the universal gesture for, "Look at me." When they returned to their spots, Harry started first. He combined a camel roll with a hip kick, then went into a series of quick steps combined with a shimmy. Mac did the same. They continued their dance until Harry did a back bend while doing a series of shoulder rolls. The audience gasped as the top of Harry's head touched the floor. Mac just shook his head, pressed his hands together palm to palm and bowed. There was no way he could do that. They ended their dance with a mutual bow to each other, then the audience. The music ended in a flurry of drums and the curtain fell. Harry insisted on gathering their tips this time. He scurried out quickly and gathered the tips, bending over and shaking his hips at the audience teasingly. They went wild, tossing more money and cheering him on. Several men tried to grab him but found out that he was very quick, and not above slapping a hand or two. It didn't take him long to get the money gathered up and handed over to a waiting, gloating Frankie. "Here. Can I have £50? Take it out of my share." Frankie didn't ask any questions, he just counted the take and split it. He kept most of Harry's share, handed him £50 in small bills, then gave the rest to Mac. Mac eyed this with a skeptical eye. What was that? Why is he keeping most of your money? Harry was wondering if £100 was going to be enough to take Colin, Mikey and himself to supper. It took him a second to reply. Oh, Frankie keeps most of my money for me. He's putting it into a bank account. I've got the book somewhere. Oh, no I don't, he's got it. He's going to make a deposit tomorrow. Both Frankie and Johnny keep telling me I need to have a savings big enough to keep me for at least 6 months. They're a bit obsessed with it. I don't mind. I have spending money, a roof over my head and plenty of food. He blinked at Mac for a second. Why? It didn't look good for him to just give you a couple of fivers and stick the rest in his pocket. Are you sure he's banking that? Have you actually seen the book? Harry grinned. I'll start crying again in a second. Yes, I'm sure he's banking it. I keep the bank book unless he actually needs it to make a deposit. And he didn't just give me a fiver, I wanted £50. See? Harry waved the money at Mac, grinning. But thanks for the concern. I really appreciate it. See you. Bye. Harry hurried off to catch Johnny, realizing he'd forgotten to tell Frankie that he was going out with Colin and Mikey. Johnny just told him not to come home drunk and patted him on the back. Harry never realized that Johnny caught Mikey outside the costume room and, while Harry was getting changed, told him to take good care of Harry if he valued his bollocks. Mikey just grinned and replied, "You really think I'd let anything happen to our Harry?" Johnny just grinned and walked off. Harry took a quick hobo bath in the men's room and scrambled into his leather pants and green silk shirt. He wore his favorite leather boots, the ones that matched his pants. He looked into the mirror, wondering if he should get his ears pierced too. He finally decided to get his nipple and one ear done. A knock on the door returned him to himself. "Harry, quit primping and get out here." Harry checked his renewed eyeliner and headed for the door. Harry opened the door, saying, "Did you say primping or pimping?" His smile faded a bit at the expressions on his friends' faces. "What? I'm sorry, I didn't." Colin just shushed Harry. "Shish, pet. We just had a moment. You're gorgeous. Beautiful. So say. Why it really hurts, in that oh, my god sort of way. Come on. We'll never get a table if we don't leave now." Harry relaxed and followed the two men, strutting just a bit. They walked to the restaurant, huddling in their coats. It was still cold, but the drizzling, sleety rain had stopped. Colin remarked that the weather was awful this year. Harry agreed and nudged Mikey, who just shuddered and said he hated to be cold. They were all relieved when they got to the restaurant, met Colin's friend and got seated. Mikey introduced the man as Punked, he just nodded and waited. Harry didn't know enough to make a remark and Mikey already knew the man. Punked was impressed by the fact that Harry didn't make the obvious remarks. Harry took a menu from the host and announced, "My treat. And no arguments." He glanced at the menu and relaxed. He had £100 with him, counting the 50 he'd gotten from Frankie. The menu didn't have a thing on it over £15. Colin nodded his thanks and both Mikey and Punked said, "Ta, mate." They gave the waitress their orders and sat around, drinking their drinks and talking about dancing, costumes and whatever else wandered into their heads. They took their time eating and finished at nearly 3 in the morning. Harry sighed as he pushed his plate away. He was glad he didn't have training in the morning, he'd never make it. "You ready? I thought we'd go to my studio and do your piercing now." "Okay." Harry nodded. "Yeah, sounds good. Then I'm going home and crash. And burn." Punked grinned. "Not much of a night owl, are you?" Harry laughed. "Not really. I do martial arts, so I'm more used to getting up, working out and taking a nap just before I have to go to work. Today was really busy and I'm feeling it. Let's go, before I fall asleep in the chair." "That's okay. But you'll have a rather rude awakening." They all laughed, struggled into their coats and headed for the studio. When they got there, Harry was glad to see that the place was well lighted and very clean. Each chair had a rolling cart beside it, filled with autoclave packets. "Okay, kiddo, what did you want done? Ear, nipple, or something lower down?" Harry crossed his legs and shook his head. "Oh, no, you're not getting into my knickers." Everyone snickered. "I decided on one ear and a nipple. But I've heard that there's some significance to what gets pierced." Punked shrugged. "Some people say left ear queer, right ear straight. That's why some guys are getting both pierced." Mikey snorted. "Yeah, and that means you're bi. Or just like the look. What do you like, Harry?" Harry grinned. "I think both. And anyone makes any stupid remarks, they'll find out I'm no pushover. Not that I'm going to start anything, so don't go running to Frankie." Punked punched Colin in the shoulder and got a poke back for his trouble. Mikey just rolled his eyes. "You two grow up, please." "So, Harry, and a nipple." Harry nodded. "Yeah, so, what's next?" Punked pulled a tray on a roller stand closer and showed Harry the jewelry on it. "You pick your studs." Harry examined the offerings carefully and settled on plain rings. "I like these for now. I'd like a nipple ring just large enough to put a small drop on. What do you think?" Punked intimated his own piercings with a grin. "I think you like what you like. I'd pick something a little more showy, myself. But then, I've got a Prince Albert." Harry flatly refused to take the bait, telling the expectant group that he wasn't about to ask as he really didn't want to pass out before the job was even begun. Punked opened the packages containing Harry's choice of jewelry and dropped the rings into a sterilizing solution. He swabbed Harry's earlobes with alcohol and got out his marker. He carefully marked where he was going to place the holes, then handed Harry a mirror. Here, see if that suits you. I'd recommend right in the middle of the lobe, but some people want the holes lower or higher. Personal preference. No, that's fine. Harry turned his head from side to side. Looks good. Okay, here we go. Punkt cleaned Harry's earlobes again and pinched one. Before Harry knew what happened, he had a ring through his ear. Punkt had thrust the needle through it and gotten the ring in so quickly that Harry was still deciding whether to wince or not. There, first one done. The second is usually worse because you're expecting it. Harry sighed. Punkt, you're a nice guy, but surprising me like that isn't a good idea. You're liable to get hurt. Yeah, you're so tough. Relax. Punkt patted Harry's shoulder. Harry did his best to relax and succeeded well enough. The other ear was duly pierced. This time Punkt warned Harry just before he did it. Harry didn't even flinch. Okay, that went well. Mikey, see what you think. Mikey and Colin examined the small rings and approved happily. When Harry settled back, Punkt grinned. That's good. Now we're down to the hard stuff. First thing I'll do is stimulate your nipple until it's erect, then I'll mark it. Do you want it vertical or horizontal? I'd recommend horizontal myself. And I've been looking at the ring. It's a bit small. There's a chance of pulling it through if you get it caught on something. Especially before it heals. Up to you, though. Harry thought about it for a moment. I like the small one, I'll just have to be really careful. Don't worry, I won't come back on you. I take responsibility for my decisions. Let's get this over with. Okay, your body. Here we go. Punkt reached out and did what needed to be done. Harry was surprised at how good it felt, but he kept his comments to himself. This was business, not pleasure. When Punkt took out the clamp, Harry flinched before it even touched him. Punkt explained what he was about to do. Okay, here's the deal. I'll put this clamp on you, see the hole in the tip? That's where I'll insert the cannula. I don't use a needle for this, a cannula is better because I'll use it to guide the ring through your nipple. Okay. Harry nodded, closed his eyes and let Punkt get on with it. It didn't take long and didn't hurt as much as Harry thought it would. Especially since Colin held one hand and Mikey held the other. Harry examined the result and nodded. Just exactly what I wanted. I've got some drops in mind. How do I get them on the ring? I don't intend to take it out even after the 6 months you said it would take to heal. Harry didn't mention that he intended to heal it the second he got home. Punkt nodded. That's good. I've got some nice drops. Swarovski crystals. Very pretty. What you do is open the ring on the crystal and attach it to your ring, then bend it shut. Have Mikey show you how when you're ready. Now, I'm gonna put a bandage over that to keep it from getting irritated. I'd recommend that you keep it on for at least 24 hours. Wash carefully and wipe all 3 piercings with this. Punkt handed Harry a white bottle and a baggie of cotton balls. Harry glanced at the instruction sheet he was handed and nodded. Okay, I'll do that. And I'll keep it covered for a while, except when I'm performing. Harry decided to keep his nipple covered for several days, to hide the fact that it was healed. He thanked Punkt again and headed for the door. He was tired and really wanted to get home and to bed. He knew he'd better hurry a bit. When the adrenaline and endorphins wore off, he was going to really crash. I'm beat. Mikey. Colin, it was great. I'll catch a taxi, so don't worry about me walking alone. Bye. Harry made it out the door, hailed a cab and was lucky enough to get one quickly. He didn't see all 3 friends watching him through the door and windows. Harry crashed hard when he got home, falling asleep almost before he got covered up. He never even heard Johnny check on him, even when Johnny tucked the covers more securely around his shoulders. Detective Hugo McGowan tapped on his friend's door, wondering what sort of thing he'd come up with now. The man was a good friend, but he had a fascination with young dancers that Hugo found a bit disturbing. There'd never been anything off about his relationships with the boys, all he ever did was film them. Hugo wondered if Tony had ever even met one of them, but it was still a bit odd. Tony opened the door, took Mr. McGowan's coat and ushered him into the living room. Wait until you see this one. He's really young, much younger than I even think should be working in a club, but the bouncer told me he's untouchable. Absolutely. Let me key this up. He fiddled with a remote and the TV came on. Hugo found him staring at Harry Potter. Bloody hell. Where did you take that? That's my target. Tony blinked. The rich kid. Wow. I got that at the Silken Cage. You better be careful around that lot. They don't put up with anything. I'll give you a copy of this, shall I? Hugo nodded, thankful that Tony knew better than to ask him too many questions. He was really going to have to ask Tony what the hell he did with the footage he shot. Later. It took 10 minutes to get the copy and a taxi, another 45 minutes to get to the Malfoy townhouse. When he got there, he was informed that Mr. Malfoy wasn't in but could be summoned if he didn't mind waiting. Detective McGowan agreed to sit in a small room until he was called. He would never know that it took the several minutes he waited to set up the spell that would take him to Malfoy Manor and back without him knowing he'd even left London. Right this way, sir. Mr. Malfoy is expecting you now. Lucius looked up from his chair and sighed. The man looked excited about something he had in his hand, but it didn't look much like he'd found Harry. I found him. Sort of. I know where he's performing. If I stake the place out, I can follow him to where he's staying and we've got him. Would you like to see the video? Just to make sure it's the right kid. Lucius shook his head. Harry is too young to work in a, he waved his hand, whatever you call it. Do not come back without Harry. Dismissed. McGowan glowered at Mr. Malfoy. Look at the vid. Here. All well. Damn, it won't work. Battery must have gone dead. Anyway, I'd bet my last shilling that this is the kid. Then what do you suggest? Malfoy crossed his arms over his chest, looking his most arrogant and annoyed. I'll stake the place out, get a look for myself. If I'm convinced it's Harry, I'll just grab him and bring him here. Simple. You will find that dealing with Mr. Potter is never simple, nor easy. If you manage to capture him, you'll never be able to keep him. But try if you like. McGowan grumbled a bit then left. He stepped from Wiltshire to London without even noticing. Lucius turned to his human London butler and sniffed. If he actually gets Mr. Potter here, do make sure he stays. The butler bowed and began making his plans. Harry woke the next morning, groaning softly as his nipple twinged. He laid his palm over it for a second and healed it, almost without thinking. He blinked rapidly for a moment, realizing what he'd done. He touched each ear and healed them too. He wondered idly how much damage he could actually heal. He rolled out of bed and shambled into his bathroom to take a shower. He shampooed his hair, then used some conditioner, enjoying the feeling of clean, silky hair. As he was drying it, he brushed his teeth. When he was done with his ablutions, he headed for breakfast. It was his turn to cook, so he gathered ingredients for omelets. It didn't take him long to chop onions and green peppers, slice mushrooms and grate cheese. He decided to fry up some bacon extra crispy and crumble that into the mix. He used the bacon grease to fry up the onions, mushrooms, and green peppers, keeping back enough to grease the skillet when he made up the omelets. He started toasting slices of bread, setting the butter and marmalade on the table while he waited for the toast to pop. He loved the special mornings when they had time to eat together and talk. He was looking forward to just relaxing this morning. Frankie wandered in, followed by Johnny. Neither one of them were wearing more than boxers and a bathrobe. Harry smiled at them and nodded in the direction of the ingredients. Omelets. There's toast, OJ, and tea. Anything else? Johnny settled in his chair, grabbed his mug of tea and sighed. No. Sounds brilliant. Individual. Yeah, unless you want something else. Grilled tomatoes would be nice. Frankie took his tea and settled in his own place. Harry got out a couple of tomatoes, sliced them in half and turned on the grill. Okay, and that'll heat the oven up so that I can melt the cheese on top. You do want cheese on top, right? Both Frankie and Johnny did. Harry just grinned at them and grated more cheese. He made omelets and handed Frankie and Johnny theirs, then settled down to eat his. They talked about everything and anything, and finally, Frankie brought up what Harry was waiting for. Well, Harry, I've been patient long enough. Let's see it. Harry grinned at them and opened his shirt. Johnny grinned. Very nice. Discreet. Delicate without being feminine. I like it. Frankie just smiled gently. It's nice. Just be sure to take good care of it. I don't want you getting an infection. He laughed softly. And the earrings are nice too. Harry grinned. He'd wondered when they would get around to saying something. I was thinking of getting some drops to go on the rings. Crystals, you know. Good idea. I know just the thing. Johnny, we'll have to drop by that little shop on the way to the club. Johnny just nodded. Sure. I think I know what you're talking about. He turned to give Harry a secret smile. And, no, we won't tell you what we're up to. It's a surprise. Now I'm going to the bank. I still have your book and I'm going to deposit most of what you gave me into your account. I'll keep out £75 for household for the month. Okay. Harry nodded. That's fine. I've still got plenty of money from that 100 I kept. I'll keep tonight's tips too. I need to go to the art supply store for some more paint. And a new brush. I left my nice number 8 squirrel in the water jar like an idiot and ruined it. Frankie sighed. It wasn't like Harry to forget something like that. Why did you do that? What was wrong? Harry shrugged. I just forgot. I cleaned up my stuff, but I was thinking that I'd just gotten fresh water. I forgot that I'd put the brush in it to soak a bit. It was my turn to make lunch. Remember? Oh, yeah, so that's going to cost you. Too bad, but you brought it on yourself. Frankie pushed back from the table and stretched. I'm going to shower, get dressed and do my chores. Johnny. I'll go with you. I said I need to go to the bank. I also need to do the grocery shopping. What chores do you have? Frankie chuckled and followed Johnny out of the room. I'll wash your back while we decide what to do first. Come on. They ambled down the hall together, talking in soft voices. Harry just smiled for a moment then started on the dishes. He'd go jogging, meditate, work on Akata and then go shopping himself. He found that his jogging, meditation and martial arts helped him start the day right. He had decided a month or more ago that he deserved the 2 or 3 hours a day that it took. He really enjoyed Tikai and meditation, they seemed to really help with his temper. Lu Sifu had said, more than once, if you lose your temper you lose the fight before it's even begun. Harry knew he was right. He finished his dishes with that thought and called down the hall. Okay, you two, break it up long enough to listen. I'm done with my chores and I'm headed out. Bye. Lucius Malfoy eyed the Potter account books and sighed. They were a real mess. And Harry had inherited the Black and, through his connection with Sirius Black, the Lestrange fortune as well. He'd seen to that. Bellatrix was a Black and, since she was officially escaped from Azkaban, he shuddered at the thought of that place. Her portion of the Lestrange money went to her nearest heir, Harry. And, since they were also criminals, the other 2/3, which came from Rabaston and Rodolphus went to Harry as well. Draco's voice jerked him from his thoughts. Father, I would really like to understand why we didn't just take the Lestrange money for ourselves, not that we need it. And, I'm really not trying to be greedy, I'm just curious. Good public relations. If we take the money for ourselves we will be seen as greedy, grasping and unreasonable. But, since I'm Harry's guardian, no one is going to think a thing about my getting control of it for Harry. And the more money Harry takes in, the more I get. I am entitled to 5% of his net profits as his executor. I don't think you really understand how much that actually is. Lucius slid the account book over to Draco for his examination. Draco glanced at the bottom line and gulped. He pushed the book back to his father with a hand that shook slightly. Oh, Merlin's, that's a lot of money. A lot. Yes, and, as long as I prove to be an honest executor, no one can object to my taking my proper portion. He smiled at the accounts with some satisfaction, despite the disarray they were still in. Oh, and, Draco. Language. Sorry. I've been associating with Crabbe and Goyle too much. They're dunderheads as polite. After associating with Weasley and Granger, I'm finding them to be a severe trial to my patience. Father. Yes, Draco. Lucius knew what was coming and had been ready for it for more than a month now. I know they're Gryffindors and all that, but I like Ron and Hermione better than Crabbe and Goyle, and Parkinson put together. At least they're not trying to hex me at every turn. You got Dumbledore to give me my own quarters, you remember. And I'd like your permission not to associate with them anymore, Slytherin or not. Lucius gazed at Draco rather blankly as he unraveled this somewhat jumbled revelation. Let me get things straight. The entire house of Slytherin has been hexing you. Draco nodded, looking extremely put out. And Granger and Weasley have been helping you. Draco nodded again. Well, that's the outside of enough. You associate with whomever you like. Voldemort be damned. Thank you, sir. Oh, is there any word on Potter? Lucius shrugged an elegant, French gesture. My detective thinks he has a lead, but, considering all the facts, I doubt it. We'll see. When Harry gets here, you're to treat him in a seemly fashion, one befitting a Malfoy. Do you understand? Draco bowed slightly. Yes, father, I do. I will treat him as a foster brother should be treated even if it kills me. I swear. Very good, Draco, my dragon. You'll do the Malfoy name proud, I'm certain. Draco settled at his desk. One of the conditions of being allowed to return home as often as he did was that he had to keep his homework up. He actually found it easier to do it here than in the Slytherin common room or in study hall. There, he had to keep one eye open for hexes, jinxes, and curses. And he didn't mind missing Hogsmeade as it was just another place for the Slytherins to ambush him. Lucius went back to trying to consolidate Harry's holdings into something a bit more manageable. He'd already consolidated his vaults and gotten an inventory of all the items in them. He'd also refrained from reading it. It wasn't his business what personal items, magical or otherwise, were in the new vault. Ron sighed, leaned back in his chair and stretched. He and Hermione had been studying for what seemed like hours. He was ready for a break and he was hungry. Hermione put her quill down and sighed, too. I'm ready for a break and I know you are. Tell me why we took this class again. Because we thought it would be fun, with Harry in it. Now it's just tedious. 18 inches on T. Faye. Hermione rubbed her face. Trelawney is getting nuttier by the day. T. Not tea leaves, but tea. I've got 18 inches, but just barely. It's not acceptable. She started to cry. Ron, used to her bursting into tears when she thought of Harry, just eased her against his chest and started to rub her back. We'll find him. My own. I swear. We will. I don't think we will. He's gone underground, in Muggle London. The runaways hide each other. It's just awful, thinking about what could be happening to him. Snape's quit looking, you know. Ron patted Hermione's shoulder. I know. But, believe it or don't, I'm on his side. Why should he keep wandering London, when we have no idea where to look? They jumped apart as a soft, velvety voice sounded from behind them. Well, I'm astonished, to say the least. You agree with me. View me confounded. Miss Granger, dry your face, evidence of your lachrymose humor won't do you any favors. Mr. Weasley, kindly take Miss Granger back to Gryffindor now. Curfew is in half an hour. And you've missed supper. You better hurry, if you want to get to the kitchens and get something to eat before you return to your dorm. Professor Snape, acting proctor in the late study hall, swirled around in a flurry of black robes and strode off to tell the rest of the late students to leave the hall. Ron pressed a hand to his chest. Bloody hell. That man is half cat, I swear. Nearly gave me heart failure. He cast a tempest and agreed with him. But he's right. I'm starving. We've missed the tail end of supper and we have to hurry or it'll be crisps and tea for supper. Hermione didn't bother to say anything, she just chucked her things into her satchel and shouldered the strap. Ron gathered his stuff into a messy pile and they headed for the kitchens. On the way, they ran into Draco. Or rather, found him. He was hanging, upside down from a torchiere, the large bracket used to hold torches on the wall. He was bleeding freely from the nose. Ron snarled. Damn it. Hermione, I'll hold him up, you undo the binding charm. Hermione just obeyed Ron without argument. They carried him into the kitchens and put him down on a table. One of the elves popped out to get Madame Pomfrey on Ron's order. When the bustling Mediwitch entered the kitchens, Hermione had already washed most of the blood off Draco, so Madame just waved her wand, did a diagnostic and announced, well, he's just dazed and bruised a bit. Take him back to his quarters, I'll send a potion or two with you. I need to get back to the hospital wing. Hannah Abbott broke her leg and I have to watch her carefully, she's not healing as well as she should. The Medi-Witch shook her head. You girls and your reducing. She doesn't have enough calcium in her blood. Hermione blinked at Madame Pomfrey's attitude towards Draco then sighed. Are you sure that Draco should just go back to his quarters? Shouldn't he go to the infirmary? Hannah needs calcium. Just make her drink a lot of skimmed milk. That'll take care of that. Madame Pomfrey shook her head. Half of Slytherin is in there. Draco doesn't need half a dozen hexes on top of that beating. I know I can trust you to take care of Mr. Malfoy, no matter how you feel about him personally. Get something to eat. Take Mr. Malfoy to his quarters. I'll give you a note so you won't get into trouble for being out after curfew. She quickly wrote the note with a quill Hermione gave her, on a bit of parchment from Ron. Ron grumbled softly. You'd think they'd take better care of the Prince of Slytherin, but oh, come on. He eased Draco up and helped him stand. Hermione gathered all their books into one pile and just shoved it into a house elf's hands. She pointed to several trenchers and asked that those be taken to Draco's quarters and followed Draco and Ron out the door. It didn't take them long to get to Draco's quarters where Ron eased Draco down on a couch and helped him get flat. Thanks. I ache all over. Damn them. They ambushed me when I came out of the kitchen. Father is going to go spare. Ron handed him the potion and told him, quite firmly, to drink it all. Draco accepted the potion, gulped it and shuddered. Ew. And don't ever let Father know I made a sound like that. He leaned back and tried to relax. Hermione shook her head. We'll come and escort you to classes. Don't leave your rooms without one or both of us with you. I'll see if Neville will help. Longbottom might. But I don't trust anyone else. Thanks. I know I don't deserve this, but I really do appreciate it. Shows who a person's friends really are. If you know what I mean. Ron just nodded. Sure thing. Here's some shepherd's pie. Eat. He handed Draco the individual dish and a fork, then turned to his own dinner. Hermione thanked the waiting house elves and started to eat. Draco just ate the offered food and thought, long and hard. Harry wandered along the street, window shopping, just for the fun of it. He was going to have to get a new brush and some more colors. He was looking forward to just browsing in the store. He had made a mental list of the things he really needed, but he had enough money to indulge himself a bit. Maybe a nice palette to replace the cracked plate he was using now. He stopped in at the local coffee bar and got a latte, sissy drink as Johnny called it, but he did like it. And a muffin. He nibbled his muffin and sipped his coffee as he walked along. The hot coffee was welcome in the cold. He never noticed his shadow. Lucifu would have smacked him if he'd known. Harry finished his muffin just as he got to the store, so he took a few moments to drink the rest of his coffee. He stuffed the muffin paper into the cup and tossed them into a trash container. He smiled at the merry jingle of the bell over the door. Hello. Anyone about? Harry. Come in, come in. I'm in the back. If you need me, just call out. I've got in a new shipment and I'm checking it in. Harry moved to the rack of brushes, happy that the proprietor knew him well enough to recognize his voice. He fingered a cheap brush, then looked at a good quality one, like the one he'd ruined. It was much more expensive but well worth the cost. He decided that he could afford the cost and took it out of the display. He wandered up and down the aisles, looking at all the pens, pencils, markers and other supplies. He finally settled on the tubes of watercolors he wanted, as well as papers and some supplies to turn his artwork into a book. He took his selections to the counter and called to the proprietor, Mr. Sullivan, I'm ready to pay up. Are you okay? Mr. Sullivan came out of the back room. I'm fine. I just got involved. You should have called me sooner. I was enjoying looking around. I called you when I was ready to pay. Take your time writing me up. I might find something else I want. Harry grinned at the man companionably. Okay, good. Let me see. He added up Harry's purchases and told him the total. Harry paid him, tucked his package into his pocket and left. He had to grin as he checked his pocket. He'd bought the coat because of the huge pockets. He had 3 coats now, not to mention the jackets. Dobby glanced around, checked the cabinet for alarms, then opened the door. He started examining the various vials, bottles and jars. He knew what he wanted, but it was hard to find things sometimes as Professor Snape didn't put potions in the same shaped container every time. He just used whichever shape available that would hold the proper dose. While Dobby was busy trying to find the potions he wanted, Professor Snape was easing in the door. The alarm he'd set on the rack of potion vials had alerted him. He'd been a teacher much too long to alarm a cabinet door. He was very startled to see Dobby tucking vials into his pockets. "Dobby House Elf, what in thunderation do you think you're doing? I never would have thought you'd steal." Snape took Dobby by the collar and headed for the door, the poor elf stumbling along behind. "I'm taking you straight to Dumbledore. He'll deal with this." The trip to the headmaster's office didn't take long, especially at this time of night. Dumbledore was waiting behind his desk, dressed in a comfortable lounging robe and slippers. "I was reading when you flued me. Did you catch your thief?" Professor Snape just pushed Dobby in front of his legs and pointed. "Yes." Dobby's ears were flat to his hanging head and he wrung his hands miserably. Dumbledore looked over his glasses at Dobby and sighed. Well, this is a nasty surprise. Dobby, what were you going to do with those potions?" Dobby shrugged like a small child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "Nothing. Headmaster Dumbledore, sir. Nothing bad." Dobby swears. He held up his hand in a universal, "I swear," gesture. Snape had his own opinion about the whole situation. "I think he's been taking potions and selling them in Nocturne Alley, then using the money to buy butterbeer for Winky." He turned a strangely sad look on Dobby. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I thought better of you." Dumbledore just shook his head. "Severus, I'm afraid you're right. Dobby, you're forbidden to leave Hogwarts again without my express permission." Dobby opened his mouth to object, but Dumbledore cut him off. "No, I'm very sorry, but that's my decision. Now, run along and tell Winky you can't get her any more beer." Dobby blinked sadly at the two wizards, then disappeared with a loud crack. Dumbledore shook his head again. "I'm afraid he'll sulk for weeks. And apparate loudly. See if you can't keep an eye on him, will you, my boy?" Severus just bowed slightly, gathered up the potions and left. Mr. McGowan hung around the silken cage for 2 nights before he saw Harry. He tried to follow him, but Harry went into a coffee shop and didn't come out again. Mr. McGowan didn't know that Harry regularly used a side entrance when he stopped in. It cut half a block off his walk home. The detective checked the cage every night for another 3 but couldn't manage to follow Harry as he was surrounded by laughing, chattering men and boys. He was really worried about the large black man. He looked like he could rip the head off a bull. When he finally managed to follow Harry all the way home, he marked the address in his book and settled in to watch the door. He was going to get Harry's routine down cold before he called his client to come get his quarry. He had to admit that he was a bit scared of Mr. Malfoy, and he'd dealt with some of the roughest characters there were. Mr. Malfoy had that cold, calculating, ruthless look that meant he was quite capable of murder. He was very careful when he gave Mr. Malfoy his report. He wasn't the least bit surprised when his client demanded to be shown where Harry was staying at once. He led Malfoy into the streets of London and onto the subway. Lucius had all he could do not to hex the man. They had to stand in the alley for over an hour before Harry showed up carrying 2 net bags full of groceries. Lucius nearly gasped. The boy was turning into a very handsome man. He would be a credit to the Malfoy name. Regrettably, he only turned half an ear to Harry's routine, only listening to the parts he thought he needed to know to catch Harry. "I see. Yes, I'll take it from here. You'll get your payment when we return to my town house." Mr. McGowan sighed. "Mr. Malfoy, all I have to do is grab the kid. He's what, 16? A quick drive-by snatch and we're home free." Lucius gave Mr. McGowan what Draco called his, "You're such an idiot" look, down his nose. "You have absolutely no idea what you're dealing with. That boy is extremely dangerous. I have people especially trained to handle him. Don't interfere or you'll regret it. Now, home." He flicked his hand at the detective and stalked off. Mr. McGowan followed, grumbling softly. Ron put his arms around Hermione from behind her. She leaned back on his chest and gave a tiny, doleful sniffle. "I hate Slytherins. Just look at poor Draco. He's a Slytherin." Ron rubbed his cheek on the top of Hermione's head. "But, yeah, I'm not too fond of them myself. He really looks rough. He's one of their own. Why would they beat him like that? Ron gave an eloquent shrug. Because he's a traitor now. He and Lucius have changed coats. They won't tolerate that. Hermione sighed again. That's awful. And he's caught in this mess because no one ever changes houses. Why's that, do you suppose? Don't know. But he's got his own quarters. Not that that helps much. They keep ambushing him. He doesn't take a beating well either, does he? Ron considered this for a moment. No, he doesn't. Remember the fuss he made when you punched him? I have a nasty right cross, you said so yourself. Hermione looked indignant, and a bit silly as Ron was looking at her upside down. True, true. Come on, we better get back to the dorms. It's after curfew. Hermione held up a bit of parchment she was clutching in one hand. Excuse. But, you're right, we better get going. Filch is getting really nasty. Harry smiled at Frankie. He was really glad that Lucifer had agreed that Frankie was to be his sponsor for his belt trial. It was great that they could spend as much time working as they were. Frankie ran with him now and they worked on different moves as they ran. Frankie also spent some time each day with him before practice. He was working hard but he loved it. Frankie and Johnny took good care of him and the guys at the club were fantastic. He loved dancing too. This last week had been wonderful. He especially loved the beautiful jeweled drops Frankie and Johnny had gotten him. There were 3 in a set, 1 small and 2 a bit larger. They were in colors that complemented his eyes: emerald green, sapphire blue, garnet red and a lemo yellow. He was wearing just the rings for now as he and Frankie were going to spar a bit. Frankie bowed to Harry and took a defensive stance. He didn't have long to wait for Frankie to signal a move. It was just the flick of a hand but Harry knew it for the beginning of an attack. He replied to the attack and returned to his stance. To uninformed eyes it would look rather like they were just twitching and waving. To other martial artists they were in deadly combat. Harry loved it. Brilliant, Frankie. I've been working out alone until now. It's great to see how all the different moves work against real opponents. Drink. Harry handed Frankie a bottle of water and got another for himself. They discussed attacks and counters. Frankie went over weapons with Harry and set him to working with a bow. Harry worked hard and learned everything he could. Frankie even managed to get some of the senior students to spar with Harry several times. Harry managed to get some time to work on throwing pins, creating them from his bracelets when no one else was around. None of them noticed the man hanging around as Lucius changed his appearance every hour or so. It took Lucius nearly 2 weeks to make his plans and get the correct people. He didn't want to use his usual resources as he didn't want possible Death Eaters involved. He didn't want Voldemort to know what he was up to. Dumbledore either. He waited until Frankie and Johnny were supposed to be at the club and Harry at home. He didn't quite have the luck he hoped for. Some boy was just leaving the apartment, calling out, "Bye, Harry. Hey, someone else is at the door." He nodded to a furious Lucius and ran down the street. Harry took one look at the men in the street, slammed the door and locked it. Lucius snarled at Draco, watched the street, and headed for the door. It took him several frustrating minutes to open the door. Breaking it down like he wanted to would attract too much unwanted attention. As he fiddled, Lucius listened to what was going on in the apartment. He could hear Harry moving around, a door slammed and then a scraping noise. Lucius burst into the apartment and looked for Harry. Harry was nowhere to be found and Lucius snarled again. "Damn that boy. How the hell, Draco?" Draco slipped carefully into the room, making sure to check the corners. "Not here. Shall I have the men come in and search?" "No. Those brutes aren't going to be any help now. I just needed them for cannon fodder if we found Potter. Pay them and send them away. He's gone. I can tell." Draco sighed and went to pay the men off. He was sure Harry was gone too. Their only hope had been to surround him and get him in a crossfire of stunners. One of the men asked what he should do if he saw Harry. Draco snorted, "If you actually manage to capture him, take him to the townhouse and tell the butler to keep hold of him until we get there." Johnny felt a cold chill run over him. He didn't even stop to think. He just grabbed Frankie and snapped, "We have to go home. Right now." "Why? What's going on?" But long experience with Johnny's feelings, had Frankie dragging on his coat as he headed for the door, practically treading on Johnny's heels. They headed out the door and ran. They were both alley rats themselves, so they knew how to get somewhere fast. They usually didn't go onto the roofs or jump fences, they took the long way around. Now they used every trick in the book to get the 6 or so blocks back to the apartment. They arrived just in time to see Draco pay off several thugs and re-enter their home. Frankie went in first, just in time to keep Lucius from opening the door to Harry's room. "Hey, what the bloody hell do you think you're doing? Get away from there." Johnny grabbed Draco by the arm and held on. Draco only prevented himself from hexing Johnny by reminding himself that Harry probably liked these muggles and hexing them would make things very difficult later on. Lucius just turned, raised his eyebrow in his usually haughty expression and announced, "I'm here to get my ward." "Produce him." Frankie was suddenly much bigger and tougher looking and Johnny looked downright mean. "Okay, Dursley, if you think you're getting that boy back, you're sadly mistaken. Get out." Lucius blinked for a second and Draco groaned softly. No one was going to be able to bustle this couple, no matter what. Then Lucius nodded. "I see. No, I'm not Dursley. My name is Lucius Malfoy. I've been appointed Mr. Potter's guardian. When my people found out how that man was treating him, they awarded his guardianship to me. I have papers if you need to see them." Lucius managed to put on a polite smile, without seeming smarmy. Frankie took the papers Lucius offered and Johnny let go of Draco to go look over his shoulder. They took their time looking the papers over, secure in the knowledge that Harry was safe somewhere and confident that he would return when he was sure it was okay. After several minutes Johnny returned the papers to Lucius. "Okay, you're his new guardian. What now? I'm sure he's taken off until he's sure it's safe. We'll give you a call when he shows. That do?" Lucius got a good look into Johnny's eyes, legitimizing him easily. He was very careful not to hurt him or give him any warning as to what he was doing. He knew now that both Frankie and Johnny loved Harry like a little brother and were very upset about his running off. He was also sure that Johnny, at least, was convinced of Lucius's honesty. "I'm afraid that he'll take off again if he realizes that anyone from my family knows where he is." "He doesn't." Frankie sighed loudly. "He wouldn't tell us anything about your people. He said that it would cause all sorts of trouble and he'd be punished. But he did tell us that your tribe is in a fight with someone and that people are trying to kill him. Whose side are you on? And don't lie to me, I always seem to know when someone does." Lucius rubbed his forehead, working on not biting this man's head off. "I'm actually one of the few people who has Harry's welfare in mind. Most of the other people who want custody of him have an agenda. I don't. I'll give you this. And tell you a lot more than Harry did." Lucius handed Johnny a small bronze medallion. "Do you believe in magic? And I don't mean prestidigitation. Never mind, I'll show you." He drew his wand from its hiding place in his cane and turned the nearby coffee table into a collie. The dog barked, danced around a bit, then sat at his commanding sit. He turned it back into a table. "There. No smoke, mirrors or illusions. Real magic. And Harry is one of my kind. That's why he is forbidden to tell you anything. I'll be in a great deal of trouble myself, but I thought it worth it. You'll understand my dilemma a bit better. We must find Harry soon. It's very dangerous for him to be running around London by himself. Do you have any idea where he might go?" Both men shook their heads. "No. We were hoping he would come back here, once you're gone." "I hope so too. If he does, take that medallion, hold it to your mouth just like I believe you call it a telephone, and say, 'He's here.' Then squeeze it. I'll hear you and come at once. Please do not fear for Harry. I swear a wizard's oath that I mean him no harm." Draco gasped softly. Frankie turned a slightly glazed look in his direction. Draco told him, "That's the most serious oath we have. If he violates it, he could lose his magic." Frankie clutched at Johnny. "Damn it." He turned furious eyes on Lucius. "You scared him and he took off. I don't know where he would go. He'll come back." He turned his gaze to Johnny. "Won't he?" "He will, won't he?" Johnny nodded, patting the hand Frankie put on his chest. "He'll show. He's got a good head on his shoulders, he'll come back." Lucius didn't hold out much hope of that, but he kept his mouth shut about it. He looked around the lounge and smiled a bit. It was typical Muggle, but neat, clean, and homey. Draco glared at him, jerked his head and walked toward the door. Lucius followed without comment, leaving Frankie and Johnny alone. Draco turned to speak to his father the second they cleared the front yard. "Father, he's off. He's not going to come back here. I'm pretty sure he saw you. With your history, there's no way he's going to trust us until we can speak to him and convince him." "What now?" "We keep looking. I'll have that detective check around some more. And I think our new allies will help. We need to give them time to realize that Harry's not going to come back to them." Draco nodded and strode off in a huff. He was still sore from his adventure of last week and wasn't too happy about being dragged out into the cold and fog. He knew he was being cross with his father, but he was really tired. "Draco, I know you don't feel quite the thing yet, but we have to find Harry soon. The Dark Lord can't be allowed to find him. I'm beginning to feel." Lucius staggered slightly and gripped his left arm with shaking fingers. "Father, what's wrong?" Draco thrust his shoulder under his father's arm and put that arm around his waist. "Let me. My mark. It's burning. Voldemort is calling me. We need to get home. When I don't come, he'll punish me. We need to be home before then." Draco helped his father apparate to their home and get settled on a couch. There wouldn't be any more Harry hunting tonight. Frankie put his head down on Johnny's chest and sobbed. Johnny didn't sob, but he wept all the same. They stood that way for a while, then broke apart. Johnny wiped his eyes, blew his nose and announced, "We better see what the damage is. Come on." They started picking up the little bit of mess that Harry had left in his scramble to get away. He'd locked his bedroom door, but a chopstick and a bit of newspaper got the key out of the lock and they unlocked his door. All his things were still right where he'd left them, except for his backpack. It was gone and in its place was a screw of paper, tucked behind the leg of the desk. "Dear F and J, I'm so sorry to take off like that, but I got to go. I don't know how they did it, but the thugs I saw work for my enemy or I'm badly mistaken. I won't come back anytime soon, they'll keep an eye on the door. Keep my stuff for me. I'll come back when I can and get it. Thanks for taking care of me. Don't worry, don't cry. I'm a survivor, I'll be fine. Best always. H.J. Potter." Frankie punched a hole in the wall. Johnny just bit his lip. This was very bad. They both knew the risks of living on the streets and hated to see Harry put himself through that. They also knew that their only hope of finding him was word of mouth. They'd spread the word everywhere they could and hope it got to him. Johnny looked around. And how the hell did he get out of this room? It doesn't have a window. That's one of the reasons we knocked this little flat into a bedroom ensuite. Frankie dried his eyes, wiping off the last of his eye makeup in the process. "I don't know. There's a window in the ensuite, but would he fit?" Johnny opened the door to the bathroom and looked around. Harry had obviously gotten out of the room by climbing on the toilet, opening the tiny window over it and squeezing out. Johnny examined the window frame and sighed. There was a sharp corner on the aluminum frame and it had blood on it. He cut himself, squeezing out. "Damn it. I hope he'll be okay." Heartsick and weary, they cleaned up the bit of mess, packed Harry's things into a small, humpbacked trunk and went to bed. Frankie cried all the while they packed and Johnny only kept himself from doing the same by concentrating on finding everything that belonged to Harry. Johnny comforted himself with the thought that Harry had on his new, flannel-lined jeans, a heavy Henley shirt and had taken his greatcoat with him. He hoped that Harry had warm things in his pack. Harry had taken one look at the crowd in the street and recognized wizards, but no faces. He'd slammed the door, bolted it and run into his room. He'd grabbed a flannel shirt from his wardrobe and stuffed his arms into it. When he'd grabbed his pack he'd realized that he needed to leave a note. Frantic, he'd scribbled down something and screwed the note into a twist, then shoved it behind the leg of the desk so the Death Eaters wouldn't find it. He then grabbed up his greatcoat and pack. Climbing on the toilet he stuffed the coat and pack out the window and scrambled out after, cutting his side on the frame as he did so. Harry dragged his coat on, shouldered his pack and ran. He ran until his lungs ached and his legs gave out. He'd thought about going to Lu Sifu, but he was afraid that the Death Eaters would know about him too. He couldn't endanger any of his friends. He couldn't return to that neighborhood for a long time, if ever. He spent the night huddled behind a dumpster, miles away from the warmth and comfort of his friends and home. Morning came with a loud clang from the lid of the dumpster. Harry was behind, then a sour voice snarled, "Sheriff, you. There's nothing to eat here. Go on, then." Harry scrambled up, grabbed his backpack and left quickly. He slipped out of the alley and tried to figure out where he was. It didn't really matter much, he just needed to find a public toilet so he could take out his contacts. They were on their last day and very dry. After several blocks he gave up and just took them out right there on the street, then rummaged in his pack for his glasses. He shoved them on his face and started looking for a squat. He walked most of the day, crisscrossing the area. He wound up in a park at dusk, weary and heart-sore. He almost fell asleep but was awakened by a policeman who kicked his foot and snapped, "No sleeping in the park. Go off home." Harry climbed to his feet and walked out of the park. He'd rummaged in his pack earlier to see if he had money, but snarled in disbelief when he realized that all he had was what was in his wallet. That was about 70 pounds and wouldn't last long. He'd have to save it for food and sleep in the streets, somehow. He slipped back into the park, walking in the shadows until he found some kids huddled over a half-barrel. "Hey." They all turned to look at him. "Got any food? I'm really hungry." Harry knew now that asking for food was asking to be included in the group. "We've got a little. Got any money?" Harry took a breath and lied through his teeth. "No. A few coins is all." He handed over a few coins. "Here, add it to the kitty." "Thanks. You any good at beggin'?" "No. Sorry." Harry unhunched his shoulders and straightened up. "I'm good muscle though." The slender, ratting-looking boy shrugged. "Don't much need muscle, we're runners mostly. Beggin' and whorin', we don't mess with drugs and all that." Harry nodded. "That's good. Drugs are more trouble than they're worth. I know how to beep. Theory really, but I'll do what I have to help out. If you'll have me. We'll have you. Name's Barney. Meg, Sheila, Dawn, Mac, and in the back is Geo." Harry nodded to each kid as they were introduced. "Harry." Barney nodded again as if to seal a bargain. "We might wanna go over to the restaurant over there." Barney pointed to a place about a block away. "Sometimes they'll throw stuff away and we can get it out of the dumpster." So they went to see if there was any food there. Harry found that he could boost Dawn up fairly easily. Dawn climbed into the dumpster and handed out the still warm, wrapped sandwiches, and they ran away, followed by the half-hearted shouts of a busboy. Harry followed Barney to their squat in an old warehouse. The group had managed a fairly nice place for a bunch of homeless kids. They even had a couch shoved up against one wall. Meg and Sheila sat on that and the boys all squatted on the floor or sat on boxes. Sheila divided up the food, making sure that everyone had some. Harry accepted his sandwiches with a soft thanks and tucked in. After they ate, Barney told them, "This was a good haul, but remember that place will start messing with the throwaway if we're not careful. We have to stay away from there unless we're sure they're going to throw away a lot. There's 2 other places we need to keep an eye on. And, now that Harry's here, I've decided to let Geo go out. He's little and cute, just the sort that pedophiles like. Wankers that they are." There was some snickering over that. "Yeah, Harry's going to guard him and take the money. He looks big enough that most Johns won't try to stiff us. Okay with you, Harry?" Harry stiffened his back. "No. Geo stays safe. I'll do it myself. And no one will try to stiff me." His glare shut both Barney and Geo up. Barney gave Harry a grateful look and Geo nearly burst into tears, he was so relieved. And so Harry became a gutter boy. He settled into rest but hissed in pain as his singlet pulled at the scab on his side. It was stuck to it. He pulled it away as best he could and tried to relax. He'd taken a try at healing it a bit earlier and found out that what healing spells he knew weren't up to coping with such a wound. The group soon fell into a routine, or rather Harry fitted himself into theirs. They didn't wake until very late, 3 p.m. or so, and went out into the streets to see what they could scrounge. After finding something to eat, they started trolling for customers, Johns, for the 4 oldest. Harry found that only a few men wanted anything to do with him. He was too old and too big. Some of the men who were interested in him wanted it rough on him. They soon found out that Harry's fists were a great deal more than they could handle. Things went from bad to worse quickly. Harry's cut got infected and the weather was terrible. Rain and sleet alternated with freezing cold. Nights were miserable. There was no way to get warm or dry. And not being able to keep the cut dry or clean was how it got infected. Then there was a police raid on the squat. All the kids scattered and Harry knew he'd never find them again. No one had thought to tell him where their meeting place was. Harry leaned against the wall and tried to get warm. He was standing over a heat vent from one of the basements and the heat rising from it was welcome, but it was very damp and Harry knew when he moved away he was going to chill again quickly. He just hoped a cop didn't move him along too soon. He was just nodding off, standing up when an officer did exactly that. He shambled off wearily, wondering how he was going to survive. He'd spent what money he had managed to keep on food, his clothing was all filthy and he looked like exactly what he was, homeless. He climbed into a dumpster to see if there was anything to eat in it. There was some deli meat but it smelled off. He decided to risk a transfiguration and transfigured it into fresh-smelling, clean stuff. He vomited it all up about 10 minutes later. He sighed and wondered what to do. Harry gave up and called for Dobby. He'd promised himself not to call Dobby so that the elf wouldn't get into trouble, but he was sick and needed him. Dobby. Dobby. I need you. Instead of Dobby, Winky popped in front of Harry. She blinked at him then shook her head. You is getting Dobby into trouble. He is bound to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. He is not coming to you. Winky is not either. She just came to tell you because Dobby is so upset. Harry Potter should not have gotten Dobby into trouble. Winky cannot help. Goodbye. And she popped away again. Harry clutched his stomach and groaned. He'd avoided calling Dobby because there wasn't much he could do, but he'd hoped for a stomachache draft or potion. He curled up and tried to settle his stomach by main force of will. It didn't help much. The man turned his head slightly. Hey, mate, did you feel that? His companion shrugged. Wasn't much of a much. Why? This is Muggle territory. Who's working magic around here? They carefully drew their wands and searched for the source of the magic they'd felt. If they could find the Potter boy, they'd have a permanent in with Lucius Malfoy. Or so they thought. Harry didn't feel the stunner they cast on him. He was asleep behind a box, lying on a piece of cardboard. That's Potter. Doesn't look like much to me, but Malfoy will pay a hefty price for him. Pick him up and bring him along. We'll take him to the townhouse and turn him over to that butler guy. So the larger of the two men picked Harry up and the other man got his pack. They took Harry to the townhouse and did exactly what Lucius had told them to do. They handed him over to the butler, who gave them 10 galleons each and sent them on their way. Mr. Chauncey took Harry down to the basement and chained him to a ring in the floor. He smirked at this. He'd made sure that they were spelled with an unbreakable charm and an anti-apparition hex, a very nasty one. When Harry woke up he knew he was in big trouble at once. The cuff around his ankle was rough and had already scuffed the skin of his leg. His side ached with a dull throb and he was hungry and thirsty. He examined his cell with a weary resignation. There was a cot, a chamber pot, and that was all. When he tried to apparate away, he slammed back into the floor and spent the next hour writhing in pain. Harry sighed and struggled onto the cot. I am so screwed. Harry knew he was running on borrowed time. He was sick and getting worse every hour. He'd been fed, but not much, and it was a foul-smelling, thick, greasy porridge that he vomited up more times than he kept it down. It made his stomach burn. His fever was low grade but debilitating. He had sweated it out twice but it came back again. He was now so thirsty that it felt like his tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth. He'd tried apparating out 2 more times but each time the punishment lasted longer until, now, it was almost as bad as a cruciatus. The worst thing, though, was that he wasn't given a chamber pot. He had to use the floor. He was waited on by a young house elf who brought his food and whisked away the mess he had to make. He apologized to her the first time and asked for a chamber pot. He was told that he couldn't have one because his captors feared he'd smash it and use the shards as a weapon. It never occurred to anyone that some pots were made of metal. Harry looked at the wall next to his bed. He'd been making a mark every morning. He could see the sun rise and set although it didn't shine in. It had been 6 days since he'd been brought here. He wondered if he was going to die here. He felt bad enough to do so. Plopping down on the narrow, hard cot only made his side hurt more. He touched the hot, swollen area, half cut, half scrape, and tried again to heal it at least a bit. He needed his wand, which was on a small shelf beside the door, just out of his reach. He snarled softly. Whoever had done that was a sadist. Harry got up and started pacing. He needed the exercise or he'd go crazy. After pacing the length of his chain for as long as he could, Harry lay back down on the cot and tried to sleep until lunch came. He felt cold, his feet were freezing and he was shivering again. A soft pop sounded and the squeaky voice of Skeezy announced, "Here is lunch. You eat it all." She put the small tray down on the floor, there being no table for it, and flicked a hand to clean the loo corner. Skeezy looked at Harry for a moment. "You is cold. Skeezy is getting you some socks. Where is your shoes?" Harry shook his head. He'd woken up without shoes or belt, probably to keep him from hanging himself. "I don't know. Socks would be nice. And slippers, if you can find them." "Okay. You eat." Skeezy snapped her fingers and disappeared. She reappeared in time to take the tray away, leaving behind her a pair of thick socks, and what Harry privately referred to as old man slippers. The kind with no heels. Harry knew he wasn't going to keep his lunch down in only a few minutes. First, the burning started, just below his east bone. Then, the nausea. He vomited only a few minutes after that, and vomited again. He kept on until he felt like he'd tossed up the socks he was wearing. He finished up shaking and sweating, too weak to get back on the bed. Draco settled in his favorite chair and opened the paper. It was late morning and he was already bored. Lucius had brought him home from Hogwarts for the remaining days of the term. After the last assault, it was just too dangerous for him to remain. He'd also complained to the rest of the board and they'd agreed that a private tutor was probably best. Draco had refused to tolerate the first one. He simpered his way through the first half hour of their lessons and Draco had thrown him out. He hated sycophants. Now he was being tutored by Lucius himself. Draco had been a bit surprised to find that his father was much more capable than any tutor he'd ever had. He was actually enjoying history of the magical world. And finding that Binns was not only boring but wrong. Lucius stepped into the room just then, interrupting Draco's reading. "Draco, I just got a note from that fool in charge of the London residence. He's got Potter ahem Harry. He said the boy has been there a week. Idiot. I'm going there now to get Harry and fire what is his name." Draco said flatly, "If there's one hair disarranged on my brother's head mud." A snap of fingers brought house elves with their cloaks. Lucius sighed along Draco as, technically, he wasn't allowed to apparate until he had a license. They appeared in the foyer of the house and Lucius demanded the presence of his butler in a cold tone that made the house elf shudder and pop out quickly. Chauncey appeared at once and Lucius demanded to know where Harry was. Chauncey cringed obsequiously and announced, "I've got him safe. Right where you'd want him. This way." He led the way to the back stairs and Draco cringed visibly. This was really not good. The only places these stairs led to were the wine cellar and coal hole, and the thieves' room. A small cell used to keep thieves until the Aurors could come. Draco got a good look at Lucius's face and stepped back a step. He looked coldly furious. "Where is Harry? Is he in the wine cellar for some reason? I do hope he is." "Oh, no, sir. He's in the cell, just where he should be. I've been holding him to soften him up a bit. He'll be ready for whatever you want by now." Draco snorted. "I doubt that. Draco shut up." One warning look from his father was enough to shut up a hippogriff. Lucius turned on Chauncey and said in that silky smooth voice that meant real trouble, "I see. Am I to understand that you've put my ward, my foster son, in a cell like a common criminal? And, why, may I ask, did you feel moved to do that?" Chauncey knew he was in trouble but he wasn't sure exactly why, until he heard the words, ward, and foster. Pure bloods were very particular about lots of things, but fostering was a really big one. He was brought to me by two of the men you hired to find him. I paid them and locked him away for safekeeping, my lord. Lucius snarled softly. I'm not a lord. Show me my son. Now. Draco blinked. A Malfoy never shouted, but Lucius was very near to doing so. Chauncey cringed and hurried to lead them down to the small cell under the wine cellar. It was almost more than Draco could imagine. The soft crucio and scream made him jump. He followed his father as he opened the door to the cell, just in time to see Harry disappear then reappear, screaming. Lucius pointed his wand at Harry and snapped out a harsh, finite incantatum, and Harry collapsed in a heap. What is going on? What happened? Draco glared around as if some attacker might be hiding somewhere in the room. I'm not sure. Find his belongings and bring them. Lucius picked Harry up and then realized that he was chained to the floor. Release these from the ring. Draco tapped the end of the chain with his wand and murmured the release spell, one that only a Malfoy would know. I'll get his things. Lucius nodded and apparated away to Malfoy Manor, scowling. Draco took a moment to tell Chauncey to get out of the house before the Malfoy returned, referring to his father in the old style. Chauncey nodded and crept away. Draco called for the head house elf and instructed him to make sure that Mr. Chauncey didn't leave with anything he shouldn't. The elf just nodded and popped out. After searching the room and finding only the backpack and Harry's wand, Draco went home. Lucius popped into the manor and headed for the rooms he set aside for Harry. His long strides were smooth, but Harry Ned softly nonetheless. Lucius jerked his head at the attending house elf, who quickly turned down the bed. Lucius eased Harry onto the soft sheets and turned to pull off his shoes. When he realized that Harry was only wearing slippers and socks, he sighed. Mimsy, you are responsible for Master Harry's clothing, find it and take care of it. Mimsy nodded and started wringing his hands. I is doing that. As soon as Master Harry is comfortable. Yes. Yes. Lucius took hold of the chain and examined the cuff around Harry's ankle. He snarled softly when he realized exactly what Chauncey had done. This was not going to go well for any of them. What are you going to do to me? Lucius would have jumped out of his skin if he didn't have such firm control over himself. Harry should have been unconscious, instead he was looking at Lucius with pain-filled green eyes. I'm going to see that you're taken proper care of. That man was supposed to tell me the second you were brought in, not chain you up in the cellars. Lucius started pulling at Harry's filthy clothing. Let me get these filthy rags off you. We'll get you a bath. Lucius looked up to see Harry wincing in pain as he was jostled by his efforts to disrobe him. What? You're still in pain? How can this be? The usual punishment only lasts seconds. Harry whimpered softly, then said, I don't know. The first round lasted about an hour. It got worse every time I tried to apparate out. Please. Please, what, Harry? Lucius tapped the anklet and held it between his fingertips as he examined it. Someone, possibly Chauncey, has altered this. It was supposed to do no more than give a jolt to the offending party while returning them to confinement. He turned his eyes to Harry again and realized that he was not paying attention anymore. He was curled up in a miserable ball on the bed and doing his best not to writhe in pain. Harry, I'm sorry. There's no way for me to reverse this. I'll give you a potion that will help a bit. Harry started to shake his head, then Ned. No, don't bother. I'm okay. I can manage. It's not as bad as Cruciatus, just lasts longer. Lucius blinked then glared. He had no idea that Harry was this strong, or so used to pain. You're surprisingly cooperative. If you were going to kill me, you'd have done it by now. And, frankly, I feel so bad, I don't care. Lucius handed Harry a knockout potion and urged him to drink it. Harry didn't fight him, he just swallowed it with a resigned expression on his face. He was soon out cold. Lucius was still contemplating Harry when Draco came in with his things. Father, that bastard had Harry's wand on a shelf by the door. Just out of reach. It's outrageous. Draco stopped speaking as it was unbecoming a Malfoy to sputter. Exactly. I'll be sending him a visitor soon. Lucius eyed Harry for a moment. Draco wrinkled his nose. Father, what is that smell? Harry. He's filthy. I wonder how even he could manage to get that dirty in a few days. Draco shrugged. I have no idea. What do we do about it? The smell is atrocious. Or rather, I wash him. Tell the house elf to run a bath. Draco just went into the bathroom and called Mimsy to come and run the bath. He fidgeted a bit, then went back into the bedroom to see if he could help in some way. He saw that Lucius had handled the job himself. Harry was now BPD and wrapped in a blanket. The pile of clothing on the floor exuded an almost solid odor. Lucius picked Harry up and carried him to the bathroom door. Draco, if you please. Draco couldn't understand how the door got closed, but he obediently opened it so Lucius could carry Harry through into the warm chamber. Lucius eased Harry onto his feet and tossed the now dirtied blanket on the floor. Mimsy whisked it away with a flick of one finger. It didn't take long to get Harry into the tub. Lucius just lifted his feet over the edge and stood him in the warm water. Then he climbed in after. Draco had the presence of mind to wonder when he'd shed his shoes and robes. He was still wearing the rest of his clothing. After easing Harry down to sit in the tub, Lucius settled behind him to keep him from sliding down and drowning. He picked up a washcloth and started washing Harry, starting with his face. Harry scrunched his face up in obvious protest to the wet, soapy cloth. He's much too hot. Lucius pressed his lips to Harry's forehead just above his eyebrow. He's got a fever. Draco had turned his eyes away to preserve Harry's modesty and Draco's own, but now he looked back. Why? Is he sick? Lucius gave him an irritated look. Obviously, he is. He wouldn't have a fever otherwise. I'll finish getting him cleaned up. You go, Flo the Medi Wizard. Yes, sir. Draco headed out the door at a quick walk. He was going to go find that butler and hex him. Later. Lucius continued to wash Harry, having the elf change the water twice. He noticed that Harry whimpered softly when his torso was washed but didn't think much of it. The filth in the water hid the blood. He thought Harry was just protesting being wrestled around, or perhaps the hex had given him a particularly nasty pain. It took both Mimsy and Lucius to get Harry's hair washed along with another change of water. Lucius wrestled Harry's limp body out of the tub and carried him back into the bedroom. Draco, supervise getting him into some pajamas, please. I need to change these wet things. I'll be right back. Lucius strode out the door and disappeared down the hall, headed to his quarters and dry clothing, completely ignoring the fact that his fine woolen trousers were completely ruined. Draco nodded, gazing at Harry where he lay on the bed. He was thinner than Draco ever remembered seeing him. And he had a spot of hectic color on each cheek that didn't bode well. Draco motioned to Mimsy and told him to fetch pajamas. Mimsy popped out and back in a second later. I is bringing good pajamas from Master Lucius's closet. They is too big, but they is doing until Master Harry gets his own things. Mimsy eased the pajamas over Harry's feet and started to pull them up. A soft gasp made Draco move closer. What is it? Mimsy just pointed to the ugly, infected half gash, half scrape on Harry's side. There. This is not good. Draco shuddered. The wound was oozing fluid and yellow-gray pus. It was red, swollen and hot-looking. He sighed softly. Trust Potter to neglect something like that. He told Mimsy to watch Harry while he flo-ed the Medi Wizard again. M.W. Thomas said he'd be right there. Lucius met the Medi Wizard at the public flow in the huge main hall. He stepped through with a small black bag, one much bigger on the inside than the outside. Well, who is ill this time? I thought Narcissa was in France and Draco at school. He doffed his soot cape and offered his hand to Lucius. Lucius took it and shook hands with the Medi Wizard. Draco is home. There was some trouble over our change of attitude. It's neither one of them though, it's my ward. He's very ill. To make a long story short, he's been missing since Christmas break. I found him but he ran again. I have no idea what he's been doing with himself, but he's not well at all. I want you to give him a good going over and heal him. M.W. Thomas gave Lucius a stunned look. Bloody hell. Malfoy, don't tell me you've got Potter here. Lucius smirked and said suavely, very well, I won't. Come upstairs. So the Medi Wizard followed Lucius up to the suite of rooms assigned to the newest member of the Malfoy family. He was greeted at the door by Draco, who just pointed at his unconscious patient. He's got a bloody great gash in his side, and it's really infected. Draco stepped aside, actually wringing his hands. MW. Thomas walked to the bed and took a good look at the wound. Well, it's infected. And dirty. I see you made an effort to clean him up. He looks clean enough. But I'm going to have to lance that or it'll never heal. After I clear out the infection, I'll heal it, but if I heal it now I'll just seal the putrefaction in. He carefully put his bag down on a small table and opened it. He fished around in it for a moment, then came up with a bite stick and a shallow pan. Lucius, if you will. Lucius stepped forward and settled on the bed. Draco joined him a moment later. Draco. I don't. Draco just held up a hand. Father, you have no idea how strong and stubborn he can be. Very well. But, if you sick up, I'll be very disappointed. Draco glared for a second, then bent to lay across Harry's legs. M.W. Thomas drew out his wand and began to chant. He chanted for a moment, moving his wand up and down Harry's body. He stopped and set his wand aside for a moment to pick up a medical instrument instead. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. He's too weak and debilitated to manage any self-healing at all. Hold him tightly. Lucius nodded and eased behind Harry on the bed. He grasped Harry's wrists, one in each hand, then crossed his arms across Harry's chest, hugging him. It was as effective as a straitjacket. On the Medi-Wizard's request, he twisted Harry's torso a bit to make it easier to reach the wound. M.W. Thomas grimaced, then quickly cut through the remaining scab and into the puffy flesh, releasing a gush of blood and pus into the shallow dish. Harry cried out softly and surged against the restraining hands. He subsided quickly when Lucius whispered in his ear. Pressing on the inflamed flesh brought another cry and gush of foul matter. Draco cringed internally. The smell was disgusting. It was due to get more so quite soon. M.W. Thomas took up a strange spoon-like implement and his wand. He used a spell to heat the cauterizing iron red hot, then quickly ran it through Harry's open wound. Harry screamed. Draco bit his tongue to keep from echoing him. Even Lucius looked a bit green. Now all we have to do is wait out the punishment spell and I'll finish my diagnosis. I'd like to know where it came from, please. So Lucius explained about his former butler and his assumptions ending, and so. But he hasn't cried out except for a whimper or two earlier. Has it worn off yet? No. The raw, hoarse sound startled them all. It's still in effect. It doubled its time every time I tried to escape. And how many times did you try? M.W. Thomas flicked his wand over Harry. 4. I hurt. Can you do anything? Harry gave the Medi-Wizard a hopeful look. No. I'm truly sorry. Lucius. I'll try. Perhaps I can ease the pain, but I don't think I can stop it. He waved his wand over Harry, who sighed and shuddered. No. Harry shook his head. Did it ease any? Harry nodded but kept his eyes shut. While Lucius had been working, the Medi-Wizard had been rummaging in his bag again. Here. Healing potion, sleeping draught, and a nutrient drink. Down the hatch. Harry eased himself up on one elbow and drank the potions with a shudder. He fell back and curled up on his uninjured side. Draco wondered aloud at his attitude. Harry opened one eye and mumbled, "If you wanted me dead, I would be. And you don't call a square root for someone you're going to torture. At least, I don't think you do. I'm sleeping now." And with those words, he dozed off. Lucius shook his head. That boy's got nerve, you have to admit. Medi-Wizard, if you would. Draco, please stay with him. Draco just nodded and settled in a chair. Well, what all is wrong with the boy? Lucius rubbed his forehead fretfully. Potter, no, Harry, had always neglected himself, according to Draco. Now Lucius started putting things together in his mind, and he didn't like his addition much. Basically, not that much. Long-term malnutrition, short-term starvation, dehydration, infected wounds and pneumonia. I'll leave you some potions and have my best brewmaster make some specifically for him. They'll come tomorrow, I think. Or the day after. Make sure he has the red one every morning, the blue one with each meal and the yellow one in the evening. I'll be back in a week to check him over. Call me if you need to. M.W. Thomas fished again in his bag and pulled out a rack of potions. I should have done this earlier. My upset is no excuse. He handed the rack to Lucius, who handed it off to a house elf. M.W. Thomas accepted the soot cape from the waiting house elf and stepped into the fireplace. He dropped his flow powder and announced, "Thomas House," in a firm voice. He disappeared in a flare of green fire. Lucius turned and went back up the stairs to see how Harry was doing. "My dragon, is he sleeping or passed out?" Draco shrugged, then eased away from the bed when Harry moved restlessly. "I think it's about half and half. His resistance to pain is astounding." "Oh, you don't know this spell. Granger invented it. See." Draco made a motion with his wand. Dolor Modus. A bar appeared over Harry's head. It was mostly red. The more red, the more pain he's in. He should be screaming, but all he does is mow. And once in a while. Lucius sighed. "I'm not sure what to do for him. A potion won't do any good, and knockout drafts are notorious for leaving the user worse off when they fade." Draco sighed too. "And Potter Harry is notorious too. For having bad reactions to the oddest things. I think it's best if we leave well enough alone." "You're probably right. But I don't like it. Family should help family." "I know. But feeling helpless around Potter is nothing new to me. He's the most annoying git imaginable." Lucius took the chair Draco had vacated. "You go rest. I'll sit with him for now. Come back at 3 p.m. We'll take it in turns to watch him until he wakes up." Draco walked to the door. "Very well. I'll be back at 3. Shall I send up some tea?" "Please." Lucius settled back to watch Harry. The boy was amazingly silent, almost as if he didn't believe he had the right to cry out. Or was afraid to do so. Lucius finally had enough and offered Harry a sleeping draft, which he accepted without complaint. It worked well enough and Harry fell into a light doze. Lucius watched as Harry slept, moving restlessly from time to time. His tea arrived and he sipped at the hot Earl Grey. 3 o'clock came and Draco tapped on the door. Lucius looked up from his book and called softly, "Come in," quietly. The harsh croak from the bed made Lucius start and Draco smirk. "It's okay, I'm awake." Lucius turned to give Harry a startled look. "Well, you shouldn't be. That potion should have kept you sleeping for another hour. How long have you been awake?" "Not sure. A while. I still hurt, so I was just laying here. Enduring like a good little South Avenue. Damn it, Harry, speak up and let us know what you need." Draco advanced on the bed with a scowl on his face. Harry just glowered back. He collapsed onto the bed, letting his head drop onto the pillow. Lucius scowled at Draco, who just shrugged. "It's true. Give him some more potion." Lucius shook his head. "We can't. 1. It's not working properly, and 2. It's addictive. If we overdose him, it could cause other problems." Harry was barely conscious again, but he understood the word, addictive. "No more potion. I don't want it." Then he was out again. Draco produced a book from his pocket and settled in the chair. "I already ate. The elves have something ready for you in the small dining room." 4 hours. "Yes. Watch him carefully. His fever is getting worse. When I come back, it will be time for his potions again. I'll need you to stay and help me." "Very well." Draco turned his attention to his book and Lucius left to eat and rest. He wondered how on earth that boy had managed to survive. Lucius returned in 4 hours, fed, rested and ready to give Harry his potions. Harry had other ideas. He was completely out of it but combative. He spit the first potion all over. Draco commented that the taste alone was enough to make that happen. Lucius slid into the bed with Harry, sitting behind him and grasping both thin wrists in one hand. He tipped Harry's head back with the other and Draco pried Harry's mouth open, dumped the potion in and clamped his free hand over his mouth. Harry swallowed under protest, squirming in Lucius's grip. They managed to get the next one down him as well, but Draco had to sit on his flailing legs to do it. Is it going to be like this every time? Lucius felt shattered. He couldn't believe the strength hidden in that slender form. It was somewhat like wrestling an eel. He thought they had Harry confined, but he always managed to get a hand, foot or his head free. He and Draco were both worn out again. Probably. I don't think Madame Pomfrey ever got a potion down him without the help of at least Weasley. I'm going to bed. Call me when it's time for his next dose. And I think his fever is worse. Lucius just nodded, The body in his grip was inferno hot. I'll just stay here. He seems to relax. Just then Harry shifted and snuggled against Lucius's chest. Like a puppy seeking comfort from touch. See, he relaxes when someone touches him. I'll just stay like this. Cover him, will you? Draco pulled the covers up over Harry, removed Lucius's boots, for which he was gratefully thanked, then left. Lucius settled himself, remembering when Draco had had dragon pox and he'd done the same thing for him. Harry nuzzled into his chest with a soft sigh, settling more comfortably and thankfully relieving the strain on Lucius's arms. Hush, child, sleep. You're safe here, whether you believe it or not. Shish. Harry dozed and Lucius hummed softly. He wondered what lullabies Harry was used to hearing. Lucius dozed too, lulled by his own humming. Harry dreamed. His someone was humming softly to him. He felt hot, sticky and very ill. The firm chest behind him vibrated in a comforting way and the arms around him were gently holding him. He relaxed completely for the first time in what felt like months. Lucius sighed in his sleep. He subconsciously thought that Harry would wake if he moved. He was wrong, but he stilled in his sleep anyway. Harry woke slightly, once, then fell into a semi-comatose state brought on by illness, dehydration and starvation. He was a great deal more ill than anyone realized. His immune system, never the best, was totally suppressed by his exposure to cold, bad, then lack of food, and stress. The fact that he'd been eating nothing but house elf gruel for the last 6 days didn't help either. Lucius woke to a sweat-drenched chest and a very ill Harry. His fever had broken then spiked. Lucius snapped out an order to the house elf on duty and headed for the bathroom, carrying Harry. He realized that Harry was much too light. What he'd at first taken for youthful slenderness he now realized was something else. When he'd been washing Harry, he'd paid attention only to getting the dirt off him. Now he took a good look. He didn't like what he saw one bit. Elf, get that tub full. Now. This fever has to come down. He settled Harry on the thick cotton rug in front of the tub. Yes, master, I is doing it. Cold, or room temperature? Room temperature first, you fool. The elf didn't object to being ridiculed. He didn't know much about sick wizards. He made sure the water was the same temperature as the room and laid out towels. Lucius stripped down to his pants this time and picked Harry up. He eased him into the water. Harry didn't twitch. Lucius began to swab Harry with a wet cloth, dribbling the cool water over his neck and shoulders. Harry never moved at all. Get Draco. The elf just popped out and returned a few seconds later to tell Lucius that Draco was coming. It didn't take Draco long to get there. His knock seemed very loud in the quiet of the bathroom. Lucius called to Draco to enter, and when he did, Draco just stared for a moment. Father, what is it? He decided that the sight of his father in nothing but underwear and Harry in pajama bottoms, sitting in a bathtub, was just weird. And a bit disturbing. Harry's fever is too high. There are a few fever-reducing drafts in the medicine cabinet in the still room. Please go get all there is. I'll be right back. Draco hurried out the door, realizing with some disgust that the still room was in the basement under the kitchen, nearly all the way across the house. He hurried. It didn't take him that long to return, but to Lucius it seemed forever. Harry was shivering now, even though he was wrapped in a blanket with a spell-warm towel wrapped around his dripping hair. His fever wasn't breaking permanently. It would break, Harry would sweat, then the cycle began again. Lucius was more worried than he cared to admit. Father, here are the drafts. But, I think we should call the Medi-Wizard again. I believe you're right. I'll hold off on giving Harry any of this. I'll call M.W. Thomas and be right back. But this was not to be. The second Lucius started to ease off the bed, Harry became agitated. He clutched at Lucius and managed to tangle his fingers in one sleeve. He refused to let go. Well, this is interesting. You go call the Medi-Wizard, explain the situation to him and ask him to come back. Draco just turned and hurried out. His call to the Medi-Wizard brought him through the flow, dressed in pajamas and a dressing gown. It was late evening and he'd already gotten ready for bed. Being called out like this wasn't that unusual for him, so he wasn't embarrassed to be in his housecoat and slippers. How bad is it? I don't know. Father is worried though. Draco led M.W. Thomas up to Harry's chambers. Lucius, what's going on? Lucius told the Medi-Wizard everything that he'd tried and how Harry's fever wouldn't break. MW. Thomas nodded. I see. The pneumonia is worse than I'd expected. I'll give you a draft for the fever. A common one isn't working, so I'll have to give you a stronger one. And an immune system booster. If he can't eat, a common nutrient potion should do. He's just so debilitated that nothing's taking hold. How's his fluid intake? Nil. He's still unconscious. I'm afraid to try to get him to drink. He might choke. No. I'm afraid I didn't make myself plain. He's extremely dehydrated. He's got to drink. Lucius nodded, then pressed his cheek against Harry's forehead. He's so hot. Fluids, potions, keep him covered. When he sweats, get him to drink more. If he has cravings when he wakes, humor him. Now, I'll leave these potions, along with the others I've prescribed. I brought them through too. The brewmaster got them done in record time. Lucius motioned to Draco to take them, which he did, and put them on the dresser. I'll get his usual doses down him now. You can help, if you will. MW. Thomas came forward to help Lucius give Harry his medicine and found out that Harry was a lot more dangerous than anyone could imagine. He fought like two devils, flailing and kicking, biting and scratching. Draco advanced to help as well, and MW. Thomas backed out of the way. He'd wait until Harry was properly restrained, then administer the potion. Draco eased onto Harry's legs and Lucius wrapped Harry in a restraining hug. Harry subsided at once. MW. Thomas quickly opened Harry's mouth, dumped the potion in and clamped his hand over his mouth, holding his nose until Harry swallowed to breathe. It only took seconds to get the next potion down, but the third one took a while. Harry, unconscious or not, had figured out that, if he didn't open his mouth, no one could dump disgusting tasting fluids into it. Lucius sighed. Now what? I hate to force his mouth open, we might really hurt him. Draco thought for a moment. Let me try. Lucius just nodded at him to go ahead. Harry, you have to take this. It's a potion to make you well. Come now. You want to be well, don't you? Draco's soft, coaxing tone succeeded better than anyone could have thought. Harry obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the potion. Draco fished in his pocket for something. Finding it, he pressed it to Harry's lips, whispering softly, "Good, Harry, here. Chocolate. It'll take the taste away." Harry allowed Draco to slip the morsel of chocolate between his lips and settled back against Lucius. MW. Thomas nodded his approval to Draco and announced that he was going home to bed, and that they were to wake him if there was any downturn in Harry's condition. Draco saw the Medi-Wizard out. Lucius woke at dawn to a soft moan, and in the realization that it was time for Harry to take more potions. Harry, are you awake? Ron, sleep. Go away. Mr. Potter, wake up. Harry started and looked around, bleary-eyed and confused. You have some potions to take. Are you awake enough to take them without choking? Harry eyed Lucius for a moment, then dropped back on the bed. Yeah. What the hell is going on? Why, where F.K. language, boy, here. Lucius wondered if Harry would take the potion or turn stubborn and refuse. Instead of that, Harry sniffed the potion carefully, examined it, then swallowed it with a shudder. It's not poisonous, I promise. And, if you remember, I never break a promise. Yeah, but, the way these things taste, they ought to be poisonous. Gimme. Harry held out his hand for the next potion. Lucius frowned at Harry's gimme, but refrained from comment. He handed Harry the next potion. Harry examined it the same way as he had the first one, then downed it. The third potion went the way of the first two, then Harry's limited strength gave out and he collapsed onto the bed again. I feel like I could just die. How sick am I? Very. Pneumonia. And I'd really like to know how you got that. And dehydration, starvation, malnutrition, and who knows what else we'll discover when you get rid of the major symptoms. Sleep. Yeah, and I want to know. Harry got a slightly confused look on his face. Lucius just assured him that all his questions would be answered when he felt better and could pay attention. He eased Harry down in the bed until he looked comfortable, covered him, told him to ring the little bell at his bedside if he needed anything, and went away. Albus Dumbledore was worried, very much so. Harry Potter was still missing. Draco Malfoy had to be sent home due to the entire house of Slytherin hexing him, not to mention beating him up. And Severus Snape was in a snit. This was not a good thing as he tended to take it out on the Gryffindor students and the parents were complaining. He'd spoken to him but all he'd done was snarl, "I've had it. I've taught those ungrateful brats for years and what do I get? Pranks in potions, against my own godson. And it doesn't help that Granger and Weasley, yes, Weasley have been escorting him. Bah, enough. And he'd left in a high dudgeon. Yes, things were not going well at all, and the fact that one of his major sources of financing had dried up didn't help. Harry now had a guardian. Dumbledore couldn't find out who though. He'd have to find out and make sure that the couple understood that Harry mustn't be interfered with. His training was essential to the war effort. He would have to flow around and find out who they were. Severus Snape was indeed in a snit. His house had let him down badly and Voldemort had a nasty way of punishing him at the worst times imaginable. It usually happened between the hours of 1 and 3 in the morning or at supper. He turned a small bottle in his hand and decided that he was going to be taking a small dose of dreamless sleep for the next 3 nights. He had to get some real sleep in. He was beginning to have real problems staying awake during his supervision of detentions and study hall. A chirp from his small portable flow let him know that someone was calling him. He wasn't supposed to have a flow here in Hogwarts, but he wasn't about to let a 300-year-old rule keep him from his work. Yes. Severus, M.W. Thomas here. I have some potions that I need made. The client is very highly placed and very well off. Couldn't hurt to do this one. Severus thought about it for a moment. You know I need to make a name for myself. This job isn't going to last past Voldemort's demise. But things are a bit difficult just now. Perhaps next time. It's for a child. Dr. Thomas's voice took on a pleading note. For a child, I'll do it. Send me the particulars. A roll of parchment emerged from the miniature fire pan. I have some of these on hand, I'll send them at once. I'll begin to brew more immediately, you'll have them as soon as I can brew them. 2 days at most. Thank you, Severus. I'll see that you don't suffer when the time comes. I trust so, Thomas, I truly do. Goodbye. The green flames snuffed out. Severus unrolled the parchment and started to read. He settled at his desk and started making notes. He was going to have to brew one of the potions every week to make sure that it was fresh and potent, so he might as well just brew them all at the same time. Ron owled his parents everything Hermione could tell him about Muggle London and any place Harry might be hiding. He was past scared and into terrified. Hermione, Seamus and another Muggleborn from Ravenclaw had told stories that raised the hair on his arms and actually made some of the younger Gryffindor students cry. Hermione was short-tempered and took it out on everyone around her. The other Gryffindors were avoiding her nearly as much as they had third year when she was using a time-turner to keep up with her classes. After sending off the owl, Ron headed back to the Gryffindor common room. He ran into a Slytherin fourth year who sneered at him and started around him. Ron could never tell exactly what it was about the boy that sent his temper off, but he completely lost it and hexed the boy with a bad bogey hex that sent him, weeping and wailing, to the hospital wing. And earned him 3 hours of detention. Thankfully it was with Professor Sprout. Filch was completely out of hand and Dumbledore didn't seem to care. Harry woke, hot and sticky, and realized that he was laying on someone. Someone who was gently running their fingers through his bangs. It felt really good. Nice. The stroking stopped. Oh, who? Harry levered himself up and turned to look right into the blue-gray eyes of Lucius Malfoy. He started but was kept from falling off the bed by a strong arm that encircled his shoulders. Easy there. How do you feel? Terrible. What am I doing here? Harry eased off Lucius's chest and managed to get to the middle of the bed. Why oh, I remember. Or did I dream? Did you or you? Lucius eased out of the bed and made sure that Harry was covered. Don't distress yourself. I swear I will do you no harm. Wizard's oath. Satisfied. Harry examined Lucius's face carefully then nodded. Yes. Ron told me about a wizard's oath. But don't you have to do something with your wand? Lucius gave Harry the first genuine smile he'd ever seen on the man's face. Only if I was still 15. Rest. You have potions in 10 minutes. If you feel up to it, I'll explain more. But we have to be sure that you're not going to have a relapse. Lay back down. Okay. But you really need to do some serious explaining. Harry settled more comfortably in his bed, watching Lucius carefully. Lucius gazed serenely back. Explanations will come. I promise. But not until you're well. Potions. Harry stared at the pocket watch Lucius had produced from his vest. Draco will be here in 2 minutes. How can you be so sure? I'm not trying to be snarky, just curious. Lucius nodded. Of course. Take a look. He unfastened the watch from its special fastening in his vest and handed it to Harry. Harry pressed on the stem and smiled as the cover popped open. Inside the watch were the usual hands to tell the time, but there were also 3 other hands. The delicate golden hands had names engraved on them in neat Spencerian script, one with Draco's name, one with Narcissus, and one with his. Draco's pointed to in transit, his pointed to gravely ill, and Narcissus pointed to Isle de Phrases. He blinked. His name was in Lucius's watch. Harry handed the watch back without comment, but he got a funny feeling in his chest, sort of warm. Draco will be bringing your potions. I want you to drink them all. Then there will be a small treat. Harry wondered at that until Draco entered the room with 3 vials of potion. He came over to the bed and handed one to Harry. Harry looked at him for a moment, then looked at the potion. He remembered vaguely checking out the potions once before, so he forbore to do that again. He appended the potion into his mouth, swallowed and suppressed a shudder 3 times. Draco tucked the vials into a pocket and smirked slightly. Draco attitude. Draco stopped smirking and nodded. Now, Harry, I promised you a treat and here it is. Lucius produced a small box from somewhere. Harry opened it and looked inside. It contained 2 chocolate truffles. Thank you. Harry gave Lucius a somewhat dazzled smile. My favorites. Harry ate the chocolates, taking his time. Lucius settled in the chair nearest the bed and Draco lounged on the foot. Harry glanced up from his enjoyment of the confections, feeling their eyes on him. Do I have chocolate on my face? Draco answered. No, I was just wondering how you really are. How do you feel? Harry finished off his treat and slumped back on his pillows. Hot, sticky, stuffy, and he stopped to cough harshly. Generally gross. I think I nearly died. Lucius started. He'd hoped Harry wouldn't remember. You nearly did. Your fever was so high that you were delirious. But I was very proud to see that, no matter how sick you got, you checked the potions before you took them. Are you still thirsty? You should be. It was the devil of a job to get you to drink potions, never mind anything else. The doctor said that you should drink lots of fluids. So, what kind of juice do you like? Harry glanced up from where he was picking at the hem of the sheet. Orange juice. And cranberry. Orange juice. Draco's forehead furrowed in puzzlement. What kind of orange juice? Pumpkin juice is orange. And so is mango. Harry glared at Draco for a second, then realized that Draco wasn't making fun of him. He really couldn't figure it out. No, the juice of oranges. I like it and it's supposed to be really good for colds and stuff. Lucius just nodded to the hovering house elf, who popped out quickly. If you want the juice of oranges, that's what you will have. And cranberries. Are you sure? It's very bitter. Harry thought about that for a moment. The only kind I've ever had was cranberry cocktail. Aunt Petunia got it at Tesco's. I liked it, but no one else did. I only had it the one time. If it's a lot of trouble, forget it. I'll do fine with whatever you give me. Just then the elf popped back in with a silver tray on which it carried an ice pitcher of orange juice and a glass. Harry looked at the pitcher with interest. It was tall and slender with a strange design. The top had a small attached container that looked like a huge test tube. It was filled with ice. Harry decided that it was a very clever way to keep the juice cold without diluting it. He drank a glass straight down and accepted another to sip. Oh, that's good. I was really thirsty. I still don't feel really good, but I think I'll survive. I'm delighted to hear you say so. Lucius nodded to Draco, who eased off the bed, careful to avoid shaking it. You stay here please. I need to clean up and have something to eat. Draco just nodded and settled in the chair that his father had vacated. You should take a nap too. You've been up all night with Harry. Harry absorbed this without expression. He was in a situation that he'd never expected, and between being so ill and very off balance, he was keeping his own counsel with a vengeance. What was going on? What did the Malfoys want? Why were they being nice to him? Would Lucius keep his sworn oath? He was going to find out. Whether he wanted to or not. Harry woke up and stretched, then he froze. He didn't know where he was. He looked around carefully. The room was light and airy with walls covered in painted silk and paneling. The windows were large, and covered with gauzy under drapes with dark blue velvet draperies. The colors of the bed hangings and duvet were a combination of blue and green that went beautifully together. Every fitting in the room was gold, from the candle holders between the windows to the sticks on the mantelpiece and the door knobs. He gazed around the room with wonder. It was huge. There was a sitting area near a fireplace that was nearly as big as the Dursleys' bathroom, with 2 chairs and a side table for each. There was also a nice desk and comfortable chair where, he assumed, he was to study or write letters. Near the foot of the bed was another chair, and beyond that, to the side of the room, he could see a door. Farther on was another door. He wondered where they led but refrained from exploring. He still felt very weak and ill. There was a soft tap on the door opposite the foot of the bed. Harry called, "Come in," and blinked as Draco came in with a small rack of potions in one hand. "Well, how do you feel?" Draco walked briskly to the side of the bed and looked down on Harry. "I have your potions here. Are you going to take them nicely? Or do I have to wrestle you some more?" Harry started to glare at Draco but stopped when he realized that Draco's eyes were twinkling in amusement, not scorn. "Sorry. Will you tell me what the hell is going on? Or do I have to guess?" "Potions first." Draco handed the first one to Harry, who held it up to the light then downed it with a shudder. He obediently finished off all 4 potions without asking what they were. Draco couldn't help asking, "You're not going to refuse or even ask what they are?" Harry shook his head. The first one was a nutrient potion, the second one immune system booster, the third one a healing potion, specific to infections, and the last one was a very mild calming draft. Draco boggled inelegantly at Harry, who smirked back. "I've been in Madame Pomfrey's care enough to recognize most healing potions. Besides, I had time to study while I was away. I learned quite a bit that I was supposed to have learned in 1st through 5th. Snape is a shitty teacher, but I'm not half bad a student, when I want to be." Draco started to snap back a nasty rejoinder when he remembered that he was supposed to be taking care of Harry, not arguing with him. He gritted his teeth and held his tongue. Harry realized that he'd managed to offend Draco, something he'd promised himself he wouldn't do. There was no sense antagonizing the Malfoys when he was ill and in their power. He wasn't sure where his wand was, so he was more or less defenseless. Sorry. I didn't know you'd be so sensitive about your head of house." Draco looked somewhat mollified and answered, "That's because he's also my godfather. But I'll admit his teaching methods are irregular. At best." Draco essayed a small smile and was rewarded when Harry smiled back. "And I suppose I shouldn't be that surprised that you recognize a healing potion when you taste it. You have had enough of them at Hogwarts." Harry grimaced. "They all taste ghastly. Why is that? And why don't you sit down?" Draco settled in the chair, arranging his robes carefully. "Well, because you didn't offer until just now." "That was an offer." Harry just nodded then commented, "Offer? It's your house. But these are your quarters. I do have some manners. And Father would be very disappointed if I were stupid enough to get into a fight with you while you're so ill. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Need anything?" Harry started to say no, then realized that he had a rather pressing and embarrassing need. "I need the loo." Harry flushed, eyed the glossy, slippery-looking hardwood floor between him and the bathroom, and then gazed at Draco in what could only be characterized as a pleading manner. "I don't think I'll make it without some help." "Ah, and I'm to do so?" Draco nodded. "Very well. You do realize that I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing, don't you?" Harry sighed. "Just sort of hold my arm so I don't fall on my ass." So Draco helped Harry into the bathroom and over to the toilet. "Now what?" Harry glanced at Draco, who was just standing beside him. "You leave, I do my thing, then I call you and you help me back to bed. And maybe feed me." Harry took care of his business, washed his hands and eyed himself in the mirror over the sink. He wished he had his glasses, he couldn't see very well without them. The bathroom was as well appointed as his bedroom, with a huge tub and a shower enclosure the size of a small closet. The walls were marble as was the floor. The ceiling was painted with ornate scrolls and ocean waves. He admired it and wondered when he was going to be moved to his real quarters. Draco. I'm done. Draco entered the room and helped Harry back to the bed. There, all covered and cozy. Harry shot Draco a disbelieving glance before settling into his pillows. What? Mother used to say that to me when I was little. Sorry, I guess Draco trailed off as Harry reached out to pat his hand. That's okay. I guess I'm just a bit surprised. Why are you both, you and your dad, being so nice to me? When is Voldemort coming to get me? Draco's face filled with disgust and anger. Never, never say that name in my hearing. I hate him. I won't serve that maniac. That's he's. Draco flung away from the bed, stalking back and forth at the foot, trying to calm himself enough that Harry wouldn't think he was crazed. Harry watched Draco in surprise and interest. Okay, that's good. I mean that he's not coming to get me. And that you won't serve him. But what brought all this on? Draco snarled inarticulately for a moment, then managed to snap, Riddle is a right lunatic. And a bastard. If you'd seen what he did to father you'd understand. Harry just shrugged slightly. He did kill my parents, you know. And I didn't get this scar from a love pat. Glad you finally saw the light, so to say. I'm hungry, is there anything? He trailed off as Draco curled his lip. Yes, there's all sorts of things. What would you like? All you have to do is say, service. And your elf will come. Harry brightened. Dobby. Draco's face went discreetly blank for a moment, then he just shrugged and said, no, Mimsy. Father assigned her to you. Harry settled back against the pillows again. He leaned forward while speaking with Draco and called a bit tentatively, service, please. Mimsy popped in with a broad smile. Mimsy is here, sir. How may Mimsy serve? Harry eyed the elf for a moment. Well, first, wash. I don't want anyone dirty getting near my food, and second, food. I don't care what. Anything that suits. I'm just hungry. Please. Mimsy nodded. Mimsy will be back soon. Washing first is taking time. But Mimsy will tell Cook that Master Harry Potter is hungry. She disappeared with a soft pop. Draco eased into the chair again and settled back to wait for Mimsy to come back with Harry's food. When she returned and settled the tray across Harry's legs, Harry smiled happily. There was a nice bowl of soup and a cup of tea, bread and butter and marmalade. Mimsy bobbed a quick, clumsy curtsy and popped out again. Draco noticed that not only was she wearing a clean towel, but she was scrupulously clean as well. Harry ate quickly, gulping the soup and tea, then buttering the bread and pilling on the marmalade. He lay back with a sigh. Draco couldn't help his expression of disgust. Harry shot a sheepish glance his way and flushed. Draco smoothed out his expression. Eating around Weasley must have been a real trial to make Harry gobble up his food like that. Harry suddenly sat up straight and started struggling to get out of bed. His feet tangled in the covers, so Draco tried to push him back down to untangle him. Harry, mistaking Draco's efforts to help him get up as an attempt to keep him in bed, struggled harder. Be still, you git. You're tangled in the sheets. Draco tried harder to hold Harry down, while Harry struggled harder to get up. What the devil is going on in here? Lucius was shocked to see Draco and Harry wrestling on the bed. Draco, stop that at once. He's much too ill to be. Harry proved just exactly how ill he still was by vomiting violently, all over himself and the bed. Draco had managed to get out of the way by jumping back the second Lucius had started speaking. Both Draco and Lucius were startled when Harry whimpered softly. I'm sorry, I'll clean it. Just. Lucius snapped. He flicked his wand and cleared away the mess, then turned to Draco to demand. Just exactly what the devil did you think you were doing? Draco didn't bother with excuses, he just admitted. He was tangled in the sheets. I was trying to keep him from falling and hurting himself. Draco turned to Harry, who was still in the bed, face flushed with humiliation. Harry, I'm really sorry. I had no idea. If you'd have told me, I'd have conjured a basin. Harry looked away, trying to hide his embarrassment. He was waiting for Draco to say something sarcastic, then what Draco was saying penetrated. It's okay. I'm sorry I made a mess. Lucius broke in with, enough. Is this a common occurrence? Draco bit at his lip then admitted, he's usually sick off and on for the first week or two of the first term. Then, well, he puts on weight and stops. Lucius connected the dots, and scowled at the picture he'd made. I see. Harry, I am going to ask you some questions and I expect honest answers. I'm not Dumbledore. I don't have any objective outside protecting my family, which you are now part of. I'm going to start our conversation by asking, do you need a stomach-calming draft? Harry blinked rather owlishly at Lucius. He needed his glasses. He hadn't been wearing his contacts as he couldn't take care of them on the streets. He hadn't had them since he'd been caught. Yes, and I'd really like my glasses too, please. Lucius looked at Draco. Draco shook his head. I have no idea. I'll ask Mimsy. She'll know, if anyone does. Draco called the elf and told her to bring Harry's glasses and wand. Mimsy just said that Harry's wand was on the dresser. He had completely forgotten that he'd placed it there when they'd brought Harry home. He retrieved it and handed it to Harry with a small bow. Here's your wand. I'm so sorry I put it out of reach. Harry stared at Draco as if he'd grown two heads. Why do you keep apologizing to me? Draco sighed. No idea. It just seems never mind. Harry decided to forget that small question for the bigger ones bouncing around in his aching head. Meanwhile, Lucius had told Mimsy to find Harry's glasses and his backpack. Mimsy just went into the walk-in closet and produced the requested items, putting them on the foot of Harry's bed. She bowed and popped out again. Harry put on his glasses and clutched his wand in one hand. He still felt sick and weak, so he settled back in bed and just waited for Lucius to explain himself. Lucius gazed at Harry for several moments. He was no fool, no matter what anyone said, and he knew the signs of an abused child when he saw them. He wondered again at Dumbledore's handling of Harry. This defensive, suspicious man-child was never going to be the tool that Dumbledore thought he would be. Honesty was going to be the only way to reach him. Total honesty and a firm hand. I have turned my coat. Voldemort is insane. When I started to serve him, he upheld the true old traditionalist customs. Now, he tortures his loyal followers for no reason except to amuse himself. I will not follow him. He gave Draco a startlingly loving look. Draco won't tolerate him for a second. So I have to make other arrangements to protect my family. To a true traditionalist, family is all. Harry thought about that for a moment and had to admit that it made some sense. He still didn't trust Malfoy, but he was willing to wait and see. Not that he had many other choices. Oh, okay, I guess. Harry doubled over as his stomach cramped, as it did when he'd eaten too quickly after going without for so long. The vomiting hadn't helped either. Lucius caught him as Harry doubled up and eased him back in the bed. Draco, have Mimsy get that stomach-calming draft, then send to the kitchen for some weak tea and dry toast. Draco did as Lucius ordered while Lucius fussed over Harry. Surprisingly, Draco didn't feel in the least jealous. Actually, he felt a bit sad. This was the side of Harry that no one but Ron ever saw, and he wasn't sure he liked it much. Harry looked ill, tired and defenseless. Mimsy returned with the required potion and food, then stood wringing her hands. Is young master all right? Is Mimsy doing something wrong? Should Mimsy punish herself? Harry groaned then whispered, I'm fine, just a bit stomach. Sorry. Don't punish her. She did the best she knew how. Lucius said softly, she's your elf, only you have the right to punish her. If you do not desire it, she'll not be punished. I don't. Harry surged up again and Lucius thrust a basin under his chin. Harry tried to help but couldn't manage more than keeping his face over the basin. Draco hurried to help, clutching the draft in one hand. Here. If it doesn't help, I'll call the Medi-Wizard. Harry swallowed the potion without complaint. He felt so bad that he was almost hoping that one of the Malfoys would murder him. It would be a relief. He didn't realize that he'd said that out loud until Lucius said in a flat, angry tone, never let me hear you say such a thing again. No one will murder you here. You're my ward and I assure you that I take my responsibilities seriously. Draco nodded his head, then startled Harry by exclaiming, "Besides, you've got a contract. Father can't violate the terms of a guardianship contract, it's not possible." Harry sighed and decided to give up for now. His stomach was still protesting the rich butter and marmalade. "Okay, I have a contract." "Nice." Uncle Vernon was always violating the terms of his contracts, but he caught sight of identical arrogantly scornful glares. "Never mind. I'm still too sick to argue." He nestled into his pillows. "If I really have a contract, I'd like Ron to take a look at it. He's really brilliant with that sort of thing. I wish. And, if it is in my power, I'll grant it. But, for now, go to sleep the minute you've had this tea and toast." Harry rolled his head wearily on his pillow. "Don't want it. That potion, they just kill my appetite." But Lucius wasn't taking no for an answer and coaxed and cajoled until Harry had gotten it all down. Draco waited until Lucius had left, then touched Harry gently. "You might as well give up. When Father is determined on something, it's like a force of nature. I'm well aware that my standing up to him on Voldemort was some sort of fluke. Yeah, I can tell. I wish I understood what is going on. Why did Chauncey lock me up like that? What?" Harry trailed off in confusion. Draco couldn't help snarking a bit. "What is going on is exactly what it looks like. Believe it or not, we're now brothers. Chauncey's name is never to be mentioned again. Father told him to keep you there and notify us at once if someone actually managed to get hold of you." Quote. Harry gave Draco a horrified look, then just sighed. "Go away. I'm too tired and too sick for this." He resolutely closed his eyes and pulled the covers up to his ears. Draco wisely went away. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.